涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる。語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜も新しい朝もここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立て
Nice shoes. What's up, everybody? It's week 3, day 2, waiting room here. A lot to talk about after yesterday's game, so welcome on back. How are you guys feeling after yesterday? Big surprises, anything?
Berserker looked clean. Early player of the week candidate for me.
I feel alive.
Is that a controversial state of being?
I got 4 out of 5 predictions wrong yesterday.
Oh my God.
I know things come full circle.
What did you even get right?
It can't get like the first game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. Emily, how did you feel? Did you get a trophy in the order last night?
It's the first time this has ever happened, right? Like, I remember when I first came on the broadcast, I was like all the way down at the bottom, and it was always Mark and Alarim at the top for predictions.
True.
They were like racing each other.
God, that's a callback.
Yeah.
You know what? Why not
I
just
sprinted it.
Where is that banjo playing man?
Yeah.
We need him.
He tweeted a cursed breakfast the other day. Had,
He usually
2
does.
hot dogs on like some cereal.
That is true. Let's take a look at today's schedule, though, for people who are here for this one. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. I know that you mentioned one player of the week candidate. Another one is double it off of his last game that he had. The Caitlyn just headshotting people.
Prince the same on his Caitlyn. Both of them had great Caitlyn.
Wait, Raz, did you put in your predictions today?
No!
I didn't put my predictions in today either.
Look, I apologize to producers.
Wait, I did.
We're not doing predictions. Yeah, producers told us we're not doing predictions.
Okay.
Thank God. It might be because we kind of suck at our job.
COG, C9, TL, Immortals. I've done them.
Well, there it happened. But yeah, TSM versus CLG, so the totally not rivalry is still in action. Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9, Dignitas versus Team Liquid Honda, and Golden Guardians versus Immortals. So for me, the big call out, probably Dignitas versus Team Liquid Honda if they're going to get their first win, while Team Liquid, I'm just interested to see if they're back to where we expect them to be. That's, to me, the biggest question. So what about you guys? Anything from the schedule that catches your eyes?
First game.
Yeah. I mean, the first game is so hype.
Especially since 100 Thieves, the only other top half of the team that we were talking about yesterday, the only team that they had lost to was C9, so I want to see if they can swing back a little bit here.
So far, just heard 3 cold takes. A most interesting
Previously
bit.
on the LCS.
I'm known for my cold takes, actually, Rez.
I'm ready for it.
It's my brand.
Huh? It is your brand.
It actually is
true.
my brand.
I'm interested in what the fans are out there, because apparently we got a lot of cold takes from the brand, so look, from the fans. So coldest takes is the idea. So we're getting from Soundwave Surfer. This is directed to Emily, it seems. We will be outstanding and her analysis accurate. Mark Z will be, how do you even say that? Curmudgeonly? I've never seen that word at all.
Do you know what curmudgeon means?
No.
I always think of like the
old man
Simpson thing where it's like, get off my lawn.
That's insane.
Like,
okay, well,
old man yells at clouds.
I need to make a bet with Kobe, though.
Azael will give us some sage advice, so that's already one take. Jat will bet with Kobe. Okay, we will make a bet with Kobe. Kobe will doubt CLG. What? Okay, that is a hot take. Raz will seduce us with the Riz. Am I just, no. I don't think so. Some of those are actually hot takes. How often do you make bets with Kobe?
Oh, like probably every episode of this or that. I make a lot of wagers in the green room.
Does it come to anything? Like,
No. Just like pride.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a running tally of who has more pride?
No, it's probably me.
All right, now I'm interested in the next one just to see who, because we need to put some stuff on it, like dinners, whatever it may be, like what Impact ended up doing with Inspired yesterday.
I forgot to ask if they ever paid him back.
Look, probably not.
$500.
Probably not.
I'm never buying dinner for Kobe. That dude spends so much money. Like,
especially since he knows you're going to be the one buying.
He's so picky with food. He'll order like a giant plate of food, have like 3 bites, and be done with it. He's got to pay for that. I'm not paying for that.
Yeah, you're not doing it. You're not doing it. So we got a lot of highlights because in the NACL, that's been off and running. A lot of games to catch up on, and we're just going to be rolling through highlights. A lot of eyes to catch because there's a lot of storylines been happening down there.
Salt Lake.
So just taking a look at these highlights just to see which one's the most exciting one.
Was this a penna?
Ooh, neat.
Was this the kill?
Oh, no.
I mean, Zeri always catches them.
I haven't seen this
Zeri
literally every day.
wins these.
Listen, if this was Berserker, we'd be losing our mind. Come on, turn the nameplate.
Zeri Lucian.
And Meech has been honestly killing it on his side. It's nice to see the development.
It's Arrow!
Oh my God, yes!
It's
Oh,
gonna be
the
Baron,
highlight.
Ash.
Is this a...
Oh, no.
No!
Did I support Ash, too?
Oh, is that a support?
I think it was
Oh,
support
no.
Ash.
Another Zeri. Oh,
Zeri
the
wins these?
Casante! You know, I love this. 'Cause
Nope.
I expected this to be a Zeri highlight, and then it
Yeah.
turns straight into Kasante just kidnapping her.
You do have to know your stuff
Subverting
watching these
expectations.
because a lot of orgs this year have a challenger team and an amateur team that are
Yeah.
in the same league. So
Yeah.
just seeing the tri-code doesn't let you know
True.
the tier of the team that should be playing.
True, and we will not be able to see. You're right by that. You're right about that. So that's been the
Talia
difficult part.
chase down sequence or
Probably something.
no? Oh,
Nah, you're getting.
Oh,
nah,
no.
Talia's the one getting chased down. it looks like.
Kasante!
Kasante highlight. But we love this. Ooh, guys. Guys.
Oh.
No.
I haven't seen much Senna in LCS.
Yeah.
I missed that ultimate.
yeah.
Do you actually?
I like playing.
Oh, I saw this.
Oh,
I remember
yeah.
this.
Oh
No,
my
Prismal actually
God.
posted this on Twitter because this is something apparently he'd been doing behind the scenes, and he actually made it work on stage as she's going back to tier first turret, just getting destroyed. Is this a defense? No way, this is a base defense.
Oh
It
yeah,
has
no,
to
this
be.
is the TL game. I actually
Yeah.
saw this. They posted this on Twitter with comms. So Appa Ziggs actually ends the game without a minion wave because he's like
Oh.
6-item Ziggs.
You just
Oh,
one
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they defend this and literally run Nexus to Nexus with no minions and end the game. It was sick.
I like how you call him Appa.
Yeah, APA.
Yeah, it's APA.
It's always
when
always
you
plan
When you
ahead.
said Ziggs Appa, I was like, what?
You know what? I love it.
That's how I read it.
I would love to call him Appa from this point on. And honestly,
He wouldn't.
his
Boy,
champion,
Oh, what a snipe.
he is
Yeah.
known for his Ziggs. His champion pool is hilarious, and it works. That's the thing. I was watching the Blaze Olive stream, and he saw his Ziggs on the enemy team. It's like, it's only
Wait,
going
they
to
didn't
really
show
be
the
good
Nexus
practice.
Yeah.
No, they
Okay,
didn't.
they actually pushed an end of the game and Ziggs did like a 2,500 damage auto on the Nexus. It was
Oh my
crazy.
god.
Warwick, baby. Weedwick coming in hot.
Oh my god!
No.
No, my bet is that he actually still takes
Wait.
this. Oh, yeah! All right.
God.
That's fantastic. No way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
That's classic.
Is this
And the Draven
Ooh, the
ulti?
Draven ult.
The
Oh, the early snipe, too. Oh, no.
Nah, these
I
games.
mean, was that the same game? That was the same TL game probably.
Yeah, it's out of
Yeah.
order.
Yeah, APA and Arrow.
Oh, it's the
Here we
Garen. It
go.
must be Moose Hater.
The
Garen.
Moose Hater
It
Garen,
must be.
the special.
Isn't he going to be able to get more tenacity on the next patch as well?
I'm sure he will.
Basically,
Yeah. Oh, there's more.
Bang!
High skill gameplay, baby.
Quadra kill.
Now, he's
Garen
actually been-
quadra kill. Let's
he's-
go.
He's actually been taking names on the Garen. It's actually just insane
Yeah.
to watch.
All right. So you guys are all coaches, right? I have a question coming out of this that has to kind of to do with Moose Hater Garen. So Garen has pretty much only been played in Salt League. It's been played in Ultra League, I think, once as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
An amazing Jay and a troll game.
Yeah. As a coach, you're going in. You know that he has this pick, right? He keeps styling on people with Garen.
Yeah.
Kind of silly, kind of great, whatever. You know you're going to be going up against this. Why do you not ban it? Because I've seen teams like that absolutely know this is the pick coming in, and they've even remarked on other teams not banning it.
Yeah.
And they don't ban it. So, like, just a more general question of when you're going through draft with your team, why does a pocket pick like this not get banned?
So, yes, more naturally you would ban it. But I would give you a reason why I wouldn't ban a pick like this. If you as a team don't think it is a good pick, if you as a team think that you can deal with it, remember the purpose of Academy / in this case Challenger Series, Challenger League, is to improve as a team, is to improve individually. So you should be, if you think you can deal with it in lane, then you should play it against it. If you think you can deal with it as a team, you should challenge yourself, play against it so you can learn. If you fail against it, then great. It's better to fail in a situation like this and learn so you can actually hit your overarching goal rather than fearing a Garen that in your initial conversations you think you can handle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a question of like, well, how much do we need to practice against Garen because it's just this one guy, which is
Yeah.
why a lot of people
That too.
do ban it, is
Yeah.
because they're like, it's not really great practice, and this is a scrim thing too. You'll ban a lot of people's niche picks that they're playing.
I
in
would
scrims.
ban it.
Yeah,
I don't wanna play against that.
I would generally ban it if someone's a
Garbage.
one trick on something that I don't really gonna need to learn to play against in any other situation. Something that does happen though is even if you strategically say that, sometimes based off how bans are going, there's like a pinch that happens, and suddenly someone's like, just leave the Garen. I actually want to ban this other thing so that I don't have to deal with this weird matchup in another lane or something. And it can sometimes, it does happen on stage where sometimes just something's feel wrong to a player. Even if it's a situation that you have gone over the day before. I had this happen. We went over something the day before. You get on stage, suddenly it's like, I don't actually want to play this matchup. And then you panic, and it can throw a wrench in the play.
Yeah, and specifically depending on what is OP on the patch, especially if you're red side and they're blue side, the pinches are really easy to set up. So it's like, okay, you don't want to give him Garen, but if let's say no one is giving Ryze on a patch and it's 100% ban, and you don't ban it first and your prep just goes a little weird, it's like, okay, do we want to deal with the pick that 100% of the world thinks is overpowered, or
This guy,
Bruce Hater Garen?
This guy,
Right?
yeah.
And your top laner is probably going to ego a little bit too and be like, it's Garen.
I can handle this.
I can do it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, it's one part ego, two part just being abnormal, but third part, just ban Garen. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
It should be your first ban
Yeah.
every game if they're actually winning at it and if they're having success on it.
Yeah, and that's why I think that it's a great question about how much is it do you want to actually learn the ideals versus
But
like
I don't even
winning.
think you learn ideals by playing against Garen because no one plays against Garen at the next stage.
But you've been in those metas where there are 3 bans that are necessary. like
True.
90% like you have to ban these things, at least on red side.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, are we going to sack that so we ban a Garen? I don't think you do. 4 or 500%.
Yep.
But I don't know about this meta necessarily because it's changing consistently. But like, absolutely, yes, ban Garen if you feel like you have the opening for it. But it's great. It's a great lesson if you're somehow losing a Garen to take a look at.
All right, so refocusing on to LCS.
Sure.
Currently, there's 4 teams tied at 2 and 3. And I was going to pick people's brains. Who do we think is going to rise and fall out of this grouping of teams? We got CLG, Immortals, Team Liquid, TSM, all sitting at borderline top half of the league. You know, this is the
Is this the
conversation to
soup?
break in. No, it's conversation to make playoffs, Jet.
Okay.
Who do you think of these teams is going to rise and fall? Does anyone have an initial guess?
I'm always the one who talks about TL.
So do it again, baby.
All right, I'll take TL.
Okay.
I'll take
Okay.
TL. I'll
Thank
take
God.
TL because I feel like that's the one that most people are going to go towards based on roster, based on the stuff that they've said.
Yeah.
The thing with TL, I've seen a lot of plays from them that I've liked in terms of like, they are surprisingly aggressive, right? I don't know what people thought they were going to have coming out with this team if they were going to play like a more slower paced style. That seems to be what a lot of people kind of made the assumption with, and that is not this team. And so a lot of the times
So
when
aggressive.
a lot of times when I kind of see them like messing up, it's a lot of miscommunication where like someone is making an aggressive play and maybe someone else has backed off because they didn't think they were going to fight there, or the setup isn't good, but they go for it anyway. And I would think that a team like this can easily, or not easily, because it's a lot of work to work on stuff like that, because it's more nebulous than just learning a matchup or something like that. But I do think that with the structure they have in this team, they can learn that.
100%. It's better to be too aggressive than to not be
Yes.
taking risks and missing
Big agree.
opportunities. So they will learn, they will get better. Some will stop getting picked. And also in team fights that are clearly, look, less. Pick the less.
I'm pretty sure he still has the highest forward percentage of any player in the LCS.
Yeah, and he's winning lane up until he loses. The classic Dignitas. Like it's so I do think that they will like Summit. Every top laner talks about how good Summit is, like how much he beats them, like in either scrims or on stage. So like that will translate and it will look better. And sometimes the tweak is just simple as like do the 2018 IG of maybe Pyosik just lives topside, right? If your top laner is doing so well, then just basically have a hand-holding technique. Either that, and also the other fear that we had is like if a team fight looks bad, don't just take it. You need that person to say no.
So is your
Yeah.
team TL as well?
Yeah. Are you also going TL?
'Cause I'm
gonna-
not saying it's TL, but if everyone else is saying it's TL,
I haven't said my team, but yeah.
I think TL is going to move on up. I think they will win it at some point. A team that I have little faith on at the moment sucks CLG. Like, it sucks to say it because I expected CLG.
Wow.
Look, I do rate CLG a little lower, but I expected CLG to come in with the new players and at least start to build off something that they've already had last split, right?
sure.
But the losses that they have been taking are the ones that are the most concerning. Losing to Immortals specifically and the way that they lost, it's like, okay, something is actually happening here. And the way that they lost to Cloud9 as well, although that one, it sucks level 1 that you get invaded, but it felt like they never really had times in which they were making plays to claw back in, right? Like creating ideas, creative new ideas to kind of claw back into games. So it feels like there's a wall that they're hitting. And that's concerning to me with how the level of competition in the league has risen.
Weren't you going to be a CLG believer, Jet? You said you didn't want to be TL, you wanted to be CLG.
I'm just going to agree with Emily.
So you
I mean, I'm just saying, credibility-wise, she did get all of her predictions right yesterday.
There it is. That's a good
So
plan.
I think I'm right.
You're just copying someone else's homework.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
All right,
You
fair
said
enough.
you didn't want to do TI.
I didn't. You did. I'm just agreeing.
Okay.
Mark, I know you posed the question with the context of 2 and 3 teams.
They'll climb the most.
Okay, there you
Golden
go.
Guardians has only picked up 1 win. I feel like they should be in the conversation.
You want to include
I
Golden
actually,
Guardians?
Throw them
I
in.
actually agree with that.
Look, I say that they're right now at 9th place, and they've only
I
picked
have
up
to
1
One
win.
game back. I
Yeah.
accept your proposal for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, so I know right now it kind of feels a little stark because yeah, 5th place, the gulag, the soup, as you would call it.
Yeah.
And Marx always calls him the soup.
I mean, if we just have the LEC's format, then this is what our standings look like. Right there.
And I'm glad that we have a chance now because it does suck from the perspective of like, it took a while for Gory to get here.
Yeah.
And then when Gory was playing, obviously, like the first week in which he was playing, they had no practice with him. And it feels like they have moments of brilliance. Their loss versus Evil Geniuses was a close loss, which you hate to hear. It's like, you could have won, but you didn't. And at some point, you want to be able to pick up wins. And it's who have you been seeing in this clip that has actually been the star of the team. He's been somebody that has actually been excelling in lane and then moving out of lane, finding picks onto Vikla in the FlyQuest game and team fights. That's something that you actually highlighted quite well in your Telestrator segment about who he's performing. So I think this team will climb and will join that echelon of the 5th place teams.
So I was actually going to submit someone who's maybe we haven't talked a ton about. It was actually Immortals at 2 and 3. They've impressed me enough, and I think especially in the last game was the most I was impressed with Kenvi probably on the LCS stage thus far. When he debuted last year, everyone was really excited about him as like a carry-oriented player, but he played a lot of tanks and like team-oriented stuff.
Yeah.
In this game, even though he wasn't, I think, the most impressive player, obviously Tactical played well, Revenge played well, but his confidence on Graves, on a carry champion, down tons of gold to just constantly be dashing on top of other members here. Look at him. He jumps into the middle of Dignitas. Gold lead, 5K in Dignitas' favor to try and blow up the support. He doesn't get the kill, but that's like 50 health left on him, and that buys space for your team. Even though it doesn't necessarily get a kill, same here, chunks out the enemy AD carry who's trying to fight for mid-prio, and suddenly you're buying your team a lot of room in the future, and while these are not plays that jump out on the scoreboard, I think these are huge plays for a young player in a game that they're very far behind to finally show some confidence, which is what has been lacking from him for me, and why I have a lot of confidence for this team going forward as well.
I think it was definitely his best game. I do wonder about the viability of playing more things like Graves and if they can make their team compositions work more that way, because I don't think Kenvi Vi or Kenvi Sejuani is the play, even though that is the play for everyone else in the world. So they actually have to play with a little bit of a handicap, I think, to reach the ceiling of Kenvi. But like, if you're gonna bring a guy that was that hyped out of Academy to the LCS, I do think it's probably worth playing to his strengths and just hoping that the meta aligns better in the future and then he can climb to even higher highs, because they actually pick up wins when they let him play the stuff he's good at.
Yeah, and you know what? I would actually even love to see him play the Sejuani, even though it hasn't been working. A lot of the times when you put the aggressive players on a pick like Sedge, that is like, no, you choose the fight that you want, right? You can just basically, what he did on Graves, essentially, is like, if he wants to just pull the trigger to go for it, that's something that he has said confidence is his primary focus, and I'm starting to see it, so I love that highlight. Speaking of highlights, first game of the day, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, so we kind of were able to catch up with Prince. He got Player of the Week last time around, and you know what? You got that chance to interview him, so let's see what you had to say with Prince.
Hello, and welcome to the MasterCard Player of the Week interview. This is our Player of the Week, Prince. 축하합니다. Congratulations.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Why did you decide to come and join FlyQuest?
I can feel, oh, this team really strong want me. Yeah, so that is first. And second is, we already confirm Impact and Bingla joined this team. So, why you guys didn't tell me about this? So I heard that and decided.
So Vikla and Impact were already going to be on the team before you joined?
Yeah, it's not secret maybe.
Okay. How is playing with your team? Like, what is it like to be with your specific teammates?
Sometimes they make me mad, but it's okay. They always seriously mindset and always practice hard and talking about our review, but we're talking about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, like this, very serious. I like this.
Just generally, how do you like living here in Los Angeles?
Since became NA, I only practice league, so just can feel, air is more fresh and weather is more good. And food is more salty and sour, but it's okay. 2 weeks ago, I feel like this, but these days, our team manager and our boss, Papa Smithy, find kind of my style food. So they ordered for me.
You chose this pose.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was surprised you didn't choose the camera pose.
I
So, yeah.
like that. This pose better, but more like this. But this pose is like, come on. Like, this means So I like.
Take
this
you
too.
on. You're inviting
Yeah.
everyone to LCS to take you
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. 감사합니다. You did a great job.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
English is much better than my Korean.
No, please. My English is
네.
not good.
No, you're fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, he was great, and his English is way better than mine.
Yes. Well, his English is much better than he's letting on.
Yeah, no, he is fantastic. I loved the food thing because the follow-up to that was he had them get him food he likes.
Yeah.
But it was a specific brand that we could not mention on broadcast.
Yeah, I do like that. Something about really good AD carries. I don't know, because Doublelift has always had so much confidence. He's been a great interview. Prince, even in his second language that he's just picked up, he's already a great interview. Like that external confidence translating into play on the Rift. Like, there's something there about really like almost arrogant AD carries being able to perform.
I love that because I know a lot of people out there can share that experience when you're learning a different language and you're forced to speak it, at least not necessarily in front of camera to the other people. That confidence lowers quite considerably. You're not yourself. You kind of, you feel in a way, not threatened, but like, okay, I'm just gonna try and play it safe. This man does not care. Like, and that's what I enjoy about it. Like, not only is he gonna get much better at his English because of that confidence, but also people love him because of that confidence. And he's letting it show on Twitter as well.
Well, you mentioned Doublelift versus Prince. I want to take a look at their career accomplishments.
Yeah, this is a great wall.
A lot longer in favor of Doublelift. But first, I guess, stats from this season. You can see it there.
Insane.
They're 1 and 2 basically in every category, a lot of them. Prince,
The 83% kill participation for Doublelift, team
Yeah.
playing
Yeah.
around him as well, and the strong laning phase still there for Doublelift.
yeah, Prince
Yeah.
more between the 4 to 5 range on a lot of these. Speaks to Doublelift. Everyone was saying robbed from his player of the week last week.
I also do think it's interesting in talking about like AD carry resources, right? Because we had this whole telestrator yesterday where we went through how 100 Thieves play for Doublelift to get him ahead, and then he just takes over games.
Yeah. And so that flexibility is there for Prince. This is going to be just going down the timeline, the history of both Doublelift and Prince. And Prince, an AD carry that came out on the scene quite recently and is already taking names, if you can already see that. So it's like, it's interesting to see the contrast between these two individuals.
And a small point I really want to stress, we stressed it on the Worlds broadcast so many times, but it was Prince's team, Liv Sandbox, that was actually expected to go to Worlds in place of DRX. They nearly made it through the regional qualifier, and they were kind of the team that in losing there, we were all really, really surprised, having watched Liv Sandbox, that DRX went, and obviously they went on to win the World Championship, and it's an amazing story. But I just wanted to reiterate how close he was to actually going to Worlds last year.
It's a win-win. We get the Zeka Ascension story for DRX and
Yeah.
Def's first title and all that. And then Prince fails. Now he comes to America. If he made Worlds, he might still be in LCK.
What are you talking about? We got Song, coach in FlyQuest, World Championship coach. We
Yeah,
got
but you don't know.
Yosef.
Maybe Prince would have been. You don't know. It's the butterfly effect.
I don't wanna live
he
in
might
that
never
timeline.
get to LCS if they made Worlds. You
We're
never
living
know.
in a good timeline.
Yeah, I like this timeline. We got a great World Championship. Now we got Prince here getting his Player of the Week.
Doublelift Prince is so hyped.
It's
It
insane.
really is.
It's actually crazy because we talked about this player of the week in a way, which both of them have already started off blazing. Last player of the week, already conversation on the fact that, you know, Doublelift should have won. Prince, like fans of Prince already think it's like, no, he got it for a reason. It's crazy that we're already starting week 3 and this is the rivalry that's kind of taking the forefront.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, AD carry pool right now just feels cracked between him, Berserker, FBI having a resurgence. These two guys, like, it's a stacked pool.
I know there was a story about just like Prince coming to the LCS and like you catching up to him and why he got here. In fact, actually, Ashley Kang in December got to catch up with Prince. So let's take a look at that interview and hear his thoughts.
제가 원딜을 더블리프트를 보고 시작을 했잖아요. 이제 저한테 지고 그만두게 되더라도 부끄럽지 않게 최선을 다하겠습니다. 경기에서 만나게 된다면.
아 정말요?
네.
아 프린스 선수한테 지고 그만두게 되더라도 이게 무슨 뜻인가요?
제가 더블 리프트를 보고
예.
원딜을 시작을 했으니까
예.
이제 더블 리프트는
예.
이게 되게 우상인 선수한테
네.
이제 북미가 아무래도 문화가 좀 트래시 토크 같은 게 있다 보니까
네.
이제 저한테 지고 이제 그만두신 약간 반대로 되는 그런
소리는
느낌으로.
멋있겠다.
맞죠.
I do wonder if Doublelift used that interview for inspiration. And I do want to pull up the performance of Prince and Doublelift so far this split. The kill leaders of the entire LCS, if we look at that chart, we have the stats somewhere. Doublelift at 38 kills, Prince at 34 kills, 1 and 2. But I've been paying extra close attention to Doublelift because I wanted to see how he would perform once coming back to the LCS. And there were a couple moments that have stood out to me. First one being last week, one of their games. I do wonder if Doublelift is stat padding a little bit. So I have to find the first clip in here.
Stat pad.
That's quite an accusation.
Watch this fight. Just watch this fight. Let's be honest here. He has 4 kills at the moment,
Yeah.
right? They kill Biofrost, 26 minutes into the game.
Have a minion wave too.
Look at these death timers, 25 seconds, 43 seconds, 30 seconds, 36 seconds. You can just end the game.
That's a fat Cassante.
4 kills. 4
I
kills.
don't know.
But all
There could
five
be a
up,
reason.
all 5 up, I would go for it.
You can easily end the game. 4 kills. Who's making this call to not end the game? Because what happens? He ends with 9 kills. Take those 5 kills away, he's no longer ahead of Prince. I've been watching for this. We're going to this week.
How long have you been watching? That's
Yeah,
a while
that's-
I
back.
watch every game. I hope you do too. Look at this. 31 minutes into the game, they have Ocean Soul. Doublelift has 9 kills. They still haven't killed mid-outer turret. What does Doublelift do? He goes back to base. He's trying to prolong the game. 14 kills.
He's just trying to get stronger, you know, making a guaranteed case.
He got 4th and 5th item. Now he's 6 items.
True.
Why would he do this?
6 minutes later.
Why do you think Doublelift would do this thing?
A little cautious.
Look at that board. 2015 LCS champion, 2016 LCS champion, 2017 LCS champion, 28, so many championships, 6 times All-Pro, 1 time MVP. But there's one thing Doublelift has yet to accomplish in the LCS.
What's that?
He doesn't have a Player of the Week statue. Imagine the torment of Doublelift co-streaming, watching the LCS,
Oh my God.
Wow.
and seeing player
You're prepared.
after player get a Player of the Week statue.
Those are cool poses too.
Inspired. He has 3 statues.
He has 3 poses.
He's
too.
been here
He's got
a year.
pose for each one.
Prince,
No.
2 weeks. 2 weeks and he already has a Player of the Week statue. This is almost every Player of the Week statue ever. Do you see Doublelift? Spica, his former teammate, the greatest
I
LCS
even
player of
see
all
Roxas
time.
on there.
Yeah.
Bjergsen has gone missing. I think someone stole it. It might have been Doublelift because he wants it so badly.
There's even an XL streamer on there.
Why would Doublelift come back to the LCS? Why would he stat pad his kills? He cares about his Player of the Week legacy. Sven, Berserker, Inspired, Inspired, Inspired again. Prince, Chakui, Power of Evil, Doublelift. Doublelift, this is your moment. Go and get that Player of the Week trophy. We know it's what matters. Bwippo, Spica, Abadaga,
You killed
Berserker.
Abadaga.
Okay.
How many of these can be Doublelift by the end of the split? It's the one thing he hasn't accomplished. Doublelift, this is your moment. Let's see if you can take it over. You just have to get more kills. You had 14. Nobody remembers that you stat padded those kills. Keep doing it. Hit a record. Take it away, Doublelift. You can do it.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. We got ourselves another day of League of Legends action here, and we are going to kick it off with the much anticipated battle in the bot lane between double-elimination and Prince, the two top 80 carries right now. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, and we're bringing the first 3 games.
Super excited for this one. Everybody's been waiting for this matchup in the bottom lane. Also, though, remember, Spica versus double-elimination. Old TSM players against each other. Broke up after the 9-man sleep. See about that rivalry as well. Any bottom lane ganks? All junglers are basically been trained on this patch. Gank bottom lane. So we'll see if Spica goes down there and visits his old teammate as well.
Well, we're already seeing some marksman focus here in the bans. Lucian and Zeri, those two that have their coupled supports that always get picked together, those are off the table. Ashe, a very popular marksman support pick herself, also removed. The Elise, the only non-marksman ban so far, just because of the nature of how important she is, how every team wants to keep her ban, doesn't want to give the opponents the opportunity to go for that in the first half of the draft. And 100 Thieves will ban out Kassadin as their last one here in the first half.
See, they're following the narratives, Clayton. The bottom lane and the jungle.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Here.
It's just follow the dotted line.
Being banned out. Early ban on the Kassadin. Usually that waits until second round here, though. Maokai is still available. There's so many jungles now available with all of these bottom lane bans. Everything is targeted down there.
Caitlyn and Ashe both being banned out. Lucian, Zeri banned out. Really curious as to how these guys are going to play these bottom lane matchups now. Still, so many powerful picks left up. Like you said, jungle specifically. That Sejuani, that Maokai, and the Maokai is the first pick here for 100.
They don't want to let Spica have the Maokai again. Big part of the early start for FlyQuest. People kept leaving it up against him. He did so well controlling, complete vision for his team and setting up all the lanes for success. FlyQuest, of course, at the top of the standings. There's to defend. Let's see about, are they going to grab any bottom lane stuff early here? Varus is probably the primary one that is up right now. Super highly prized, very strong laning phase, very strong pushing power. There it is. That's the shout out that we want. All right. Sejuani flexible, though. Could be in Spica's hands. Could be switched to Impact.
Most of the time, we see it in jungle role these days. Worth pointing out.
Definitely true.
All right, FlyQuest.
And now, most definitely going to be in jungle hands. Sejuani pairs really nicely with K'Sante. K'Sante has a very strong lane phase here for himself and has lots of CC to set up for Sejuani. Makes it super easy to follow up with the extra Sejuani passive stun. So pretty potent double tank 2v2 actually.
And speaking of 2v2s, I talked about how the two marksmen that are always picked in pairs with their supports, Lucian Nami and Zeri Lulu, are banned out. So 100 Thieves go back to the classic marksman and support duo that were literally released to be played together, Xayah and Rakan for double-elimination and Busio.
And just Xayah specifically, the value has really risen on this champion, especially the quick blades build is so potent. The ability damage on the blade caller is already really high with this champ. If you go Navori with it, it's got a nice early spike now as well. Being able to get those really quickly, and it's just the pick versus hard engage. Since you're facing a K'Sante and a Sejuani, definitely want some defensive tools there with the ultimate. So love that for double-elimination. Is going to be the target, now has an extra defensive tool. Sylas is the late pickup there for FlyQuest. For Vikla, did have his, I would say, best game on Sylas overall so far in the LCS. So like the pickup there. And then since you're picking it at the end of your phase 1 pick, so you get to double protection ban it. Cassiopeia is one of the notorious difficult counters there into Sylas.
Well, Sylas also already has a couple of really good ultimates to steal there with the Maokai and the Rakan. One thing to look at is 100 Thieves banning out Karma. This is one of those supports that can give a lot of extra pushing power to a lane to shove in the Xayah Rakan early. Lulu also going to be banned away as one of those protection picks. Still got my eyes on Varus being left up, being one of the potential options here for Prince. But FlyQuest still have to pick both AD carry and support, while 100 Thieves still need to see both of their solo laners. Which one does FlyQuest want to go for first here? They don't have to worry about 100 Thieves really stealing away any of the picks since all 4 of the remaining picks are desynced. Kaisa for Prince.
Oh, we're gonna go even more into the dive theme. When you're already looking at the Xayah, the counter dive AD carry, FlyQuest say, we don't care. We're going to fully embrace that old Kaisa Xayah meta that we had several years ago at Worlds. Prince on Kaisa with 3 diving champions plus presumably diving champion like Nautilus or something to be paired with the Kaisa.
Yeah.
And we are gonna have some fireworks here.
All right, Fiora's locked in for Tenacity. That'll be the matchup into Cassante. This is one of the champions up there with Gwen, usually under Gwen in terms of what players value to counter Cassante with. So that's going to be the skill matchup there in the top lane. Bjergsen thinking about a Taliyah pick here.
I think that would be one of the best here. Not only is Bjergsen a very good Taliyah, we saw it already yesterday, but when you're facing a super heavy dive team like this, like FlyQuest is showing very early on, 100 Thieves have made the call. We want to play the map, get Fiora for some split pushing, get the Taliyah for some cross-map plays here.
Yeah.
And it's always super nice when you get to start it out behind that Maokai with all the saplings later on into the game. Assuming that we'll be locked in as we were talking about.
Yeah.
The classic combination here, and they pull it all together. Heavy dive FlyQuest.
Whenever I see Kaisa and Nautilus locked in together, like the LPL logo just flashes in my brain because I always recall LPL teams playing this at international events and diving in with it. But yeah, FlyQuest, they just want the dog pile.
Let's go. And they even saw the Kaisa pretty early on. Like, you know what? We're not going to back down from it. We're going to double down on it. They are coming for that backline.
So let me ask you this. Since we're heading into a game where one of these teams remains the only undefeated team in the LCS, what does 100 Thieves need to do? You already mentioned playing the map, but more specifically, what's got to happen with how they play the map to finally put a loss on FlyQuest?
Yeah, I think they just have to avoid the all-in brawls here and be ready to make cross-map plays when FlyQuest overload one side. Definitely need to unlock Bjergsen early on here to be able to play to his roaming style with this Taliyah. If you can get that Fiora head, get a split push menace here, it really opens up the possibilities for you in the mid game.
All right, so that's what we're going to keep eyes on then. How well can Bjergsen affect the side lanes? How much of an advantage can Tenacity build in the split push scenario? And how well can 100 Thieves avoid the FlyQuest diving deathball?
The crowd is ready, baby. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. An LCS top of the tables battle here. We've got Double Lift versus Spica, Double Lift versus Prince. And they're doing the welcome to NA strategy.
Oh, baby.
Pioneered by Core JJ. When you have Nautilus, run straight down mid and see if the opponent runs a little bit too far right into a hook. Nobody from 100 Thieves steps up far at all, though. They're playing really, really far back defensively in their fan level 1.
And I like this because Nautilus hasn't been in the meta for a while, so it can be one of those things that you forget about, that level 1 sort of shenanigan that he can pull off, but 100 Thieves is ready for it. I ran into Closer backstage today, and I asked him, hey man, you ready for that FlyQuest matchup? He said, oh yeah, after today, they're not undefeated anymore. So Closer was very confident in their ability to take these guys down here, so I'm going to be seeing exactly where he wants to path early on and affect these lanes to get his guys going.
Well, I think kind of pinging off what I said earlier, if Closer can gank for Bjergsen early, that is your way to open up the Taliyah to roam around and control the map. If Maokai plus Taliyah is a potent combination, even though they're both heavily magic damage, if you just W root them in place, it makes it easy for the Taliyah to hit the seismic shove. Tenacity coming in for the top laner harassment on the top side start. Impact Q3 does hit him though, and he's close enough to Sejuani to be able to stack up passive, but Spica's going to finish off the red buff before joining.
I like the fact that Tenacity wanted to go for this and harass the Sejuani early at level 1, but I like even more that Impact was ready for it.
Yeah, Impact likes it a lot because he's got a 300 health lead in damage that he was able to deal to the Fiora, so very nice early lead in health for the Cassante. And Impact has been doing really well with this champion, getting a lot of those solo kills at tower. Of course, that's post level 6 when you have the extra knockbacks, and you can have 3 knockbacks into your tower range. Q3.
Nope, just lets it run out. Okay, Okay, there we go. There we go. I knew it wasn't over quite yet. He had to slide back in there and get a little bit of stuff. Spica with the Arctic Assault over the wall. Gonna be hard to find the gank here because of the fact that Arctic Assault is still on cooldown for another 15 seconds.
Nice mirror here from Closer, coming to protect it. They know he's in.
Get a little damage on him, not a whole lot more.
Like I was saying, though, the mid lane here, both of these jungles trying to get control really, really early on here. Closer doing a good job keeping track of Spica, though, with these saplings, harassing him down, not letting the passive re-enable on him.
Okay, now Spica's gonna try to steal away this blue. Closer should be able to get in and contest it in time. Yep, there's your sapling over the wall into the brush. Gonna see that Spica's still trying to take this. There is smite available for both junglers. Running out of patience, though.
Soft
Partial
release.
reset. Yep. Winsome going in again. They're doing a great job down here in bottom, finding Busio time after time. Ignite burns him away. And it's first blood to FlyQuest, first blood to Winsome.
Oh my goodness, it's FlyQuest bottom lane, which strikes first. So Winsome on the Nautilus, Ignite down, Busio down. And you saw in the picture-in-picture there as well, the jungle skirmish kind of hiding the extra kill that went over, but Spica was able to get some work done here. Now crossing back around behind Vikla, really trying to support this Silas, another melee champion that works so well, stacking up Sejuani passive. Here's the replay, though, because the picture-in-picture did kind of cover up a little bit of the end of it. And it was right out of brush. Winsome just walks out, absorbed here by Busio, but too little, too late.
Hold on now, Tenacity! He gets a solo kill in his lane.
Another game, another solo kill for Tenacity. Yesterday was on Summit when he was going for the Demolish proc greedily, but this one on Impact as well. Tenacity taking down a bunch of these top of the table top laners here for himself. Finally back into the league. People were waiting for so long.
He was trapped in Academy jail.
Exactly, sitting behind Someday on 100 Thieves for an entire year. Didn't get to get any starting time.
Oh boy, Impact. He teleports right back into the lane only to find himself ganked by Closer immediately. Great presence here from Closer, just recognizing they can immediately punish again. And Impact is just in the dirt.
Make it a double for Milan. 2 kills on the Fiora. Clayton, that is the split push threat.
Yes, sir.
That is the key to victory here. 400 Thieves. Let's take another look at how it all started out. Okay, so nice job chasing him down with the forward-facing passive proc on the Vital, and then easily finishes that one off under the turret. He had a good little dodge there on the Q, get nice and close behind Impact on the initial chase down, but then it was just a pretty easy standard rundown. Both of them running the Ghost, but Tenacity saving his one after Impact already used it.
Man, oh man. We got ourselves a nice, spicy early game here, my friend.
Certainly do, and Spica trying to keep it that way. A little bit of a hover behind bottom lane because he's expecting a move here from Closer, which will come. Just a little bit of pass through.
Yep, just walking through. Goes a control ward into the Drake pit. Just to see. The Drake gets mad. Now it's gonna get sad and go right back to sleep.
Yeah, get sad or get sleepy. Or when you get sad, do you just go to sleep?
I guess that's what the
You know what? I've had enough for today.
It's a bad day. I'm gonna sleep this one off. We'll try again tomorrow.
Honestly, I've been there. I feel you, Drake.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Kim Drake.
It is going to be the push in from bottom lane, affording Spica the ability to start that dragon up, though. And they will put it out of its misery.
All right, he's going to take a long sleep now. Good night, Mr. Drake. That is the first one over to FlyQuest here, nice and early. 6 minutes, 45 seconds. Could set an early pace for a Drake Soul if they're able to keep that up. As Vikla exits to the top side of the river, he has a stolen Maokai ultimate that FlyQuest could try to use to set up a play.
And Spica is doing so well early on in this jungle matchup with the Sejuani. 40 CS to his name. Was able to pick up the dragon off of his bottom lane's success, but also his presence early on around the 2 solo lanes, helping them out a significant amount as well. Only problem here for FlyQuest to deal with is how are they going to deal with a fed Fiora?
Yeah.
Tenacity getting a lot of that money. So even though FlyQuest are keeping the overall team gold close with their kill on bottom lane, and their extra jungle farm especially, still is going to be an issue to deal with.
And Tenacity stays aggressive against Impact as well. He recognizes the lead that he has. He wants to keep Impact as far away from the farm, as far away from the wave as he can, and he's just going to get this one pushing towards the FlyQuest turret.
Yeah, it's similar to playing against Yasuo and Yone, that if you can keep him off the minion wave, then he can't charge up his Qs, then you don't have the Q3 threat. But we've seen so many people pushing up to Kusante turrets only to be knocked back into them. And Impact does have the all-out available now, so you always have to watch out. Once the Q3 is charged up, you have a lot of dodging to do.
Back here in mid, Bjergsen versus Vikla has pretty much gone even the entire time. No kill participation for either one, no deaths for either one. Same farm. Closer hanging up towards the top side of the map again as Winsome and Prince go in bottom side. Once again, after Busio, Killer Instinct out of Prince is going to find the kill, but it's Winsome getting the kill credit, unfortunately.
Prince going to get domination of bottom lane regardless of getting the kill credit or not, though. Having a fed Nautilus for FlyQuest and having some roam timers for Winsome could be devastating. Spica goes for the dive, though.
Nicely done. There finds the ulti over the wall and sets up Vikla for a payday.
Spica says hello to his other former teammates.
Yeah, buddy.
Even with all the focus on bottom lane down there towards double lift, Spica going to make his visit towards Bjergsen known. Thank you to his old coach. Little Raptor gank. Easy Q over the wall for Spica. Nails the ultimate. Bjergsen not able to flash it in time with the kind of the surprise appearance behind him.
Yeah, it's, you're Arctic assaulting as you're throwing the thing, so your reaction times have to be death levels to get away from that. And that guy's a world champion.
Definitely true. See about this all out and
Now-
power.
Hold on. Impact's decided he wanted to go for that underneath the turret play. Tenacity gets himself away, issues the grand challenge in response. Impact's just going to wait that one out. Spica on top of a ward as he looks for any way to follow this up. Just going to clear out the vision instead, get himself back away.
So we have the full rotation up to the Rift Herald fight here, though, for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, FlyQuest have left Vikla on bottom side. Does have teleport, but it is pre-unleash status, so it'd have to be to the tower, and I think you just make the call for FlyQuest. Hey, Impact just used all out at turret. Let him recall. Spica's fishing around, though.
Yeah.
Vikla's teleporting. They're actually going to come for
They're
the
ready.
sniper.
Oh, they steal it! Spica goes in and he gets the Herald, but he won't be able to pick up the eye. Tenacity gets a killing spree, and Busio looks for the charm onto the two bottom laners of FlyQuest. Winsome's gonna die now, second. A steal for FlyQuest that's only worth 300 gold, and 100 Thieves gets 2 kills.
I think the timing is a little off there on the communications lane, because the teleport from Vikla, if they actually wanted to fight it for the Smite fight there, was really late for him arriving. So Spica, even though he does secure the Rift Herald with the Smite, he's...
Oh, and Impact got it. Never mind, I misspoke. Impact got the eye at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still, they're unable to win the fight, because look at the timing on the teleport. This Rift Herald is dropping so quickly. Eyeball is open, so they can easily pop the eyeball and then burst it down into Smite range. Spica, Arctic assaults across the stones from Bjergsen. So even with the Talia field down and him stunning himself with the Arctic assault, he still goes across the wall, is able to get it, and Impact, while they're getting the distraction kills there, is able to pick up the Rift Herald. I still would say, though, if Vikla's going to teleport, you know, that was way too late if they actually wanted to take the fight. And so FlyQuest go down 2 extra kills, one of them being the Nautilus, who had 2 kills to his name already as well. So pretty up in the air here. Gold remaining fairly stable after that.
Honestly, pretty important that Impact stuck around and saw the opportunity to sneak in there and secure the eyeball to make that an even trade.
And I would say another issue is where the actual gold went, because it was kind of spread there for FlyQuest, but one of the kills also going to Tenacity for 100 Thieves in the chase down just further exacerbates this problem that FlyQuest will have to deal with later of the fed Fiora. But they keep up their dragon stacking here.
Prince getting on the other side. Dragon's gonna be secured by Spica. Maokai ulti flies out. Vickless here on the front, flashes away. Busio looking for the engage. Winston with the counter engage and the knock-up now. Busio's low. Prince into the back with a killer instinct as he finds a little bit more damage on the double lift and wants to kite this out, but he's all alone. Closer and Bjergsen keeping Vikla and Spica away from reinforcing their AD carry. It'll be support for support trade, but FlyQuest get the Hex Drake.
This is what people wanted out of this matchup.
This is what I wanted out of this matchup.
We're going back and forth, baby. Each team fight. Prince keeping it pretty even there, going in with the killer instinct to snipe the extra kill with the last little bit of damage. And FlyQuest securing the dragon beforehand keeps them on pace for that dragon soul. Here's another look at Spica with the smite hands to determine the day, basically.
Yeah.
Got the both dragons, got the Rift Trail. Nice burst there. Able to get it. His smite was upgraded to 900 at this point, I believe.
Yeah.
And so he's able to get it as Bjergsen is flying by on the rock wall. Busio had been burning down there with the Ignite. Prince was thinking, yeah, with the Ignite, even with the Honey Fruit right next to him, probably needs one more little bit of extra damage. So
Yeah.
Killer Instinct into the back. Make sure they get that kill. Don't want to let the support survive. And they trade Winsome for Busio. Now Busio and Winsome trading vision score right now. The true support battle.
Yes, sir. It's not about their health bars. It's about the health bars of their wards. 200 gold lead, 100 gold lead for FlyQuest. The game remains dead even with 20 seconds left until the turret plates fall. Neutral objectives have only gone the way of FlyQuest so far because of the fact that they stole that Herald and secured both Drakes for themselves. We'll see if 100 Thieves is able to challenge for the remaining Herald or the Drake that spawns here in about 3 minutes. Right now you can see bottom side river control going FlyQuest's way with 3 of their team's control wards being spent around that area. Just being able to cover any sort of entrance to make a move on Prince and allow him to keep farming up. He's got his Kraken Slayer already completed. Because of the fact that he didn't even buy tier 1 boots, you can see a fully completed Berserker's Greed for double lift instead, so he's a little bit behind on first completion. So Prince feels more powerful in the combat right now.
Yep, and holding on to all the extra long swords here for the evolution. Tenacity, though, is the richest one in the game still. Sunder complete, extra cooldown with the boots as well. See if they can do anything off of top priority, though. Doesn't seem like that is going to be the big determining factor. And with Impact getting his teleport first as well, should be able to handle himself at his turret no problem.
Sunder Fiora makes life pretty hard for a tank. Impact is going to get used to being underneath that turret for quite a while, I would think, unless Spica can do something about it. Impact immediately just jumping in.
Want that bounty?
Tenacity here. Q3 is primed and ready. Tenacity tries to get away here. W2 from Spica finds the mark. Repose goes in, but Impact's ready to go all out. Jumping right back in, they take him down.
There's the bounty acquired, and it goes into the hands of Spica. Radiant Virtue had just been completed as well before he came out for this gank. So pretty big power spikes being hit by FlyQuest and taking down the Fed Fiora, grabbing the bounty. Definitely gonna put them right back on track. FlyQuest here, the undefeated team in the LCS. 100 Thieves at this point might be considering giving up Dragon number 3 and then trying to fight the soul fight instead. That does put way more pressure on you, though, for that big Dragon Soul fight, and it doesn't allow you to make any more mistakes in this game in setup. They're turning their sights over here towards Rift Trail number 2 first, though, with Closer laying down all the saplings, trying to gain control of the area preemptively. They've got tons of wards all around it as well.
The big thing that I'm seeing, if we're talking about whether or not 100 Thieves wants to fight, is right now, it's not like there's second items coming online for FlyQuest that 100 Thieves don't have. Everybody's sort of hitting that first big item point right about now. Support's still working on it for themselves. Winsome going in a little aggressively there to flash back out.
Yeah, I was about to say, Clayton, it's going to be determined by what cooldowns are used in the next 30 seconds. Because the Dragon fight coming up means that Winsome will not have the Flash or the ultimate. He does have Hex Flash, but 30 seconds away shouldn't be enough time for Nautilus ult to come back up.
And 100 Thieves did get the Herald in the meantime. You can see that in Closer's inventory right now. So they'll have that to be able to use. Even if they don't want to contest this Drake, they could probably just use the Herald, force a turret somewhere else. Impact should be able to grab this first turret of the game down here in bottom lane for himself. Top side, you can see Tenacity still having that wave pushed up, but Vikla's there to answer. So Impact gets first turret for FlyQuest, brings that lead up to about 1,000 gold.
Winsome trying to retain vision control around this dragon setup. It has arrived. They're buying time here. Still 50% left on the cooldown of his ultimate. And that might be the key. 100 Thieves, they pop the Rift Herald towards mid.
But look where Spica is.
Their mid shove. Spica's behind for the flank, and it's the double teleport.
They're looking for the full pincer assault here. Vikla and Impact both show up with the TPs. Double Lift goes into the ulti as the feathers fly. FlyQuest goes for the play, but they haven't found any kills just yet. Lucio dies first, and Closer dies second. The Thieves are now trying to strike back, but FlyQuest won't fall. Tenacity picks up Impact, but Double Lift's under pressure, and the pressure is crushing as Tenacity tries to get away. He'll be stunned up by Spica, and FlyQuest are still pushing forward. Bjergsen gets a nice double seismic shove, and Tenacity and Bjerg, the two solo laners, will push the remaining FlyQuest players back.
FlyQuest win the team fight. They have low health bars, though, so they're giving up some pressure here. Bjergsen wants to get something out of it. Vikla sticks around to help clear out the wave, though, while the rest of the team goes back to replenish in the fountain. Everybody will respawn, though, so while that was an exciting fight with 2 extra kills over to FlyQuest, we still have the dragon to fight for, Clayton. We get back to lives quick, I hope, because they're going to respawn and get back out to that objective. This is what it looks like, though, when the all-dive team gets a double teleport flank and Spica's behind Double Lift and Lucio. They get those kills really, really quickly, taking out the front line from 100 Thieves. FlyQuest, then they just have to deal with the 2 solo laners. Double Lift goes down as well from the scramble here. And here's the reset, looking at Dragon still.
Spica's the one tanking 2 enemy players for a moment there. You can see Lucio and Closer going after him, but fortunately those are both just supports, tanks. It's not going to do a whole lot. Vikla's still hanging out back near the blue buff here, guaranteeing that he has a sort of a sideways entrance into this fight as 100 Thieves take control over the Drake pit. They're going to start the Drake up themselves. Prince is still in mid. He's just taking down the tier 1 turret. If FlyQuest want to contest this Drake and actually have a smite fight, they're going to have to go in soon. They fly out that ultimate from Sejuani, but it won't find the mark. Double Lift trying to get away. Lucio's very low. Drake at about 2,000. Closer's going to be forced out now, but he sticks around to fight, and he'll secure with the smite. But now he'll pay for it with his life as Spica goes on a killing spree, and FlyQuest chase after Bjergsen. He'll try to kite it out, try to stay close to the wall, but it won't work. Vikla goes on a killing spree.
They get the extra kills for FlyQuest. Closer wins one of the smites, secures the dragon, but at what cost? Tenacity now finds Winsome, and he's going to get some payback.
Winsome sticking around too long by himself as Tenacity gets shoved into the wall. Riposte back on the Impact, but he's not going to block any hard CC with it. Spica looking to rejoin these boys here in the bottom lane. Tenacity, now they're going to go all out here with Impact, but he's got to back up.
Here comes Prince, the Kaisa flank.
Can he find
There's
the
no
plasma?
tower.
He hits plasma onto Double Lift. Now they're coming in. Lucio's going to be the first target here for Prince's auto attack. Double Lift lets the feathers fly. Prince is putting the bullets in Double Lift. He takes them down. Prince. It's 3 kills for FlyQuest.
Oh, Prince arrives, and they wipe 100 Thieves remaining champions off the Rift. The Kaisa flank, W into the back line, another killer instinct, another assassination. They just look so good here with this full dive comp, keeping up the pressure on 100 Thieves on all sides. They're constantly attacking from a flank angle. Every single fight, at least one extra flank angle.
This FlyQuest team is so fun to watch. They know how they want to go about the fights. You don't see this indecision. You don't see like these sort of split moves as much as you see from other squads. Closer's going in with the ulti. They want to stop FlyQuest from being able to take this Baron, but now they've got to be careful because Vikla's stolen away the quickness. Prince is already unstoppable. It's 2 dead and 1's the jungler. Baron is free.
They're too good, Clayton. They're too good. FlyQuest rule the LCS. This is going to put them over a 6,000 gold lead after they acquire this Baron. 7.2. And they've got a lot of work to do with all these towers as well. There's more where that came from.
FlyQuest are about to balloon that gold lead even further. Only 2 turrets down means so much standing gold still left for them to take. The tier 1 in top lane, tier 2 in all 3 lanes. Let's take another look at how this happened bottom with Winsome initially getting caught.
Yeah, Tenacity gets a good pick onto Winsome. And you see 100 Thieves' idea. You know, they want to chase down as much as they can. They see Prince right now in mid lane. Okay, now your timer has to start, though. Prince just left mid lane. He's walking down, and he's on Kaisa, one of the AD carries that can join from the longest distance away. He then is able to land the snipe W here. Woo! right onto him. Killer Instincts into the middle, right next to double lift. And even though Kai'Sa is the anti-dive AD carry, when you're constantly getting attacked from multiple sides here, you know, we keep having these ultis pop off with multiple members of FlyQuest threatening different angles, and they still are able to make the collapse. They still take him down.
Prince and Vikla, man. 8,500 damage between the two of them.
It's so cool, too, the stories and the respect here from Prince. We've had multiple interviews. Ashley Kang was talking to him when he first came over to the LCS, and he mentioned how double lift was the AD carry that inspired him to be an AD carry and to be able to play him on the LCS stage here and actually take him down. Or at least making it look like it's a big possibility here for FlyQuest.
I mean, that Ashley Kang interview that you were talking about, it was Prince saying, it feels kind of weird even talking about like, oh, what if I made him retire? Because this guy's my idol. This is the guy that I looked up to when I first started playing. But now it's Prince just showing off here in this game. 5-0-7 on the Kai'Sa versus the 0-2-3 of double-list Xayah. As FlyQuest move into enemy territory, they're placing down wards. They're taking over the jungle. They are choking 100 Thieves out of the game and forcing them back to the lines of their own base. Tier 2 turret falls there in the top lane, and they'll rotate their men right over to mid.
Pressure continues on all three sides. 1-3-1 split push from FlyQuest, and they've got to collapse. You see Vikla right now.
Well, they go after double lift. He sidesteps the Sejuani ulti, holds his own ult, knowing he can walk out of the way of it. A lot of patience there, so he's able to continue fighting after the fight breaks out. Vikla versus Tenacity. Vikla runs over the wall. He does not win these in the 1v1. He has to flash over the wolf wall to stay alive. Nice job by Tenacity, forcing the FlyQuest mid laner away.
Yeah, the hope for 100 Thieves is one of the young rookie players here. Tenacity's still the richest person on his team. Unfortunately for them, they've been surpassed by multiple FlyQuest members.
It's about a 10,000 gold gap there, so the richest on his team and the richest on the other team, very different. One of these teams is playing with Monopoly money.
Very true. And they're going to be playing with Dragon Soul Point here. So number 3 going to be acquired without a fight from FlyQuest. That is definitely advisable for 100 Thieves. Just try and make the cross-map play. Split push here. Tenacity gets a little bit more gold for himself. Objective Bounty taken over.
And this is why it was so important that Closer won that Smite fight at the previous Dragon. It stops this from being a Mountain Soul for FlyQuest, which feels like it would just be the final nail in the coffin. 100 Thieves still have a little bit of hope right now. It's tiny. It's tiny, but it's there.
You gotta nurture that hope now, Flowers, for all the 100 Thieves.
That hope
fans.
is going to need a whole lot of help, 100 Thieves fans. They're going to need to pull off some pretty crazy moves here. And if they do it, how is it done? Is it just defend in the base and try to let Tenacity do a split push while you weather the
You're too far.
ult?
In my opinion, in these situations, you're too far behind to do standard defense, and you have to overload one side of the map. You have to go with multiple members, where FlyQuest are split pushing. If they go 1-3-1 again, you have to send like 4 members to try and pick off a split pusher.
Okay.
Because it's just full item advantages in a lot of these role matchups here. And even in the case of Prince here, he's got not only a full item over double lift, but also the added stopwatch, so the extra safety there makes it very, very difficult. And this is when you want to watch FlyQuest and how they close games, because they are the best in the LCS right now. When they have this big of a lead, they're not even exposing themselves to too much risk, not even trying to 1-3-1. They just condense onto 2 lanes. I like this much better, even though you can get bigger gains from going all 3. Just go 1-4, bottom lane push up here, and they're playing through jungle with 2 hovering members as well. Speaking and Prince not even fully committing, so FlyQuest just play on 2 lanes instead of 3. They don't want to give 100 Thieves the opening, but the 100 Thieves going.
100 Thieves are going in as they try to block for Prince on the FlyQuest side. Lucio's here in the front. A lot of damage pours out from 100 Thieves, but it's only into Spica, so there's not any real progress being made. Closer eats a ton out of his health bar as Bjergsen's likely to be killed here first. They want to kill him through the rock field, and they'll get him. Vikla grabs the credit, and 100 Thieves' assault is stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, that's what they have to make those attempts, though, before they're at your gates and FlyQuest are all grouped up, because you have no chance of taking them down straight up 5-on-5. So they try and attack while they're still a little bit split. But as we said, FlyQuest, they're accounting for it. And double lift is the next target.
Vikla goes in after double lift, but now Vikla might just die. Never mind. It's a Xayah ult for a Xayah ult. They'll both walk away from it, but double lift loses both his ulti and his cleanse for that play.
And they're still scavenging here. 100 Thieves, Tenacity, split pushes again. Another objective bounty shut down, but they're gonna get attacked.
I don't know if you can scavenge when you're being eaten alive back home. They already lose double lift and Busio is your next target. Impact leads the way, tanking the turrets, and Prince provides the DPS. Closer will die up here underneath the tier 3 in the top lane, and Bjergsen and Tenacity now have to stand against everybody else. Vikla goes golden to buy himself a little bit of time. Prince finds a Quadra. Is Prince gonna get the Penta? The damage is coming out, but the shutdown is there. Tenacity holds true somehow. He'll grab a double and stop Impact.
Do it,
He'll
do
go
it,
after
do it, do
Spica
it.
now next. Tenacity's got to get everything here and now if he can. He'll continue lunging after Spica.
Ghost,
He's got
baby.
the mana, he's got the ghost, he's got the move speed, and he's got the shutdown. It's only Winsome left, and 100 Thieves hold on.
It's not the hero that 100 Thieves fans expected, but Tenacity is the hero that they're getting this game. Can he keep them alive? FlyQuest here, this is another look at how they attack 100 Thieves during the split push inside their own base. They saw Tenacity going for the bottom tower, so Spica made a really good call there. Sejuani over the side of the wall. They get a bunch of extra kills, but then once they start calling for that Quadra, for that Penta that you're looking at, Flowers, that's when Tenacity is able to nurture that hope for the 100 Thieves fans. Get some extra money on this Fiora, and if they can finish this off, it looks like they can.
Oh, baby, 100 Thieves. From a 10,000 gold deficit to a 5,000 gold deficit, they aren't done yet.
Never give up hope, Flowers. It's always winnable. Always hit no on that surrender vote, baby. 10,000 gold lead, 3 dragons facing you. Don't care. Keep on fighting here. Tenacity, ooh, he's got the Spear of Sojin plus an extra longsword and the stopwatch. Tenacity just got so much money. Spear of Sojin back into the game is an item that gives people the fantasy of the 1v9s because it reduces your cooldown so much.
Yeah.
And with Fiora being able to spam those out is insane. You get extra defense by having more offense because of riposte. Constant cooldowns.
Plus the
Rocked on
lunge.
that.
It's permanent now. As long as you're hitting targets, you just go Q, 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 Q. What's the guy gonna do?
right, well-
Tenacity, he's got the power now.
He's got some power now, but the rest of the team are the ones under attack.
Okay, the Sejuani ulti finds Busio. Impact's gonna isolate Closer for the rest of the Thieves. He's gonna go down first. Now you got Busio looking to escape as they lock up Bjergsen, they lock up Double Lift, and they lock down 100 Thieves. FlyQuest may have gave them a little bit of hope, but they'll squash it here. Tenacity goes back to cut the wave and buy as much time as he can. But Vikla's ready to go after him, and now he's gonna have to fight Tenacity 1v1 until health shows up. Tenacity in a 1v4. What can he do? What can he find? Not a damn thing. FlyQuest get the kill.
I was rooting for him there. You're always looking at the underdog possibilities of the YouTube highlight, but no outplay this time around. Vikla had the stopwatch. He had the Zhonya's already upgraded. FlyQuest, what a good call to end that game. They attacked the 100 Thieves while Tenacity is far away, split pushing, and now they're coming for the Nexus turrets again.
Well, we are going to have a couple players up here in a couple of seconds, but I don't think it'll be long enough. Closer's dead immediately. Busio and Double Lift can try to fight. They got 2 seconds until Bjergsen's back alive. Nexus is already under fire. The Thieves did a pretty good job holding on as long as they could, but FlyQuest are just better.
That was a fun first game of the day, Flowers. FlyQuest really utilizing this dive comp super well, finding the flank angles. They had some outplays for themselves. The bottom lane, Winsome, coming up so big for this team. People thought this was going to be a big issue. FlyQuest don't have their full intended starting roster. It's not an issue at all for FlyQuest. They are undefeated. It has worked out magnificently for them. Winsome and Prince bottom lane with the Kaisa Nautilus combination. They get the early kill onto Busio with the ignites. Even with the kills going over to the Nautilus, they still use that to dominate their lane. Good job here from Spica as well on the Sejuani. Yeah. Getting the extra CS lead in the jungle while controlling neutral objectives for the team. Tenacity did as much as he could. 400 Thieves, though, the hope was shining up there. Got a lot of objective bounties, some comeback gold. Got some solo kill action going for himself as well.
I mean, it was a bright spot for Tenacity individually, but as a whole, I feel like FlyQuest's coordination, their team play, the way that they all decide exactly how they're going to work together, like that double teleport pincer play in mid, this squad just seems prepared on a different level compared to everybody else.
Yeah, especially because you're considering, yes, they know that we are going with this heavy dive comp, and they drafted some 2 pretty good counter dive tools, Zaya and Maokai Ultimate. Very good, counter dive tools, and FlyQuest just play around them. They make it look effortless with those flanks that you talk about. Also with their re-engages, when the Fed split push member Tenacity is off in another lane, that's when FlyQuest keep making these calls. They get their re-engage on the rest of the team that is even further behind in fighting capability. And FlyQuest are able to kind of nullify the only strong part of the 100 Thieves comp.
They've taken down Evil Geniuses. They've taken down Cloud9. They've taken down 100 Thieves. It's not like these guys are 6-0 because they're only playing the weaker teams in the league. Like, FlyQuest is really, 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 really good. So we'll have to see if anybody can figure out how to take these guys out. Up next, Spica is going to join the LCS Lounge for some VOD review. But before that, we would like to again bring attention and take a moment to talk about the tragic earthquake and everyone affected by it in Turkey and Syria earlier this week. You can join Riot in support by donating to the International Medial Corps by using the QR code on the screen right now. With that, we're going to go ahead and toss things to a break with TSM and CLG going head-to-head next. Yep, Winsome going in again. They're doing a great job down here in bottom, finding Busio time after time. Ignite burns them away.
Nicholas teleporting. They're actually going to come for the sniper.
They steal it. Spica goes in and he gets the Herald, but he won't be able to pick up the eye. Tenacity gets a killing spree, and Busio looks for the charm onto the 2 bottom laners of FlyQuest. Winsome's going to die now, second.
Here comes Prince, the Kaisa flank.
Can he find
There's
the
no
plasma?
tower.
He hits plasma onto Double Lift. Now they're coming in. Busio's going to be the first target here for Prince's auto attack. Double Lift lets the feathers fly. Prince is putting the bullets in Double Lift. He takes him down. Another good Prince. It's 3 kills for FlyQuest.
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We are joined by Spica for another VOD review segment. Congratulations on the win, Spica.
Thank you.
How was that game from your perspective?
You know, honestly, when we first logged in Sejuani, I was a little shaking because I remember last time I played Sejuani, I had like 30% win rate. And we lost. But I mean, I think we just win our draft. Like,
all right. Speaking of draft, I actually do want to pull it up as fast as we can then, because it was a very weird draft where there was a big pinch that came in on your side with a lot of bans focused on the bot lane. Was Prince scared of double lift?
No, not really, honestly. I mean, in review, we're just like, yeah, he's a Zeri one trick. Just remove Zeri, and then Prince is like, just, you know, I could go 4-5, like 1, 2, 3. I could pick anything against double lift, and
yeah, so you can see it down there. They went for the Zyra in the 2-3 spot, and then they sent some more bans down there. How were you guys feeling in the draft as this kind of pinch was going on?
I mean, I think we kind of knew how the draft was going to go in our draft meeting. We had some scenarios where our ball lane go 4-5 if they get pinched. But I mean, I think from how the draft went, I think it was okay. It was okay. I wouldn't say we are winning draft because their comp is pretty good, but I'm not going to say coach gap as well, you know? I
always like to blame the coach. Like, oh, they gave us a crap draft. We just had to outplay him. So that's all about you guys smurfing on them, which
of course.
You had a great game, actually. I was very impressed the entire time through. We'll start off at just level 1. This is kind of like the standard invade that people have kind of started doing. Did you call for this knowing that it was going to come in? Or
so I don't know if you see our initial level 1 before the minions even spawn. So we five-man
this went for the Nautilus rush mid.
Because their level 1 is honestly really, really strong. Maokai is stronger than Sejuani, Fiora stronger than K'Sante. We were initially going to do the knowledge cheese. I don't know if you guys remember the 5-man. You know,
Bjergsen actually just hesitated in base. Is why
I mean, he's really smart because he's really old, but that gives us this control, which is like, I'm really comfortable, right? Now I can see if they try to low one my Raptors, if Fiora's coming in. So, you know, after seeing what Fudge did to contracts, we were like aware of it.
Yeah, right. So he comes in. You guys kind of just shove him out. And I was wondering, what did you see that made you confident about the topside red to blue kind of invade that you went for here?
Yeah, I mean, so at first I was going to go for a mid game because we saw their war. So I queue over the wall to avoid their war. But then after a bit, he was playing really safe. And then after the sapling ram, I'm like, okay, they know where I am. But luckily, because of my hover mid, we get mid push. As a Salas against Talia, right? So that allows me I have top push, I have mid push, so I just walked in and just take his camps. And I think this is how usually the Sejuani Maokai matchup should be played. Like Sejuani has a lot of early game edge, he can fight a lot of 2v2s, and Maokai just slowly scales.
Right, so once you had the shove in top and mid, you were like, okay, this is free. You take this camp, and then I really like your cycle on his Raptors as well after Scuttle Crab. Was it because he just showed on the top initially?
Yeah, I mean, it's because we had the level 1 ward, so we know he started Raptors, so I have the exact timing up. So I'm like, okay, guys, you know, the Raptor's gonna spawn at 4 minutes. So I also call Nautilus, I call mid push, and then, you know, we know exactly where he is.
So a couple things were going on while you were doing all this jungle stuff.
Yeah, let's not talk about the top gap.
We're going to talk about the top gap. First, we have to talk about the bot 2v2 kill. Did you see what happened?
I actually didn't see this.
All right, we'll show you the first blood. You can react to it.
Let's see it.
All right, we'll get a little closer. Oh my God, was it a little bit later than I thought? Yeah, it was after the first push. All right, so coming in, it's just a hook right there.
Wow, this is a kill angle?
Yep. And then, wow, this is not the most accurate spectator usage. It's just a clean hook onto Busio.
Yeah. I mean, can we just look at the top 1v1? Because I think that one's more interesting than the bot 2v2.
You want to see what Impact did?
Yeah, I'm just really curious because Impact is a really good player. I respect him. I've never seen him get solo kills, so I'm just curious how he told me he got cheesed.
Where's the cheese? You can watch.
He told me he got cheesed. So I'm just thinking how he got cheesed.
It's probably a little earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Tanashi's just a dirty cheeser by just.
I don't think there was any cheese. He just used his W on him in the wave.
No, I think he definitely cheesed.
Cheese? Nowhere.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's okay. We can move on.
So there's the repeat gank that comes in. He's died twice. Are you like talking with Impact like, sorry, I can't go top anymore. This is a cursed lane. Like.
Yeah, I mean, after Impact got killed twice, I think Prince was really confident. He's like, okay, you know, it's a bot game. I could carry, and I think we play around like the deficit pretty well. Impact didn't like lose anything more other than that. And I think the Fiora didn't get much done, honestly, even though he was 2-0.
Yeah, so I want to go to some of your other ganks that came in. So you had a really good gank on mid that you kind of go in without them getting vision on you.
Yes.
Was anyone commenting that there was no vision here, that they had no idea you had snuck in, or was it just like an instinct play?
I think it was just an instinct play. I wasn't super like conscious of the vision. It's just like, hey, you know, Sejuani level 6 super strong, right? We could burn Talia flash because they're pushing hero right now, so I just want to get mid prow and then try to stop their hero and delay the game, you know, because I think if Fiora gets hero, it's like it's gonna be super hard for K'Sante to play, since you know Fiora will always have a side prow, and it's gonna be hard for us to play the map.
Cool. So there's another vision play that you do, right? Which is one of the big plays that your team's going to win. I think it's at around 17-10.
Yes.
You have this big TP flank comes in through bot lane. Again, was there anyone calling vision, or was this just all instinct to know that, like, if I'm going to make this play on mid, I want to go through bot?
I mean, I think it's just understanding how our composition works. If you look at our comp, right, we have to flank. They have Talia to stop front to back. They have Maokai to check. They have a Rakan Xayah Rakan, right? So it's really hard if we just, go first. So here I'm like, okay, we got to flank. We got to look for our different angles, and I think it worked out really, really well. If you look at the fight, it's like they're getting flanked from mid side. They're flanking from behind, and Xayah or Kaisa and Nautilus is in the front as well. And I think after this fight, honestly, like it just felt a lot easy, or really easy to play the game because now they have no summoners. We can look for silent plays. And I think this play just helped us win the game.
Yeah, this has definitely felt like the bit of the backbreaker. Then there's the Dragon play, the Baron play that all kind of snowballed off this. One play that did happen, I have to ask about, was Prince chasing the pentakill into Tenacity getting the solo, or like the cleanup into the Baron.
I was kind of sweating there, but I respect it. I think it's because, Berserker got a pentakill yesterday.
Oh, he's trying to match him?
So I was kind of making fun of him. I was like, wow, Berserker's already so good. He got a pentakill, you only got a quadra.
Yeah.
So that might have been my fault. So, I'll take the blame on this one.
So no one was calling him off. You're all like, get it.
Oh, I was like, oh, Penta. I was like, oh, wait, you're dead. But yeah, I mean, I was a little shaky after this, but I think we stayed calm and finished it.
Yeah, so we were asking a little bit about 18-0. Is it coming? Is the 18-0 happening?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to get complacent because, if you win a lot, you're like, oh, I'm just going to show up and play. If I lose, I still have, 10 more wins, right, under my belt or however many wins. But for me, I really want to go for the 18-0. Who's done it before?
In NA, no one's.
No one's done it before.
17-1's the record.
TSM versus P1, right?
And Immortals as well.
Yeah, so I want to go for the 18-0.
All right,
so I'm gonna be serious. I'm serious.
All right, 18-0 coming your way, promised by Spica. That's gonna do it for us here on the VOD review segment. Next, we have a SOC coming your way to get to know Chime and Champ Select on the other side for this game 2.
I'm Chime. My real name's John Pomponio. I'm from Victoria, BC, Canada, and I play support.
Who was your first main?
Elise.
Elise?
Yeah. Champ just came out. It looked cool. Jungle was OP and still is, but I played Elise and it was fun.
Favorite anime?
I really like Death Note. Death Note's pretty cool.
Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I got a dog. He's a Labradoodle.
Favorite champion?
Bard. You can do a lot of dumb shit and get away with it, and then there's a lot of playmaking. It just looks cool.
What's your favorite thing to do on your day off?
I like board games. Board games are fun. I really like Risk. It's like a classic, and I feel like you can just yell at each other for like a long time. It's fun.
Favorite food?
Pizza.
Favorite song?
Fumes by the Union Project.
Favorite movie?
I'm going through so many Quentin Tarantino films, and I love them, but I don't know if they're my favorite. Oh, V for Vendetta. I like that movie.
What are your honest thoughts on the state of the CLG TSM rivalry?
To be honest, I didn't really know there was one to begin with. I mean, I always want to beat every team I play, so I want to beat CLG. I guess Poom and I had like a similar trajectory, and then I know the first job I was offered was it was like 100 Thieves Next and Harrisburg were the two teams after my scouting grounds that said like, hey, we're interested in you, and then Poom accepted the Harrisburg one and then also the 100 Thieves one, and then at that point it was too late for Harrisburg. Harrisburg then said, oh hey, we'll take you, because they both said Poom was our first choice, you're our second, and then so he ended up taking both because he took the first one and then the better one, and then they were like, okay, we can't take you till next semester. So then I was like, damn it. But I mean, it was no hard feeling. Like, he was the better sport at the time.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We're just about ready to get into TSM versus CLG.
We're in already.
Yeah.
Champ Select.
I love it.
Oh, wow.
Immediately the best.
Lucian's out?
Yeah.
So we won't have the Lucian Zeri trade. Let's go.
Maokai's still available, so I would expect that TSM would want to pick it. Elise has been the constant ban versus TSM, so I feel like they just have to figure out which one they're going to use their draft resources on.
They already pinched the Lucian Nami kind of out already.
Yeah.
It does leave Lulu Zeri up. So it does mean a bit of a weird thing if you get rid of the Elise. We're going to get rid of the
Oh,
instead.
interesting.
Okay.
I do wonder if TSM will just first pick Elise here, if it's like that important, because obviously it's one of Boogie's most comfortable champions. You can direct the entire early game, and Elise, I think, has just risen in prio all around the world.
And I think for TSM, when I watch their games, their win condition is so narrow. Their bottom lane doesn't necessarily get advantages. Solo neutralizes. It's on kind of Boogie and Maple to flip the game. So I love the first pick Elise. Doku's kind of laughing about it, but this is like when you're in NA Challenger and you're playing Moose Hater, do you ban the Garen or not? It's not quite the same, but Boogie's Elise can dominate. I love the first pick.
Yeah.
He might have been smiling because the Skarner hover from Captain Flowers giving him some love.
Yeah.
Another one too. I'm interested in whether he goes towards the Wukong, which the contract has gone towards in the past. You can always clone out, but also the Maokai that I had mentioned. So I was going to say that I would like for him to pick the Maokai. I think that was the trade that he was trying to go for. Hovering over the Nami, but I don't expect that to be the case. They do need to end up picking AD carry on first phase. That has been the meta. You don't want to drop into 4-5 and get that pinched out. So I think it's smart for them to pick it here.
Yeah, you would think Zeri, like we said, potentially, but they also have played like the Sivir comps and stuff like that. And TSM, they did draft earlier game yesterday against, there you go, there's the Zeri. But CLG going late game makes a lot of sense here against TSM, who, like we said, went early game yesterday versus Cloud9, but generally has been taking scaling options.
Yeah, and I will say, even because they have Elise, that doesn't mean TSM has to go all out early game. You can still pick scaling in the rest of your role. So it looks like the handshake here. There's Zeri on one side. What would they handshake?
Oh,
I mean, they could do Sivir.
Hey, I think they're just going to trade Sivir.
2022.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm interested in the
We're back. Where's the Yuumi?
I think Karma would probably just be the response here. So you have
Stand out.
lane. Oh, you're right. I'm trying to think about what support you would pick here. Yuumi is not an answer.
I know you
so.
can't Yuumi anymore.
Yeah.
So
It's a little harder
the
now.
Enchanter pair with Zeri is not as ideal, which kind of makes me like the Lulu Sivir at the moment.
Yeah. Also, from CLG side, they've been the team to experiment with Seraphine a little bit, or more options for Poom. Poom has been an engaged support more regularly, so they can honestly drop down to 4-5 like we saw in last game and just pick something that just starts a fight.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to go for the Renekton instead of trying to match bot lanes here and say, like, all right, if you're going to keep throwing bans at us, go for it, and we can actually start banning out some of Solo's champ pool, which is admittedly pretty narrow in terms of what it wants to do, things like Ornn, Renekton, and more scaling and frontlining oriented.
Yeah, I agree. And it's also TSM that started off the top lane bans with the Cassante.
Yep.
So now you can just continue to ban, as you mentioned, Solo's picks. For me, I would still ban Jax. I know the matchup for Renekton is good quite early, but then you don't want to get outscaled, and you don't want to find an angle in which Elise Jax is finding a pick onto Renekton, so I want that to get banned.
Yeah, so they banned Kassadin, which is maybe possibly setting up a blind pick for Maple. I would definitely ban Ornn. It's good by CLG to get it out of the way.
That makes sense. I would personally want to give it to them just because it forces the Elise to play around mid and bot, which
You want to give them
TSM
Ornn?
wants.
I would never give Solo Ornn. That's
Against
crazy
Renekton?
tough.
No way!
I just don't want to give a good pairing for Elise. I think Ornn Elise is an awful pairing, and that you're just forcing TSM to play towards mid bot.
They don't gank
I
top
mean,
anyway.
yeah, I was going to say, I think this is
Finding
kind of
Elise is a
something
bot lane pairing. He's
we're
just
seeing-
camping.
Yeah, we've seen...
Oh!
Oh, okay. The Sona coming through. We saw Core play it, and that lane kind of dumpster. It's a little different with the Zeri. But I think the other thing is we're seeing the kind of classic... We've talked about this with Impact a little bit, but like with Solo in particular, like what are you going to do with the counter pick? Kind of like the gauntlet challenge thrown out. And in that case, I actually really like the Ornn ban.
Yeah, I definitely agree about overall
Backup.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
That's the backup.
Yeah. We saw it from Impact just yesterday, and so being able to see an AD tank topside, I'm interested in what Maple picks here, because if the Sylas, then yeah, I agree. I think the Sylas at least is something you have to be afraid of, regardless of what pick CLG ends up going for their mid lane.
Yeah, Sylas and the Maokai,
Yeah.
always a strong counter. We saw that
True.
come in last game just as well.
Yeah, they don't have traditional Elise pairings, so this really speaks to their how much they just think Boogie is good at Elise, right? It's not Elise Renekton. There's no
Lane
reliable dive they can
Yeah.
set up. They don't even have like a Leona or a Nautilus for dives bot lane, so he really just has to land blind cocoons.
And what do you think? What do we think should be Palafox's pick here? Jace?
Jace?
Where's that
Renekton
going?
mid?
Renekton mid?
It could just be. It actually could just be.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to go for an immediate lane counter, but once again, Boogie is going to be looking for a bit.
I think this is bold.
This is current.
I don't
is
like it.
So much
I don't
AD
like it.
damage against a Scion
Yeah.
top. Like,
That lets TSM scale. You can just play Azir.
Yeah, that's what I'll
Yeah.
I think you play Azir and just have contracts hover you in moments in which, yeah, you're afraid of the Boogie gank, but they're actually going to be going quite all in mid lane.
Yeah, I actually like
Yeah.
Victor Azir there, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Jace mid, that's a Palafox thing.
I agree with the fans that TSM has a better draft here.
was there that shoot up on the last pick?
yeah.
Hey, if they win off this draft, maybe Boogie's back on the ban list on Elise. that
Yeah.
could just be the angle.
All right, both TSM and COG started the season 2-0, 0-3. Let's send it over to the casters to get in the game.
Thank you very much, Analyst Lounge. And yes, it is time for TSM versus CLG. Kobe, you know what I noticed? We have a Sona cosplayer in the audience today, and we get a Sona pick. So I'm thinking maybe there's a meta strategy
where you cosplay as Skarner.
Do you have any purple oven mitts?
I can get some.
That's what we need.
I will
If
do
come
that
in
for
dressed
you.
As a Scar, I will paint my entire body purple if it gets these players to play that champion. But today we get to see the Sona Zeri lane. I do not know how Sona Zeri works specifically, but I figure it's probably close to Zeri and every other enchant.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. We'll see about how much poke Poom can actually get done here. That's how we tell the difference between the aggressive Sona players and the farm for late ones. Looks like there is going to be the classic rush push here on bottom side. We do kind of expect early stages to be farm down on bottom side and Elise to try and make a play on one of the more aggressive solo lanes, but this is what's so exciting for me. A champion select where we finally get Elise through. Elise, one of the scariest level 3 gankers and one of the champions that best facilitates tower dives. So if this game is not on fire with early ganks, early tower dives, early action all over the place, then I will be very disappointed because we almost never get Elise get through the ban phase and into the actual game. So
Yeah, if you get to 20, 25 minutes and you haven't been able to find a big impact on Elise, well, now you've got a problem that you picked her in the first place. But getting in there early, affecting all these different lanes, being able to counter jungle the other guys, steal things away, that's what I want to see.
And he is going for the electrocute. It's been gaining a lot of popularity to go for the press the attack on Elise because your Q, human form, and spire form you apply on hits, so you can get the burst damage and you can get the damage amp for your teammates and stuff later. That's how you can kind of scale a little bit later also because you can still provide a damage amp plus
It's like what people used to do with Trundle.
Yeah, and there's a big difference between Elise players that just perma gank and those that weave in a decent amount of farm, will determine like how hard you're gonna fall off and what your curve looks like. But bottom side, the farm, battle over the farm continues. Good swap there. Thank you, observers. Shows us the ward on Boogie. Knowing where Elise is at level 2 and where Elise is getting her level 3 provides so much here. Big Dokes has the extra information. They know Elise is going to be 3 as soon as she finishes the Gromp here.
Yep,
so
that's
be
what Boogie's gonna be looking
aware.
for. Dokla just goes ahead, checks that river brush to make sure that Boogie wasn't trying something cheeky all the way back at level 2. They're going to see Boogie still clearing this out, so the ward lasts long enough that they will see Boogie hit 3 and then path back down towards his wolves.
Yeah, and if you're in solo queue, you just spam pinging enemy jungle.
Please don't go there, please don't go there, please don't go there.
And then 15 seconds later, you keep spamming the entire path. Okay, careful, careful. Please, please don't die. Please don't die. Please.
He's
don't
right
die.
there. I'm telling you, he's right there. Palafox sees him, goes back and checks. All right, CLG comms are on point. They have spotted the spider.
The spam pings worked. Palafox got the notification. They sussed him out. They found the spider.
Now they'll stay safe for now, but it will be up to Boogie to find those angles more as the game goes forward. Contract's going to step into the enemy jungle here, recognizing that if Boogie got level 3 off of the Gromp after getting the blue, then he probably only did his red in the bottom side. So he's going to walk in there and just see that chicken camp.
Yep, and Maple was able to see not only Contracts, but the ward that Contracts put down, which nowadays, since it's so easy to just ping, if you see a ward, you get your little 5 gold star, basically bonus from the game, and it alerts all your teammates forever that that ward is indeed on your Raptors Contract. So he knows, everybody knows. And they got the little bit of extra 5 gold. Here we go, baby. The Elise patented tower dive.
All righty.
With the repel.
Let's see it work. You want Boogie to take the aggro first because he's the one who's got to drop it by using the repel. There it is. Goes up, goes down, and TSM just completely botches it. What in the hell is going on up here?
So I will say, Big Dokes played that super well. You always want to play through the minion wave to dodge the cocoon. He dodges another cocoon!
He goes back and gets another one! Dokla's too damn good at this game!
Solo does get the double, though, as Palafox tried to jump back in and kill him, and now Contracts is going to have to flash after him.
He goes in for the twisted advance. He arms the sapling in the brush. Contracts gets him. It'll be a 3-2 game for CLG.
Well, we are already getting what we asked for, Clayton. The blood early on. They're not going to let this Elise go to waste. Boogie makes the move for the early tower dive. I think Dokla. So again, playing through minion wave is really critical because Cocoon from Elise, if you can block it with the minions or even delay Elise casting it,
right,
then you have way bigger chance of outplaying. So Dokes goes right for his minion wave. Look at him. He's hiding behind minions the whole time. He then goes for the stun through the minion wave to the other side. So Boogie has to go into spider form and then use the repel early. So Maple, with the tower aggro on him, goes down, and CLG initially with a beautiful, beautiful outplay. Then Dokes is like, man, I'm charging up my Fury here. I'm going to be able to heal again. So he goes in. He gets another kill. Solo answers it. And it could have been left at that. But as we know, Palpox then went in to try and finish, which caused also Contracts coming over to get another kill.
A whole
And so
cascade.
everybody's getting money. And they've turned it into a lot of upgraded boots here. Double Merc Treads picked up for CLG mid and jungle for them, which I love because they're playing against Elise and Sylas. So huge value on these Merc Treads for Contracts and Palafox to be able to fight that mid jungle 2v2. It's critical in how you want to play, to your team's win condition and kind of delay and not allow this Sylas to really get any power in the game. The point of this Jace picks for Palafox and that kind of surprise at the end of the CLG draft is to punish this Sylas and beat Maple and Boogie at the 2v2 in mid and jungle. And so putting their early money into those high value Merc Treads is definitely going to allow them to do that. And we'll see about the scaling here as well, because Contracts did, of course, get one of those kills for the Maokai early on. If you can rush that Demonic Embrace, then your sapling control goes from really annoying to actually deadly.
Very impressive indeed. Dragon's going to be secured by the side of CLG. Contracts can't get away because he already used his flash earlier, remember, to secure the kill in top. So that means TSM can get one back and bring the gold in this game right back to dead even.
Yeah, good little punish here from TSM. They don't let him get to Dragon and get out, getting one kill for themselves. It did cost the Sylas ultimate there. He steals Maokai ultimate to kind of zone off Contracts, and Contracts eventually goes down with the Ignite on him as well. But still, Dragon picked up there for CLG.
Now I got my eyes on this top lane in particular because Dokla's doing a good job right now. Like, he played that first tower dive well. He's almost got the first plate. But we saw Sion become invincible in a game yesterday. It was Impact piloting that one. And Solo is currently up almost 2 waves in farm, working on doing the same thing himself.
Yeah, I was going to add that, yeah. While Big Dokes outplayed the initial tower dive super well, Solo still went back in and got the 2 kills on the 2 solo laners.
Yeah.
He took him down, plus got the extra kill onto Palafox. So this Sion will be very, very annoying to deal with. Also, love the new Bramble Vest. You can just pick that up. There is a Sona on the enemy team, so that plus the healing from Renekton and Maokai, it's pretty valuable to get the Grievous Wounds, and they just straight up buffed the return damage on the item as well. So definitely a lot of possibilities for good investment of that early lead.
You can see right now he's got the bombies. He buys his plated steel caps. Once he turns that bombies into a Sunfire Cape, he's feeling really good because Contracts isn't going to do enough magic damage to kill Sion with all of his passive health. So he's going to be able to stack plenty of armor this game against the Jace, the Renekton, the Zeri. It's TSM deciding they want to go in. Solo looks for Poom, who flashes over the wall to get out of the way of the engage. Dokla's already down. That was not good from the Croc. And TSM just stomps him and takes the eyeball.
Yeah, really, really good initiation from Solo. One of these top laners is way tankier than the other one. That fight was before even the Kindle Gem was picked up, I believe. So it was the Caulfield's Renekton. That thing just burned like paper. That Crocodile went down instantly. Meanwhile, Sion with ultimate forces a flash, zones the rest of the team off. So TSM, really good setup off of that Rift Herald for themselves. They get the Rift Herald, they also get the extra kill, and by nature of killing Dokla with no tower or no teleport for himself, it allows Solo to get 2 turret plates and another tower dive.
Oh, and now this is what TSM wants their tower dives to look like. That was much, much prettier, boys. They pick up the freebie on Dokla. Now he's even further behind as Poom and Luger want to turn things around on Neo and Chime. Luger getting out of the way of the return of the Boomerang Blade. A little bit more damage. They won't connect there with the zap, but Luger doesn't seem to be done yet. Gonna keep on pressuring this turret for some plate money as Neo and Chime have to retreat.
Yeah, necessary cross-map play for CLG, seeing the mid lane and jungle roam up the top side. They think, okay, we've got to make something happen on the other side of the map. TSM just spent a lot of resources to keep this Renekton behind and get that early first tower. So they do at least get a little bit for themselves in the form of a turret plate on bottom side, but it's still a magnificent win here for TSM on the top side. They get the whole tower with the Rift Herald, and Solo is massive.
Yeah, this Scion is already a problem, Kobe, and it's only going to get worse unless CLG can find a way to knock him down a couple of pegs here. Still no completed items for anybody on the map aside from Maple's Silas, who does have Rod of Ages stacking at 10 minutes.
Solo is actually just a miner. He's walking around taking turret plates with this Demolish proc off of every turret in the game, it feels like. He goes, grabs some more money off the mid lane, annihilates the minion wave. He's having such an impact.
I thought you were trying to say he's like still in high school, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure the dude has like a full beard and a mullet. I don't think he's still...
It is a magnificent mullet.
Yeah, no.
Joe Dirt even is jealous.
Yeah, Joe Dirt's jealous of Solo here at this point, as we've got this man just stomping around the jungle. 99 farm compared to 81. How much money, observers, if we could switch over to the gold. He's got 1,150 gold in his inventory as well.
Let's also check how much bonus health he's gotten.
From Soul Furnace.
Yeah, I love all the stacking passives.
485.
Pretty juicy. Big
485. Yeah, 11 minutes in, you've got almost 500 extra HP. Remember that a ruby crystal costs, what, 400 gold and gives you 150? Yeah. So you're getting about 1,200 gold's worth of stats from that passive here so far. Feels really good for Solo and for TSM with the current state of the game. The second dragon's about to spawn. Dokla is up in the top side of the map. He has teleport, but it is not unleashed. It'll be Maple over there answering him as TSM starts off the Drake. CLG coming over to answer. Doesn't look like they're willing to give this one away, but Solo is again going to be the one trying to zone them out. He'll tank up the Maokai ulti. And TSM are still staying on the Drake as Solo zone. They gotta figure out how they're gonna play this. Palafox with the Shock Blast on 2. Contracts needs Boomerang Blade. TSM are forced back. Dragon's gonna reset here in about a minute if they aren't careful.
You notice how Solo's is shrugging off all the damage though?
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's actually going in even further. He uses the ulti. He CCs 2, but TSM goes in too far. Palafox is able to swoop in and immediately kill Poom as Luger's now fighting with his back literally against the wall. Neo barely stays alive as Palafox and Contracts have to try to get something now. Dokla's ready to enter into the fray, but Contracts drops before he can arrive. CLG are disjointed. Everybody's coming in at different times. Solo just flashes over the wall. See you later. Oh man, poor Dokla's just gotta watch him run.
Oh my goodness, that was so funny. Solo, you can tell the comms right there. You know, he's standing in the front, absorbing all this damage, but the rest of TSM are like, hey, we're actually taking more damage than you, even though you're soaking all these skill shots. And so the rest of TSM huddling back here, kind of pulling the dragon off to the bottom lane side. Boogie getting a little bit low. The Hex Dragon actually pretty annoying as far as the dragons do go. And then they try and follow up, but Palafox snipes out Elise here. And they look at the back line. Luger gets left alone though, because Solo, even with 3 people on him, still is able to push off the rest of the members of CLG and allow TSM to get the extra kills and then use his flash as well to get out, no problem. So Dragon acquired for TSM, plus the increase in the gold lead. I wanted to point out before that kind of sequence actually started out though, the good map movements from TSM. As they make the call to go for Dragon down by this side of the map with those 4 members, they also made the call to rotate Silas from mid lane up to the top side, catch the minion wave, and disallow Dokla from getting extra turret plates and pushing up there and losing out on those minions. So it was a good job of them not only setting up the dragon for themselves and utilizing that super powerful Scion to get them the objective and get them the positioning for the team fight. But they also rotated over to funnel more money into Maple and stop CLG from getting some objectives there of their own.
TSM's feeling really good about the first 15 minutes of the game here. They're up 2,500 gold. Drakes are tied. Solo's still in complete control over the top half of the map, although Dokla has caught up mostly in terms of the farm. Boogie's Elise, 5 out of 8 kill participation here in the first 15 minutes. 2 deaths, one of which was the unfortunate tower dive that got bungled up there on his first gank attempt. And now they're going to start up the Rift Herald here for TSM. Boogie can solo this one easily as long as nobody else shows up to stop him from the other side. And with Neo applying pressure back in mid lane, Luger and Poom are going to be stuck right there. Dokla approaches towards the Herald Pit now. He throws the ward over the wall, but all they're going to do is see TSM taking it. Not a whole lot they can say about it.
I love games like this because it's so funny when people are so used to saying, oh yeah, you know, the Scion side of the matchup there, you're just up there absorbing. It's you'll be so useful later.
Sit under turret and farm.
But TSM throw all their resources up to the Scion and make this massive frontline threat. So Neo here just collecting kills on the Sivir is going to be a big DPS threat behind this immovable tank later on. Dokla going for the flank though.
Dokla wants it. They're going to sync it up with the Maokai ulti, and there he goes. Big Dokes. They find a kill on Neo, and CLG are now ready to keep the fight going, but contracts fall. Palafox coming in from behind. Chimes at 200 HP. Palafox needs to chase him down for a little more damage, but Luger gets him first. TSM on the run. Solo on the front line, soaking all the shots. Can he survive? He'll barely walk it off. The zap comes through. Shock blast gonna be soaked by Maple. CLG find a big play there.
Nice wraparound from CLG. They know we can't go through Solo, so we got to go around him. Dokla with the flank over the Raptor Pit, timed with the Maokai ultimate to get themselves a kill and a tower to boot. They needed that to get back into this game.
And we have 56 seconds before the next Drake spawns, meaning all those resources used for that last team fight, those ultimates should be ready to go here again. Let's take another look. You can see Dokla go over the blast cone. He's ready for the flank.
That was one of those big old blast cones for the giant jump. Then they time it with the Maokai ult, and the little bit of damage there comes from Sona. Nice little last bit of damage. And then Palafox on his flank, able to get the chunk on the chime. They continue chasing through. Zeri is so good at chasing you down and harassing here. Luger using that ultimate, using all the extra speed. Nicely able to dodge as well as keep up all of the extra autos coming through. And CLG, after winning that fight, are actually in a position to set up here for the next dragon. They currently have Palafox towards top side. Does have his teleport ready for another Jace flank if they need it.
So here's the important thing. Luger and Poom both still don't have ultimates. Neo's is about to come back up, but everybody else on TSM already has theirs. So it's ulti's situation favoring TSM in this certain setup right now. Poom is just about to get his ulti back, but it doesn't look like CLG want to fight for this.
Yeah, priority gain from TSM pushing in the mid wave. Mid prio pushed all the way up to secondary tower, so they start up the dragon themselves. CLG poking around, but Palafox is making the call. I want this top tower gold. Let me get this objective first.
Solo comes to stop him. Palafox can interrupt the Q knockup to get rid of him, but has to flash away from the ulti, so he'll escape. Cost his flash, but he gets the turret.
Yeah, it was a very expensive tower gold that they were able to get because it cost them, yeah, that flash as well as the dragon. The rest of TSM, Chime and Boogie here trying to chase down Palafox in the jungle, knowing he has no flash afterwards, but they don't fully commit to it. They don't blast cone over, knowing CLG have a much quicker route to rotate. And it's going to be the full resets. No objectives left on the map here. So, Palafox now with no flash makes the split push a little bit more difficult, and even though they move up on Solo here, he's not very scared.
No, he's not really afraid of much of anything, I don't think, man. This guy is a brick wall. What is that, 3,400 HP in a game where almost everybody else has like 2,000? Yeah, 3,402 health, 848 of which is coming from the passive on his W, that Soul Furnace.
Yeah, and the reason why Sion is one of the most picked tanks in competitive play is because, yes, the utility of the ultimate for these rotations and trying to get engages down as well around objectives, but also he is one of the tanks that can very quickly annihilate minion waves and then move over to the rest of the team. So Sion is one of those tanks that gives you a lot of what people refer to nebulously as tempo. Very quickly killing minion waves, being able to use the ultimate to transition really quickly for himself, and he's going straight up mid while the rest of the team is pressuring bottom and avoiding the Maokai ultimate.
Yeah, Sion's pretty mobile for a big old boy, and he's going to go ahead and continue pushing that tier 2 in the mid lane while the rest of TSM pushes towards the tier 1 in bot. CLG have 4 men defending this bottom lane tier 1, but they're going to use a stolen Maokai ulti from TSM to force the fight anyway. The turret's taken low. Dokla's killed before they even drop it. They're going to grab the turret, and they're going to push the issue even further. Solo cuts off contracts from the other 2 players, and they finish him off first. Boom can't get away after from the CC, and it's a double kill over to Neo. The TSM steamroller, chugga, 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 just flattens CLG.
Yeah, TSM have Solo the steamroller, and then they've got Neo the buzzsaw right behind him, chopping everybody down. It is quite the combination, Flowers.
Buzzsaw steamroller, that's like some Mad Max stuff. I can respect that. TSM, they are going all sorts of crazy on CLG 20 minutes into this game.
Yeah, nicely stolen Maokai ultimate there. Not only were TSM able to just hide everybody behind Neo's spell shield for the CLG Maokai ultimate, but then they still themselves, use it at the tower, push them off. They time it with Solo's teleport coming in. Solo immediately ults as well for the follow-up engage to get another one. It's just nicely coordinated here by this TSM team. And definitely going to be a worthwhile win if they're able to get it here. Both these teams tied 2 and 3 in the standings. Currently with the massive gold lead for TSM and +1 Dragon as well. Side lane attempt here from CLG to pinch. Look at the mini map though. Because all of TSM have come over to Baron to try and get control, Maple's not worried and he was looking offensive.
Oh yeah, we got some reinforcements for the side of TSM, and it's way too much damage, man. Sona is one of the squishiest champions in all of League of Legends, and TSM are making sure Poom does not forget it. Now it's them with a 5v4 for the next 20 seconds. They have control over the top side of the map, control over the red side CLG jungle, and they're starting up the Baron.
All right, Contracts does not have Flash, nor does he have Smite right now. So there's not a lot of threat on TSM. Boogie is waiting on his Smite. It'll come up quicker.
Oh, they just immediately decide to go in now, forcing the fight on CLG. Contracts not stepping into the charged queue of Solo, but now they polymorph Dokla, and he's going to be forced back too. He's got the Dominus currently active, giving him plenty of power, but he still cannot force this further forward because there's still 4v5. CLG have stopped the Baron, but that's all they can do for now.
So Sion's just OP or what?
Sion's a bit of a problem.
That was a beefy boy right there. He didn't even look like he was losing any health in the back. But TSM made the call. They were worried about a steal, and since there was a little bit of time still left on Boogie's Smite, they were thinking, yeah, let's flash over. Maybe we could just get a kill instead. Yeah. We do not want to flip. There's no reason for us to flip right now. They have such a big lead with this massive front line and a turbo scaling backline in the Sivir. So there's not a lot of concern in TSM's mind to cause them, pressure into flipping any sort of objective. Easily, they can just rotate right back down to the Dragon, 4-1 split push, and pick it up.
Alrighty, TSM starting it up, Solo zoning everybody away. The Zeri laser doesn't even hurt him. Like, it barely puts a dent in his shield. And TSM are very well aware of just how strong they are compared to their opponents right now. 3 drakes to 1. Here comes the Sion train. Contract's gonna be caught away from the rest of his team. Tries to drop his ulti defensively, but it can't be done. Maple goes on a killing spree, and that's the enemy jungler, Kobe. If there was ever a time to take Baron, it's when the enemy jungler's dead. I think TSM have one thing on their mind.
I think TSM agree, and they've got a stolen Maokai ultimate for a turn. So even though they used their Sion ultimate, stolen Maokai ultimate plus Sivir ready to chase people down, they might also look for the turn here.
CLG trying to stop it. They already had to do this once, 4v5. Now they got to do it again. They're going over to see if they can stop Maple before he reinforces with the rest of TSM, but Dokla immediately loses 3/4 health. TSM going right back onto the Baron. It does a partial reset. still at about half HP. TSM are going for a turn and burn. Nice shock blast from Palafox. Gonna find Chime and Neo. Put a big chunk into both those health bars. Baron's already down to 2,000 HP. They want to try to finish. Boogie's gonna secure Baron for the side of TSM, but can they get away? Neo's got barely any mana to work with. Maple right back over the wall. They find the kill on Luger. The AD carry is down, but he's traded away for Boogie. TSM, no mana on the top laner, no mana on the AD carry. They're trying to retreat here.
Oh,
as
big
CLG does everything they can to try to catch up. Contracts throws out the ulti, but remember, it still moves slow at the start. They won't get anything from it.
TSM make good on their escape. Maple using the Stolen Sona ultimate just for a little bit of poke here as it was about to time out. They get their Baron, they survive. CLG trying to chase down something, but unable to get more than that single kill they pick up. And objective bounties have arrived. TSM feeling very good about their reset.
TSM, 5.8 thousand gold ahead. They got Baron for the next 2 minutes, and then their Drake Soul spawns in 3.
And we're looking at some pretty big power spikes coming soon for their carries. Death Cap for Maple, Quick Blades for Neo. So their tanks well ahead, and their carries are soon to follow.
CLG is going to have a tough time coming back into this one. It's got to be perfect. The engage has all got to be just layered. Contracts ulti on top of Poom ulti, on top of Luger ultiing everybody and firing through all of them. Big shock blast onto the carries. Like, there's so many conditions that have to be met for CLG to have a good fight here. And that's not even talking about the presence of this Scion that's now at 4,000 health and leading the charge into the CLG base. Demolish proc hits like a truck. The first tier 3 turret is down, and TSM should be able to take the inhib here as well. Dokla's back in the bottom lane, trying to take out the tier 2 of TSM as a trade. Should be able to get it, I would think. TSM not really super concerned about that, as now they're going to switch their attention over to the top side of CLG.
Yep, they send Solo back, so at least try and stop it at the inhibitor turret here, but that's going to be enough. CLG call it off. Giving up one inhibitor, here's a cope take.
Okay, all right, hit me with the copium.
When you give up one inhibitor, it's still farmable. You know, that's not going to cause so much pressure, especially because it's middle inhibitor.
Right, everybody's mid anyway.
And you can still kind of rotate over to contest objectives. If you can use that, continue to farm these waves. CLG want to funnel as much money as they can into Zeri right now, into Luger, to be able to actually carry the team fights. You know, Palafox is already 3 items on Jace. That's all you need on your Jace. That's your poke contribution. Hopefully he can try and find some poke around the Scion onto other members. But really what they want is more money into Zeri right now. So if they could funnel those mid minions into Luger, while keeping up enough vision not to give up everything to TSM, that is their rescaling take.
And you can see that Luger's building that Lord Dominic's Regards 3rd item on Zeri because he knows they've got to be able to get through solo. He can't just walk past the Scion. It's not been working out so far like that this game. Drake spawning in under 1 minute. Both teams recognize this is sold for TSM. The CLG is going to want to do everything they possibly can to stop that, because I think if TSM can get that one, then things are going to feel completely unwinnable instead of just mostly for the side of CLG. CLG have been struggling to really play this one super coherently as a team, I think. We've been seeing different people get caught out. Contracts getting caught a couple of times here. 5 deaths on the Maokai this game. Poom getting blown up every time he's slightly out of position.
I just think they've been unable to deal with the snowball on topside. The TSM, they spent so many ganks up topside. The roams from mid lane with the Elise as well, and trying to get the game back under control after this Scion got out to such a massive early lead has proven to be too tall a task. And now you've got that death cap we were looking for on Maple. Level 16's death cap Silas is ready to go.
That's scary, man. Here we go. Scion leads the charge. Solo goes right through that Maokai ulti, right onto Contracts himself. Maple fires off a stolen Maokai ultimate to see what they can find with it, and they'll kill Maokai with his own weapon. Maple goes on a rampage, and now he wants to chase after Dokla as well. But the Slice manages to get him away from the TSM mid laner. It's a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds, and the one missing from CLG is the Smite. So Dragon Soul goes to TSM.
Yes, sir. TSM racking it up. CLG trying to punish Maple here. Palafox going.
Oh, no. Oh, Palafox. You thought you were the Punisher, but instead you are the punished. The shutdown over to Maple.
Yeah, that was an attempt born of pure desperation. You could see it in his eyes. They're like, oh my goodness, this game is so lost right now. Please, we gotta catch somebody. Kill anyone. But while TSM are taking the dragon, they get that and they get their counter kill. Palafox down, TSM at the gates knocking.
TSM are not going to knock nicely, Kobe. They're just going to kick the door in. They'll take down the second tier 3 of the game, go after the inhibitor itself. They've got 15 seconds before Palafox respawns. Contracts throws out the ulti defensively, clearing the wave, stopping the champs. Just trying to get enough time for Palafox to respawn. Dokla's gonna go into the ulti, but the damage on TSM is so massive, he has to retreat all the way back into the fountain. Solo still at about half HP here. You've also got Maple on the front line, and he's not as tanky. Once he comes out of the stasis, he's gonna be hard-pressed to get away, and they will take him down. Luger gets the kill, and TSM are in full retreat now. Luger wants to chase it, Shock Blast onto 2. Zap follows up, but Chime gets away with a flash of his own. Now Palafox continuing to try to close the gap, but TSM turn it around. Boogie kills Luger, and TSM are not done yet. Dokla finds his way into the back, but now he'll be the target here next. Neo's still alive for a little bit of DPS, but can he get the opportunity to right-click? Yes, he will, and Palafox dropped. Now Solo's got another ulti ready to go, and Poom is not wanting to soak any more damage. Solo has quite a different opinion, and he'll keep leading the charge for TSM. Dokla gets slowed, more damage coming forward. Now you've got that last remaining Nexus turret, and it's about to drop. Dokla, Poom, and Contracts will try to defend against TSM as the Maokai ulti flies out yet again, but they still can't find the kills. Dokla's taken low, but they get Boogie first. Dokla, somehow still alive, finally drops to Neo. The fight does not stop, and Solo's still trying to get himself back away. The mid-lane inhibitor finally respawns from 5 minutes ago, and Contracts stays in front of Solo, so he cannot ult away. Solo just trying to get any sort of an angle to head out of town. Is he gone? Is he gone? He's not gone, but he's gone enough.
And they're not gonna keep up on the chase. Contracts tried a little bit as he floats through the jungle.
Whew, that was a long one.
His Astro skin, yeah, Flowers. That was quite the siege, the epic siege of the CLG base with the attempt at the turn there. And it was only, it only went on that long because of the really nice combination from Boogie and Solo. Boogie hiding behind that little ledge, and then they combo the Elise Cocoon into Scion Q knockup to snipe out Luger. A good little setup there and turnaround from TSM while they're escaping. As you know, it turned into a little bit of a marathon race there through the jungle in the aftermath. They're looking to finish it. The Chemtech Soul also doing a tremendous amount of work there as everybody was getting so low in the fights. But it does afford us another setup for Baron, my friend. Inhibitors have respawned towards mid lane for CLG. Bottom lane is still pumping out supers, but they're in a position to poke around at least.
They also still have a naked Nexus for CLG, so as long as at least one inhibitor is down, the game can end if they end up at a man disadvantage. Nice Shock Blast from Palafox.
Yeah, they're about to poke around and find out with these Shock Blasts. They actually still hurt a lot on Neo and Chime, taking them down to almost 50%.
Solo's ready to go. Maple still on the Maokai ulti yet again. We're past the poke around phase. We're into the find out phase. And TSM is showing him exactly how it's gonna be. Luger gets away over the wall, but that doesn't matter. TSM have sights on the Nexus.
Yep, they're returning to finish what they started earlier, Flowers. Take it away.
That should do it. They might spend a little time padding their stats. It's 22-9. Drake Soul and all the money in the world. TSM defeats CLG.
You'll love to see it. When Solo was announced that he was going to be returning on TSM, people are like, oh, so it's going to be a weak side top, and, they'll play around Maple plus a Boogie, mid-jungle, and they'll roam to bottom lane, right?
Yeah.
No, they're going to roam to top lane around the tank, baby. Around Solo, around the Scion. They dive the Renekton multiple times. Even after the first dive does get outplayed a bit, they still return to the game plan. They don't give up on that game plan. And then Solo rewards them in a big way. He got massive demolish procs off as well. A lot of money from turret plates for him this game.
Yeah.
In addition to using the Rift Herald top and really just driving that advantage home. Once he got out of lane 2, then you've got the super beefy tank front line, positioning him in front of the jungle entrance over towards the dragon, and TSM snowball it. He made it so easy for those TSM carries to have a lot of room to poke around, do their damage, scale up. Both Maple and Neo with some pretty sick scores, fully stacked Dark Seals towards the end here.
Yep, TSM enabling Solo created the X factor for the game. CLG did not have that same type of a champion to be able to buy them time. They never got to the point where they could deathball together and have Sona just constantly bolster everyone to keep the health bars topped off. Because as soon as they would try to poke, Solo just goes, or whatever noise Sion makes and runs at him. You're not disengaging now, and the fight continues. Every time Maple is stealing away Contrax's ult, there were more better Maokai ults from Maple than there were from Contrax this game.
Yeah, everybody was looking over their shoulder. You gonna kill Sion? You gonna kill Sion?
I'm not.
Renekton is not gonna kill Sion.
Me.
Jace's not gonna kill Sion.
me.
Zeri's like, all right, I guess I work on my Lord Doms. I'll try.
Sona's like, I'd do it, but I'm dead. So everybody was in a bit of a rough spot dealing with this Sion. And honestly, good stuff from TSM, recognizing, hey, this is a win condition. We get this guy ahead. Let's go.
Yeah, and that puts TSM at 3-3, 50% here early on in the split. This is much better than people thought they were going to be able to do with this lineup. They're really sticking together, like sticking to the game plan as well, and focusing in areas where people might not think they will.
And with TSM versus CLG all wrapped up, it's time to remind you all that we are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. Head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. But as you all go ahead and do that, we're going to hand things back over to the LCS Lounge to break down that last game.
Welcome back, guys. It's a great game to talk about TSM simply because when we talked about them in the past, when they were winning games in week 1, we were talking about Boogie's team fighting and dives. We were talking about Maple's ability to team fight on Talia. This time, player of the game Solo went out and killed it. Now, it started with an amazing setup around Rift Herald. You got to see Sivir push out bot side and rotate initially, so they actually have a numbers advantage. And TSM take full control of this river. And you just take a... Honestly, just look at the big man upstairs. It clears out a ward right up top, so they do not get vision of him. At this point, they don't know where he's coming from. They do have a sneaky little red ward, but if you shut out the lights, then you get to see how much CLG actually sees in this game. And it's certainly not Sion. He catches him by surprise. We don't get to see Fog, but like he does catch him off surprise. And it's the space that he creates on the pick. So just take a look at it. A flash from Poom. Palafox is in a tough position if he's not focusing on towards the Sion, and Contract feels the need to peel him off. And so if you take a look at the initial the setup of the Herald, that means that TSM feels pretty confident. They have numbers advantage, and Dokla is in a really tough spot. He has to fight himself out of there, but Cocoon hits his head. Neo is in the area to just kind of hit him with a double, I guess, the boomerang on both sides, and so they end up getting a pick on him. So that's one really good angle from Solo, in which he's able to really eat up a lot of space, not get a hit, but split up the side of CLG and make them fight for it. This is another Drake setup, by the way. And if you look at this one, you could see CLG doing a pretty good job of contesting. Solo says, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna walk up and just be a barrier. And so gets the first knock-up, gets the Lulu ulti after his ulti knock-up, and just becomes a beast. And I gotta rewind that a little bit, because it's something that will always be missed here. And it's the fact that CLG recognizes that Solo is pushing in, and they try to at least go into the back line. Both, you get to see Luger and Palafox. Yes, you get the kill on towards at least. But honestly, Solo is doing so much damage into the back line, and he's eating so much pressure that you can't kill him. Meanwhile, they're focusing on Luger, and they're calling back Palafox to deal with Solo. So in the long run, in a front to back, it's TSM that ends up winning, and it's the veterancy of Solo that recognizes his role in team fights. So when we talk about TSM, throughout the weeks, it has been the other members. This is a spotlight on what Solo is able to accomplish in team fight after team fight. Let's see if they can get the momentum rolling into next week. Good job this week, TSM. And after the break, it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus C9, so I'll catch you on the other side.
You always want to play through the minion wave to dodge the cocoon. He dodges another cocoon!
He goes back and it's another one! Dokla's too damn good at this game! Yeah, he doesn't care. He's actually going in even further. He uses the ulti. He CCs too, but TSM goes in too far. Halifax is able to swoop in and immediately kill Poom, as Luger's now fighting with his back literally against the wall. Solo cuts off contracts from the other two players, and they finish him off first. Poom can't get away after from the CC, and it's a double kill over to Neo. The TSM Steamroller, chugga, 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 just flattens CLG. They force flash out of Sven, but now the taunt, the chain CC back down to Boogie, stolen with a big van, multi-hit, Mega Gnar ulti on to 3, but it won't matter. C9's already found the first kill and they're going in for the second. Fudge locks them down, Berserker blows them up. Now they're gonna switch their attention back over to the top laner yet again. It's Fandango, but Fudge has already died. Berserker got a quadra, Maple's the last man standing. C9, they want it, they want it! Little help, Maple's gonna try to fight all 4. Blabber goes in with the spell shield, he's able to find the fear. Deflex coming in for the taunt, laser over the wall, Berserker, firing, 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 firing! Pentakill for the Cloud9 AD carry.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS Lounge. There's a question burning in everyone's mind. Who is the best AD carry on Cloud9? We're here to settle that today with a 1v1 following the showdown rules on the ARAM map. First 100 CS, first turret are the kills. They're going to go ahead. They're only allowed to pick and ban AD carry champions. We'll let them take it from here. I'm out. Good luck.
We played like a tandem against Fudge and Blabber, where I'm the keyboard, he's the mouse.
That's
and
good
we
content.
played Yasuo versus them, and we won. We said top lane junglers have no mechanics. What champ do you want?
Kai'Sa?
Kalista? Okay, okay.
Just no ban, right?
Just ban whatever, yeah?
Yeah.
What? Flash Snowball?
I think so.
Okay. Bang Siri, because he's a one trick. Just in case. Kalista?
Yeah.
One rune.
rune.
Halo Blade?
Blade?
Okay.
Wow.
Halo Blade, what?
And just whatever.
Treasure Hunter?
Yeah.
What?
And
Triumph?
I don't know what. Taste of Blood?
Yeah, yeah. Triumph and Alacrity?
Huh?
In second tree.
Ghost Poro?
Ghost Borer? Okay.
And
Triumph.
Tradition Hunter?
Yeah.
This one?
Treasure Hunter, yeah.
And Bone Armor?
No. Attack speed.
Or what?
Attack speed and Triumph.
If anyone's confused, by the way, the reason that says Mark Z is he's just playing on my login.
Because he can't remember his own login.
Oh my gosh.
Wii U.
Just level 3 1v1?
Level 3 1v1? Oh, fuck. I put point W. I'm actually... Oh,
No remake.
I can remake? Oh, this is... it's actually over. Oh, I'm actually handicapped. It's good. Now I can blame my loss on this. Nice movement. Oh, my DPI is not what it used to be. Oh my god, I can't move my character. My mouse is so slow. 1 second. Wait, don't hit me. Hello? Oh, you're bad.
Oh. Sorry.
This streaming is funny because
Wow, you are bad. Huh? Boomer's
Not
OP
GG?
spec.
No?
No, one more. If you want the GG, we can GG. You want surrender?
Nope.
Off it.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's over. Woo! Bam!
Go bad keyboard.
keyboard's bad.
Yeah.
We'll have to do this
Sven?
again. Give him a fair keyboard. Anyways, thank you guys so much. We'll see if Sven ends up playing AD carry.
Yeah.
Back to whatever else is supposed to come after this.
Okay, GG.
Welcome back, everyone. It's me and Kobe, but we're also joined by a special guest. As you know, we love to incorporate pro players into our TriCast these days, so please join me in welcoming the 2011 World Cyber Games 5th to 8th place finalist and IPL3 champion, also from 2011, Joshua Jed Leesman.
That's probably the best introduction I've
How
ever
come you
had.
don't ever introduce me like that? I won a World Cyber
Anything
Games.
before 2011 wasn't
I'm a literal World Cyber Games champion. I got a gold medal for North America.
2010, I don't know. Welcome.
I'm glad that they did that on the analyst desk because this is a perfect meta for Cloud9, it turns out. With Sven being a better AD carry, they just picked 2 AD carries. They don't actually have to choose which one is better.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking with a lot of pros this year, and even Vulcan, when he was talking about the support meta, says it is a bit of an adjustment, and Sven half-jokingly said, well, once Freak realizes AD carry supports are too good and he nerfs them, then it's going to be Nautilus, and it's going to be GG for us, so we need to win as many games as possible now. So it'll be really interesting to see how this one plays out.
And he has been playing it really well. We've had other supports play AD carry super well. Huhi comes to mind. A lot of them have been having a lot of fun in this meta, but I too think that it is going to be a small time slot where we have every bottom lane being double AD carries, and probably will be changed, nerfed pretty soon here. Looks like we have a little bit of an issue on stage because Berserker's not sitting down. So I think we're gonna have a delay. We'll get updated.
The muscles.
We'll get updated on whatever it is. Oh no, more of them are standing
I know,
up.
all of C9 is standing. It's team huddle time.
Oh, okay.
It's team huddle time.
Huddle.
Oh, okay.
Can we get it? I want to listen. I want to be a part of it.
I don't think we can do that. What if it's strategy?
I don't think it's
never
that. It's usually just hype stuff.
What if the
Everyone
hype
be
stuff-
real quiet. Maybe we can like hear. Maybe we can hear from
Okay,
here.
here, hold on.
The whole yeah. I can't hear shit.
No, I don't know what's going on.
Somebody go over there with the mic.
Once I had the headset off, I could hear a little bit. but I
Oh,
realized that's
we can
really
read
bad
Sven's
TV.
lips. Oh, Fudge's head is blocking GG.
Man, I don't know how to lip read.
Yay!
Hey!
1, 2, 3, Cloud9. What's the chant? C9!
D9, you almost got it. You read too much of the word. Just the first letter. All right.
I feel like part of the team.
Yeah, you're wearing blue. Look, you're ready to go.
I'm hyped up. Let's go.
All right.
Hi, Diplex. Good luck. Have fun. Look, JoJo's even being nice in the chat.
There's something. No,
He's actually fishing because
I was gonna
Diplex did not answer, so he said hi again. JoJo's the one like sending multiple texts after you don't answer. You don't answer for like half an hour, and JoJo's again like, "Hey, you there?
He will not be left on red.
Hey, are you awake?"
He's also the type of chatter who
Big
doesn't
ego.
send long messages. He will instead use 7 lines to send 1 sentence.
Yeah,
Right.
he's still going.
1 or 2 words per line.
Uh-huh.
Hey, there we go. Sven answers. Hey, get out of here! I'm the one reading this. You guys hold up your own side of the stories.
What? Okay. I wasn't going to steal your mojo, man. I'm going to let you read it. I just wanted to see how many lines he was using. I wanted to verify Jat's theory or not.
Oh, well, now they're blaming the ref for gaslighting Sven about his chair being different.
You know, my favorite pregame player lobby thing that the audience never got to see was back when we had promotion relegation, and it was.
This is a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time ago,
Exciting
and it was old FlyQuest with the weird eyeball logo.
Yeah, 2017 FlyQuest.
Yeah, and High was on there, and Piglet was on Team Liquid Academy, and they played versus them, and like the clock is counting down. It's like 3 seconds before it launches into game, and Piglet just types, "Rammus won't save you this time, High." Because of the one game from back in stuff before where like the Rammus got locked in as the timer ran out or something and they had to play it out. Piglet still had like bad blood from that, and he was like, "No, I have to get vengeance for the Rammus game."
That's incredible. That was the famous game where Piglet, I think it was Stunt, ended up having to go in with support Rammus.
Yeah,
because the timer ran out and it
really
randomed them Rammus. So they played at support. I will say yesterday in EG's loss, they were not happy with that draft. And Vulcan is definitely typing something about next match being doomed. I think it's Ven's fault.
They're typing a lot of stuff here. I was like shaking them off. Guys, we cannot say what's being typed right now.
There's a reason we don't put the lobby on the screen.
Don't start that story.
He's just saying Ven's not going to be effective next patch.
Yeah.
That's all.
Exactly. Yeah, we can't expose their DMs here, okay? This is a safe space, friendly banter going on. We got a lot of napkins up here for JoJo as well. Getting a little sweaty.
Was that the delay?
Some water spill, maybe?
That's got to be a spill.
This is, I don't know. We've gotten 0 updates from production, but we could do our own investigation.
I just asked and was told that it's very close to starting.
Okay.
That's what we got.
Cool.
I will say
close.
we are much closer to the stage this year. So this is my first game casting in the new studio.
Yeah.
I like the view.
Yeah.
I really like the new stage.
Do you like the elevation? Because we're way lower than we used to be. Now we actually get to be crowd level.
It's not as hot as it was up there, which is nice because I move around a lot.
This feels way more connected. I love it.
All
You
right.
also
Yeah, I love
bang the table a lot.
Yeah.
This is a stronger table.
Which, when I'm trying to, draw stuff on the screen, if you're banging the table, then it makes it really hard to draw cleanly.
Well, it's a good thing we have a sturdier table now.
Bring that up now.
TY, Riot Games. All right, we're into the Champ Select. Finally, we're here. And we've got Varus, Jax, Caitlyn, and Azir banned away. First 4 bans of the match.
Got some big cheers for the bands.
Elise is still up.
Elise is still up. Elise might be 100% win rate in LCS because that's the first game I've seen it actually played.
It's 2-0 for Boogie.
Yeah.
Played it in 2 of TSM.
Okay, yeah, it was the
He played it in their first game, I believe.
Yeah. There's still no Zeri ban. Berserker had... They banned Elise.
Okay.
Okay.
The Zeri is conspicuously left up, but that just means that we could be living in the world that is everyone's accustomed to now, where it's the Lulu Zeri versus the Lucian Nami.
Yeah.
Bottom laid classic trade.
I do think if EG first picks the Zeri, C9 can match with, they have Lucian Nami, they have stuff like Ash Jin, they got all that garbage Callista support they can play. Like, they have so many just double lanes. I mean...
Them's fighting words.
Okay.
Truly.
That is the wrong word, but it feels like garbage to play against.
We've got the first piece of our domino chain of champ select here, the Lulu. Will the Lulu knock over the Lucian and Nami dominoes and then knock over... Oh, no, it was not locked in, baby.
Yeah, you can't.
Too early.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait. Doko hovered Skarner for 29 out of 30 seconds. Look what that did.
Toying with your heart. Yeah. All right, we go with jungle and said, okay, Maokai early, the super priority here, 4 inspired. Does so much for setting up for these objectives. I like it. They're leaving the bottom lane up for grabs.
You saw that win rate. Maokai has a 29% win rate in the LCS. That is horrible. Yeah. That's telling me that even if the champion's powerful, teams are not making it work.
I mean, 71% of the time you lose.
I never take those stats seriously because there's so much influence of who plays the champion in the early season, especially. There's really low sample size. It's really based on who's playing it. Definitely not.
Everybody plays these two, and they're both 60-something. So I like Cloud9's graph better so far.
I am definitely a big fan of the Lulu Zeri side of the Lucian Nami matchup into it. Oh my God, our dominoes, guys!
I can't believe it.
They came into alignment. But yeah, after the last rounds of nerfs, my opinion is that the Nami nerfs weigh so much more than the Lucian nerfs. The Lucian ones are mostly mana adjustments to early game versus late game. I think the Nami nerfs, though, were the bigger part of it. And ever since then, I'm securely in the Lulu Zeri camp. Definitely favor that side of it. And Cloud9 will round it out, of course, with the Sejuani as well.
Shocker. I will say, getting Berserker on Zeri after he achieved the pentakill yesterday does increase his chances in the Player of the Week race, which we all know is very important. Doublelift had the front and center seat with his 15-kill game yesterday.
Probably not getting it after
now
what
it's
they
looking
did
like
today.
Prince. Prince has had an incredible day, but I would say, like, the 80 carries are performing in a huge way, and across the board, I was looking into the stats earlier, kills are up for 80 carries by almost a kill a game from last split. So we're seeing big pop-up performances. Part of that is because of enchanters, and part of it is because we just have some really high performers in the league so far.
And part of it is because Freak went from caster to balance team and then buffed up to 80 carries. So
based Freak.
There you go.
The power.
Yeah. Honestly, though, yes, of course, bottom lane is very strong now. I like referring to it as bottom lane as a whole, by the way. It's not just the AD carry. It's because support paired really, really powerful down there. Dragon stacking definitely is the go-to, but we're past the stage of the pick and ban, of course, with the classic bottom lanes and jungle already picked up. Everything is now focusing on the mid lanes here. And what's going to round out the last ban against Diplex, because this is the area where people are assuming that Cloud9 are going to get attacked for the whole season. Everybody is looking at mid lane as the weak point, and everybody is looking at JoJo as one of the main mid laners to abuse that point of power on Cloud9.
All right, Sylas, Fiora, Renekton, Irelia, all banned away. Sylas and Renekton, kind of those champs that get played into a lot of scenarios. Fiora's often a counter pick into Cassante. Irelia used against champions like Gnar, or sometimes Flex in the mid lane as well. It's the Jace locked in for C9.
Jace has not been good so far. EG played it yesterday. They actually picked it in this exact slot, the 4th pick from the red side. It is technically a mid-top flex, but you need to have enough flexibility in the rest of your team comp. This means if they do flex it, it's going to have to be an AP champion they pick 5th, but it doesn't mean it can't go mid currently.
Well, if you need a 5th pick AP champion to go top instead, they just locked Cassante for EG, and Gwen has not been banned away. I feel like if that's what you want to do, you want to put Diplex on the Jace instead. Gwen's the obvious choice.
Yeah, especially since you already have Sejuani here, having another melee solo laner, because Jace, of course, you can go melee form and stack up the stun really quickly too. I definitely...
Oh, maybe that's mid lane Trist for EG.
So EG are going to be really AD heavy themselves as far as this discussion. So Sejuani is going to have a lot of armor in Sejuani's future.
All right, how bad is the Cassante Scion or like just any armor stacking boy you can throw up there. But they also know
it's really
Cassandra.
Oh my god, I predicted it right!
I think
This
it's
is good.
really, really scary, actually, because with Demonic Embrace getting nerfed a little bit, with the sapling scaling damage nerfed a little bit for Maokai too, that source of magic damage on EG is pretty minuscule.
Yeah, but they decide to go with Gwen for the lane matchup, which makes sense, and they do throw the Jace mid, so I feel like they kind of pre-planned that, and they would have been super heavy AD and allowed Cassandra to become a Giga Tank if they had gone with like a Scion top lane. So
No, I'm saying EG are really heavy attack damage.
Well, exactly. So that's where I thought maybe C9 would pick a Giga Tank in the top lane like Scion, but if they did that, they wouldn't have magic damage. So I think that's why they went with Gwen.
Yeah, no, Gwen is my preferred counter pick into Cassandra. Really good matchup there. Cassandra always rushing into Iceborne Gauntlet is all armor now, so really, really good stuff there, where Gwen can also scale multiple items. And since you can work off the Sejuani, I think they've got early game options. Looks pretty good for Cloud9 to me. But of course, EG putting that faith in JoJo. Again, this mid lane matchup is where they want to win the game. Mid lane Tristana is a very snowbally champion. If you can get that early kill, you will get turret plates. You will get to start to roam around as well.
Completely agree. I think it's going to be a really explosive mid lane. There's honestly a lot of lanes that could explode, so I want to pay close attention to the level 1. Whoever can get the right amount of information with two really strong ganking junglers in Sejuani and Maokai, all of these lanes are really volatile.
Let's do it, boys. Game 3 of the day. EG versus Cloud9 in an era of the LCS where AD carries have been such pop-off performers like you were talking about, chat. FBI and Berserker have both had a lot of really good games. We got to see Doublelift and Prince go head-to-head earlier today, and Prince reigns supreme. Let's see which one of these two comes out on top.
These three.
Oh, true.
Evil Geniuses are like, you know what? AD carries are OP as AD carry and as support and as mid lane. Let's get another one on our team. Tristana with teleport here for JoJo. See if we get any early Maokai, because Maokai, of course, one of the biggest things that you need for junglers right now, and the success of most of the junglers is, yes, you need good team fighting presence. Front line's definitely very valuable, but also level 3 gank possibility. Maokai with Flash W, super good combination with basically anybody. So if Inspired gets there, Flash root onto the Jace, then it guarantees your rocket jump follows through. And even if you don't actually kill him, getting the Summoner spell, getting a bunch of damage there, allowing the Tristana perma-push would accomplish perma-push.
Where are you on the full clear debate at the moment? Is full clearing just
I think
always bad?
Full clearing, if you're looking solo queue, 100% is bad. Full clearing is definitely always better than it is in solo queue in pro play, because people don't expose themselves as much, of course. But for solo queue, yes. If you are full clearing, then you are definitely going to be at a disadvantage. Level 3 ganking, especially level 3 ganking towards bottom side of the map, just provides so much value right now. For pro play, of course, they're going to be way more coordinated and not give themselves as many openings. But speak of it, don't even need level 3, baby. Level 2 Flash W from Maokai.
This is...
Into a bubble? Into a bubble.
Let's see if they step up a little bit further.
Play for bot. There's no cleanse on Berserker, but he does have barrier and they have heal. They need a lot of damage to kill.
Inspired did a really good job making sure he stayed in that fog the whole time to set this up. Berserker trying to get away, and he just skates right on over the trees.
I mean, it makes sense. I still think it's going to give FBI and Vulcan a big advantage here. 3 summoner spells needing to be burned defensively for C9. Only 2 aggressive summoner spells for EG, but one of them was burned by the jungler. Now we need to see what Blabber can do with the time.
Right.
I was very curious, though, you know, as we wait for this topside play to pop off, because when they called Maokai over, it was still level 1 for the Nami. Never mind.
Okay, Someday. Let's see how good he can do against this gank. Blabber comes in. Yep, Ghost just gets Someday back underneath the turret in plenty of time to spare.
But Vulcan had the option to deviate from the normal skill up build and actually put a skill into bubble at level 2. Because they still had time. Maokai was there. He just dinged up to level 2, but he didn't go for it. So that was the layering that I was talking about when I was talking about Flash Maokai W into a bubble. Maybe they get more there.
It's an interesting idea. It's one of those things where if it works, you feel great, but then obviously if he still manages to slightly get away, then it feels kind of bad.
And another thing I want to track in this game in regards to the bot lane is how much EG plays for bot. They did it all of last year with Danny. They've been doing it very well so far this year with EG. In terms of stats, FBI actually has the biggest CSD of any AD carry in the LCS thus far.
This could be a move with Maokai coming up. Inspired spending a lot of time being active here very early on. And he's only down 1 camp currently.
Yeah.
To Blabber. Able to get back, able to get that really deep ward for Someday, as Someday is pushing in Fudge in the early levels, of course. For Cassante, really, really powerful. Gonna have to worry about that scaling though.
Exactly, right? It's all about when Gwen gets that Rift Maker, the healing from that coupled with the Conqueror and everything, as Blabber.
He is. Look at this. He gets around almost everything except that one ward right there. And so now Someday knows.
And they can't do anything here.
Yeah, he can just walk away from this.
That was pretty funny, though, with how much was placed to avoid this top lane gank. Look at this. We had the ward here. We had the sapling at the mouth of the Baron pit. Plus, they had the Scuttle Crab vision. Plus the ward here.
Someday getting spicy.
So they had pretty much everything lit up. And the final little bit of information is enough.
Back in mid, Tristana and Jace are just going dead even here. Jace normally one of those lane bullies, but it's kind of hard to bully a champion like Tristana that also has range and can fight back pretty effectively against you in those short trades.
Yeah, and JoJo, when he hits 6, might have an all-in window if they could get another gank in with Maokai, but once they burn the flash early, this is Diplex's time to shine. This is actually fine for JoJo. The wave's not in a bad spot. He's going to recall, teleport back with items, and carry on the lane.
That's going to leave a mark, though. Whenever you get hit out of the air.
It's like he's in your head, right? He's got the read.
Yeah, shake it off. You got to shake that off. Got some mental damage there in addition to the physical
Psychic damage instead of damage in game. FBI and Vulcan just stepping up to try to trade with these guys here a little bit again, but they know that their own jungler is nowhere nearby, so they don't want to keep on trying to pressure into a 2v2 that could immediately turn back against them. And obviously with perfect vision, we know that Blabber was nearby, so it's a good thing they stepped away. 400 gold lead for EG early on with no kills on the board, just because they've got some passive farm leads just about everywhere.
Yeah. I want to see where the next out from Inspired is, because Inspired just got his reset on the Maokai, and his flash is coming back up. So it'll tell a lot whether he uses it towards bottom or towards mid. Very, very curious here because Berserker's flash, of course, is going to be a little bit later.
All right. Does he have Cosmic Insight? If he timed this on his Summoner spell cooldown?
Inspired? I'm assuming he does because he's got First Strike.
Yeah, so he's got Cosmic Insight. So his flash is going to be up before Berserker's. If there was a window where Berserker pushed up, they'd be able to flash, but they're going to miss the window just because their bottom lane is perma-shoving in. Wasn't meant to be.
Could go mid with it, of course. Diplex is definitely an option. Control ward on bottom side. We'll find it.
Yep. Just walks right into that, throws the sapling in the brush, should be able to clear out some of this vision at least. But with both mid laners just being ranged champions, being able to farm up pretty easily, it's not going to affect too much, I don't think. Oh, wait. JoJo's ready to go in on Diplex, and they just trade.
Yeah, just not completely on the same page. I'd say that's been a little bit of EG's story so far this split. Remember, they were so dominant last summer split before they had to change up their AD carry position. FBI and Someday joining during the offseason, and the cohesion hasn't quite been there for them at 3-2. If they were to drop to 3-3, that would be a really poor look for such a team that was dominating 2022 like EG.
I think he was just going for a trade there, though, anyways, regardless. I don't think they were looking for, like, any coordination play with Inspired, because Inspired also just clearing out that control ward and backing up, too. Yeah, I agree. Nami, though. Nami hovering around here. Vulcan also, they think that someone's going to try and come attack JoJo.
It's just the dragon setup. I'm wondering which lane they think is going to explode, and they probably think it's going to be the mid lane. With JoJo sitting 60% health, gets the shove out to pick up these.
Honey fruits are secured.
Yeah,
honey fruit, I think, is the actual legitimate lore name for them. Berserker doing a good job stepping forward to dodge the Nami bubble there, gives him the opportunity to clear out the vision of EG there in the tri-brush. Rift Herald has spawned. A lot of times we're seeing teams take these early, only shortly after that first spawn, and it looks like that's what EG is going to do here. Someday utilizing that lane control he's had for these first 8 minutes of the game to come down and help Inspired. And with them going after this play, Cloud9 recognizes that, and they're going to head over to that first Drake. Infernal Drake for a little bit of extra damage, pick that up around about the same time.
Yeah, handshaking it here because they don't want to fight it. I agree with that. Level 6 advantage for Inspired. There's no ult on Blabber yet. Maokai ultimate is devastating in early river skirmishes. I also agree with EG making the call to pick up Rift Herald instead of Dragon in the handshake trade. You're going to get one for the other. There's so much gold and so much snowball possibility. When you're the team with Tristana, Lucian, Nami, and you've got the possibility of getting this Tristana, walking around finishing off turrets and shoving up these lanes, and you want to also try and slingshot your Lucian, Nami to their first items as quickly as possible. I definitely like this off tier for Evil Geniuses to try and get some gold, giving up Dragon number 1.
Did you see those stats they just popped up? Fudge 10-1 on Gwen, Sven 9-1 on Lulu, LCS careers.
Turns out these guys are pretty good at their champions.
They winning a lot of games.
Yeah.
You just can't deal with Sven's Enchanters. They're too good.
Lulu was definitely one of the first ones that Sven started playing to when he first switched over to support. So has a lot of extra time in that compared to the other ones.
Honestly, really slow early game here. We're not really even seeing a whole lot of attempts on anything. Sometimes you see some plays attempt to get made and then fizzle out. Like bottom lane, we had that early level 2 gank coming out from Inspired, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's subverting my expectations. I was thinking that we're going to have a volatile mid lane, volatile bot lane. You never know who's going to win the Gwen versus Cassante, especially on a Fudge Blabber team with the Sejuani to be able to set up double melee soul lane ganks. It's just not happening.
Well, the funny thing is, we started with one of the the majority of people refer to as cheese, a level 2 Maokai gank towards bottom lane with a W. And then it turned into the calmest of waters.
Well, Maokai didn't have flash. What's going to happen?
There's nothing after the, I thought the level 2 was going to be a little bit more exciting, with a bubble follow-up or something. But aside from that, that's the only little bit of excitement that we've gotten. Just constant shoving here and a little bit of trade towards the mid lane as well. See if they can get something going with the level 6s from junglers. Only problem now is everybody's got their summer spells back.
Ooh, FBI beats a ton of damage, and the culling gets almost nothing in return. Well played from Berserker. Jojo jumps in. Beautifully waited on by Blabber there, but a very nice disengage from Jojo to not be punished.
Really well played by Jojo. Crucially, when you jump in, if you can proc your E with max stacks, you get your jump back. So, easy trade. He gets a bunch of Blabber's time, gets Blabber's flash, and he escapes it.
And he did put himself in that situation.
Yeah.
Rocket jumping on the Jace when
he got himself out.
No wards.
Well played.
no wards around him.
It was safe.
He's not dead. I can't blame him. I can't blame him.
Okay. Let's see if he dies with no flash, or if they're able to make some use of it, because Inspired's coming to visit.
They kill Blabber with no flash.
Oh, yeah.
Smart.
Okay, so whoever dies between Jojo and Blabber first is the one who that play was bad for.
Yeah.
That's how we'll determine who was right.
Hindsight. That's the best.
Results-based analysis is how we're going about this play.
Honestly, the death might be bottom lane, so that would absolve Jojo, because Inspired's coming in with the Maokai ultimate.
Vulcan goes for a bubble, but now he's almost out of mana. Berserker, Blabber, and Sven ready to maybe turn this one around, but Vulcan gets away from the CC of the Sejuani ulti. Inspired, thinking about going in, but no, sir. Does not want to engage on the Sejuani with the Frost Armor still up. Couple of ults traded back and forth, bullets flying, but everybody's fine.
Yeah, and honestly, only one summoner spell and one heal being blown in it as well is nothing to write home about.
We got 2 ults
leading up to the dragon. I think right there, that sort of play though, I do like those looks. Even though everyone's like, nothing really happens, you're just kind of fishing around for some cooldowns before the dragon. Because maybe if you burn something big there, if your opponents get a little scared, then you would be able to get yourself a big advantage for the actual fight here when the dragon arrives. But everybody playing it very conservatively.
Yeah, I will say C9 does have the edge for this dragon fight based on the mythics completed. They got 3 mythics to 0 mythics on the side of EG. You can kind of count Demonic Embrace. It's still a big power spike, but that's still 1 to 3, and Blabber is back.
Blabber looking for Vulcan here. Remember, no ulti on that Sejuani. Still about 1/4 of the cooldown left.
Piggy versus Fishy. who wins. Generally, the piggy will, but the fishy's got friends that are closer.
Exactly, and it's in the river. The fish's natural habitat.
Terrain advantage for the fishy.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I think it's pretty obvious.
All right, we got the Dragons started up. Second Drake of the game here. Cloud9 got the first one in the handshake trade of neutral objectives about 5-6 minutes ago. Now it's time to see if EG can manage to fight him for this second one. They got lots of players ready to be part of this. Teleports coming in for both top laners, but remember, they're not unleashed. Now they are, as Blabber's gonna soak a lot of damage, but he still secures the Drake.
What I tell you, piggy every day of the week.
Piggy got it.
Piggy got the
Piggy got it.
I kind of think was the mythic items. You know, it might be. I also think Radiant Virtue is probably more OP than Demonic Embrace if you're team fighting. I think that item's totally
I think
used.
right now, that's a correct call, for sure, because the healing outdid the damage that was being dealt to the few members that were tagged with the Demonic Embrace off of that Maokai ultimate. And you saw, too, even though Blabber got rooted inside the pit, it was still right in range of Inspired, and hit him with the W. The part 2 of W is pretty big damage trade.
So interesting thing here, we're talking about mythics not being completed by EG. We finally have those mythics starting to come online, both of them for the bottom lane, but in the top lane, Sumday's going for Jack Show this game as opposed to the Iceborne Gauntlet that we almost always see first item on Constante.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that build against the Gwen because you need better 1v1 power. You can even see the Negatron Cloak being extra magic resist, but we might have a Rift Herald battle here. All 5 people have made their way up. Both 80 carries have reset and ran out mid lane. Here we go.
Okay, Inspired's gonna be jumped on immediately by Fudge and Blabber. Fudge dashing back away from the Nami bubble. The Herald is very low. Looks to be secured by Cloud9, but nobody's here to grab the eyeball just yet. Blabber has to flash back over the wall, even with Wild Growth. EG protecting the eyeball. If they can stop Cloud9 from picking it up, I mean, it's 300 gold for grabbing the kill on the Herald, but stopping them from getting the objective itself means it's not as big of a win for C9 as they would have hoped. And yeah, looks like that one's gonna fade away.
Yeah, they're pretty happy at least to get the smite on the Herald there. Someday went in and he actually procced the eyeball attack, so he got it low enough for the smite, and Fudge gives him a thumbs up. You know, Blabber gets the smite. You get kill credit, is actually pretty good kill money on Rift Herald now. I did like those changes where they added the extra 200 golds onto actually killing it, so you don't have to fully rely on getting turret plate value out of it. And 16 minutes into the game, of course. A little bit late for those turret plates anyways.
Who do we think is happier right now with the game state?
Well, I think we have to do player camera analysis on that. Look at facial expressions as far as who's happier.
That's not what I meant. Like, how comfortable are you in the game? You're Berserker, right? You just completed your shield bow. You have a Lulu and a Sejuani with 2 Drakes. Do you think, okay, I'm going to carry this one, or are you sweating because the other team's going to have 2 Infinity Edges or 2 Navori Quick Blades in like 7 minutes?
I'm kind of biased because I preferred the Cloud9 draft from draft phase.
Yes.
So my answer is still Cloud9. I don't think there's been anything to change my mind. Maybe if there had been if they had gotten a kill in the Maokai gank, level 2 town bottom side, you know, burn summer spells, had started to like really get early money into either the Lucianami or Maokai ganking flash W onto the Jace for, you know, a rocket jump combination, then I might be swayed, Jat.
Okay.
But I'm holding my position for Cloud9.
I'm not going to try and sway you. My answer is going to be C9 as well. Yeah, I like the Gwen.
That's kind of a letdown.
I like the Gwen side. I have different reasons, Kobe.
Okay.
I like the Sven side lane matchup with Gwen and Cassante. I think he'll be able to get push in the mid-late game. And I think it's really hard for EG to actually do enough damage to Berserker with the barrier, with the Lulu. I think it's a better hyper carry support and setup. So if they get first set up to fight because Fudge is able to push side lanes, they can engage with Blabber, they can carry with Berserker. It's the C9 way. You know, if it was still Jensen, he'd be playing Orianna instead of Jace, but it's the same thing.
Well, I'm going to go with EG because they're not fighting in the game, so at least we can fight on the desk.
Okay.
EG's got 2 80 carries, and 80 carries are overpowered. So
I like it.
This is fair.
That's what I got for you.
And 2 is greater than 1.
Yeah, 2's more than 1, all right? Learned that one a long time ago. All right, C9.
Pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, man, I'm breaking out the arithmetic here as C9 heads into the bottom side river. They're going to clear out some of this vision 50 seconds ahead of the 3rd Drake spawn. If they get this one, it applies a lot of pressure to EG passively for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I have a bold prediction here.
Okay.
I think the first kill is going to happen in the next minute and a half with this next dragon.
Okay.
The second one is, at the start of the year, I ranked C9 above FlyQuest. I'm questioning that decision with how good flag clutches look, but C9 can still pull this one out and only be a game behind. So
I'm going to make a bold,
two dragons
prediction and say Sejuani is going to continue stacking the armor.
Yeah.
It's already starting to get problematic.
Is that your line?
That's that's your prediction.
I didn't do that.
Stacking.
That was like a V.
Oh, that's wrong.
What are you guys doing?
I'm trying to highlight.
This is Dad handiwork. There we go.
Okay. Stacking the armor.
Good job.
It's been a while, guys.
Well played. Oh, Tristana teleport for a wave down bottom.
Okay.
It's a tempo play to be able to shove bottom before Dragon actually starts.
Yeah, well, actually, in my experience, if you get bot prio and mid prio, it's very difficult to take Dragon because the other team can pinch you. So I don't know if C9 can hold this position.
Well, Blabber's gonna get caught here in the roots. Throws out his ulti defensively onto Jojo, who disengages the buffer through the CC, but a teleport's coming in now from both sides. It's Fudge arriving first. Sumday's about to find himself in the fight. Someday a little bit chunkier, got about 80% HP. EG are gonna maintain aggro on the Drake, but remember there's no Maokai ulti. Fudge jumps in, he's ready to try to fight these guys. Dragon's low, secured by Evil Geniuses and Inspired. There'll be no Drake stacking any further here for Cloud9. EG managed to get the objective. There's no fight after the fact. Is this gonna be one of those
Are
games?
you kidding me?
Is this gonna be one of those games? Vulcan's getting away, and Vulcan jumps over the wall. Jojo's ready to go. It's ports for dinner, and they take down the piggy. Blabber is out of there, and Jojo's looking for another. Fudge tries to get away, but how much can a Hallowed Mist protect? Fudge disengages for now. Jojo's just gonna go back to pushing the wave.
All right, our happy meter needs an update, Chad, because EG just got a lot happier.
280 carries.
Cloud9 got
carries,
a lot
boys.
bad. And Jojo's gonna be able to get some extra money. That Tristana demolition we've been talking up, finally able to take full effect here.
Just like that, Jojo's the richest player in the game. And I mean, being able to build your Quick Blade or your Infinity Edge second is such a massive buff. Also stopping the Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
I think currently the Captain Flowers analysis of 280 carries is, in hindsight, the correct analysis.
I mean, it was really, really big to steal away the Dragon, stop the Dragon stacking, and then this demolitionist Tristana able to get a lot done in the aftermath. So here's another look at the setup. You mentioned the Maokai ult, but it's also the Nami wave here. So EG, they use all their big AoE CC zone control ults at the start of it. Then they pull the Dragon down to the bottom side. Sedge ult, of course, was nullified by Tristana jumping away. So that's why both teams without their big CC tools.
Wait, hold on. Hold on now. We got Jace getting caught. Diplex tries to flash away, but the CC on top of him locks him down a little bit longer. C9, they get their mid laner out thanks to the flash, but Evil Geniuses are going to steal away the red. They're going to take the top lane tier 1.
Yeah, look at the waves, though. I mean, Someday getting that gold, then being able to take the red. They did lose bot turret to Gwen, but they are finally making some more proactive plays.
And those changes to Infinity Edge being able to get belt second are going to benefit mid Tristana greatly here.
Yes,
Jojo will be at IE very, very quickly with all the money stacking up. Again, mid lane Tristana with demolition just annihilates turrets if they ever get any alone time with one of these waves. Mid lane, of course, the last one left standing for Cloud9 to have some defense around. Berserker's trying to clear it. Jojo goes in.
Sven is,
Jojo, baby! Jojo on this Tristana. Another rocket jump, another kill.
Jojo just dumping the magazine there on poor little Lulu. All he needed was the extra little bit of the slow from the Maokai there to keep Sven in range, and he just unloads for his first kill of the game, second kill of the game overall. 2,500 gold lead for Evil Geniuses. We are 22.5 minutes into the game, so Baron is up if we can ever get a big play from either side that opens up that window for him. But right now, we're not seeing any of those moments really building for either one of the teams. 2 minutes before the next Dragon starts, and I don't really feel like we're getting a fight before then.
It definitely doesn't feel like it. There's limited engage tools on both sides, aside from Inspired trying to go in and just zero out one person, but everyone on C9 is so fast, and also they can punish so quickly if Inspired over engages. So I do think a minute and 40 seconds with Infinity Edge, C9 has got to approach with a lot of trepidation because they do not currently have the items to win a fight.
I'm gonna try and sell you on some earlier action then, because I'm a huge fan of trailing split push plays. And since EG are trying to really hard push these waves, a trailing split push with teleport on Tristana could be deadly. They're actually just starting up Baron, though. That also increases the chances here.
This guy's so fast.
Yeah, it's already down to half HP.
This is such a good play.
And FBI and Vulcan are scrapping in mid lane. They're saying like, hey, look over here, look at the shiny mid lane. It's Lucian and Nami, don't you want to fight him?
Oh, and the
Meanwhile, over
saplings
there,
to just push Blabber back.
Yeah,
This is so good.
There's no way they can even stop it. Evil Geniuses just committed the heist that gives them a massive lead in this game.
Okay, the happiness meter is full EG now, baby.
Yeah.
We were wrong, Jeff.
Yeah, we were very yeah. This is 80-20 at this point. The Baron, the thing that is, I think, surprising me is how easily JoJo is just keeping the waves pushed in the favor of EG. They've been able to move first, so it doesn't matter that Gwen could theoretically win the 1v1 against the Cassandra, which I don't even know if that's true at this point with all the MR that he has.
Yeah.
Because the Tristana is just unmatched in the side lanes, so they're able to buy themselves time to make Baron plays like that. It's impressive.
15 seconds till our Drake is alive. Inspired is already in position down here in the bot side river. FBI and Vulcan should be able to clear out this mid lane, and they'll rotate over to help them.
Feels like JoJo just determining so much of this game on the Trist without a lot of direct resistance. You know, even though it hasn't been the most explosive game, that mid lane matchup that we were looking at with EG star player versus Cloud9, the only player that they changed, bringing in Diplex, does seem to be their big tool here with the 4-1 split push. You can see right now, Tristana with Baron buff. Let's take a look. Demolish proc plus the explosive charge.
Let's see it.
He didn't.
He didn't cyrus the demolish. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't fully charge it up.
Well,
anticlimactic, but they've got Baron buff, so they get it.
they get it anyway.
Anyway, no problem.
They're going to keep pressuring down here in this bottom lane. You can see FBI keeping it pushed up as Vulcan and Inspired hover behind him. Someday was trying to stop the back from Fudge there, but just hit a little bit too late. And JoJo, again, the one-man pushing machine off to the side, making sure that they're applying pressure in more than one place.
And look what this amount of pressure from EG on all the lanes does to your vision control. Cloud9 have been kind of suffocated here. Good toggle from the observers, but barely any of these very shallow defensive wards now that they actually have the luxury of placing inside their own jungle. They can only protect a couple of the super close camps for themselves while they continue to lose out.
And I actually think so far this has been one of the best games EG has played overall.
Yeah.
They had a very easy strength of schedule week 1 and 2, blew people out in the early game. I'm going to carry that point on until after this fight. And basically what you see happening is they're just out macroing what C9 is doing. I feel like when they played FlyQuest yesterday, Impact was able to make a lot of moves in lane to give FlyQuest advantages, but it's EG who's just getting natural advantages in this game. They're getting the gold when they need to, and they've taken the correct fights. But mainly, JoJo is just getting gold from moving around the map and taking down turrets.
Yeah, JoJo's gold is feeling great with the state it's currently in. He just got done stealing away the enemy blue buff as well. He'll head back down to the bottom and continue getting solo lane EXP and as much gold as he can find. He's already level 16, highest level in the game, and that ain't gonna change anytime soon. Other solo laners all trailing behind at 15.
And it's really important that JoJo has a good game here. He's had some stinkers so far.
His week 1 was terrible.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, 3-2 start is definitely not the way EG wants to open up their 2023 campaign, but breaking out the Trist mid, I believe this is the first Trist mid we've seen in the LCS, and performing well to this point is a good sign.
I just saw Mr. Cannon down on that bottom lane, though.
Oh no, -1.
He put up the sad B as well.
You know what? I think it might be time to try someone else.
I rest my case.
Well, as long as the cannon doesn't break JoJo's mental, he's having a great game here so far today.
Since there's no kills, I'll give you some all-chat updates.
Okay, what do we got?
Because JoJo's definitely our biggest all-chat warrior.
Yeah, he loves to
He's
talk.
getting a little bored, so he's just typing at them, good freeze, get that CS up.
I mean, Fudge is up in CS. 27. You never know.
Yeah, good freeze.
It's the seriousness
good
with which
freeze,
you say
bro.
It really sells it.
I feel like
27, I don't
that's
know.
another evolution on the good story, bro meme. Good freeze, bro. We're taking over the map.
Well, we've got under 2 minutes, again, before the Drake spawn. We're averaging 1 kill every 14 minutes. We could rival the old lane swap days.
All right, I'm looking at JoJo's next cannon attempt right now. Bottom lane. Boom!
Come on, JoJo, get this
Come on.
There we go, plus 90. There it is, all right.
You could tell he increased his focus for that.
Yeah, dude,
He's slowed down.
In a row.
I'm not gonna mess around, and there could be crits. Oh, That's one thing you don't account for. With IE second, you're gonna have some high value crits, you know, that unaccounted for, 80 carries, throwing around damage like that.
I think, is this Freak's argument for why it's not broken? Be like, you might miss some cannons sometimes with 40% crit. So it's fine.
Catching straight.
I actually think it was a good change. For what it's worth, it's as soon as I saw him, I wanted to go play AD carry. I like the mix-up. I like the variation you get in builds. Bloodthirster third used to be a lot harder to pull off because the second item, it wasn't easy enough to build. He made a 50-minute video about it. Like, I liked all his points. That allows me to randomly flame him. I just gave him enough compliments. There are balance in all things.
No, I know. I have the attention span of a lizard, and I watched the entire video that he made about the AD carry changes. So,
be honest, was it second monitor?
Yeah, oh, well, yeah, definitely second monitor. Come on.
As I thought, you were not paying attention. That was
I was totally paying attention.
That means you were only giving it like 10% of your lizard brain.
10% of 50 minutes is still 5 minutes, and a lizard brain normally only accommodates 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's 2 more minutes.
Oh, teleport. Wake up, lizard.
Okay. It's nice and sunny sitting here on this rock, but I'm ready to cast a fight that I hope happens. EG. Oh, the 20 ulti misses from Blabber. That's not the engage Cloud9 was hoping for. Fudge going to be on the front now. Dodging some damage with the Hallowed Mist, but now he has to back away. Evil Geniuses, they escape the Cloud9 engage attempt, and now it's C9 retreating back towards that bottom side river, retreating back towards the Drake that is now spawned. Both teams currently on a Drake count of 2. Inspired's ulti was also used during the disengage. So was Vulcan's. Sunday's still got the all-out. JoJo's still got the big ol' explosive shot there.
They just get it.
Yeah, Cloud9's not ready to fight for it.
No engage tools on the side of C9. They can just poke, but it doesn't matter with the current gold difference.
All right.
And the triple oceans definitely make that poke a lot worse.
Because you didn't get any kills in that fight, Flowers, and I know that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I've got something else for you.
All right, what do you got?
What do you got?
Bonus prize is the name of Tristana's ultimate. Since
good shot.
You couldn't come up with I thought that was going to be a good thing.
Yeah, I was thinking explosive.
You already got
shot.
it.
Sorry, yeah, I derped for a second, but I brought it back.
You already got it. You dig deep,
They're
baby.
just gonna get Baron again, aren't they?
They are. That Baron's in the dark, and the Baron is gone.
For the second time this game, Evil Geniuses burn the Baron without Cloud9 being able to even see what's going on. As Berserker tries to get away over the wall, Inspired is taken pretty low, but he ain't dead yet. Down to about 300 HP, and Blabber's on the chain. Inspired goes right back in. They're going to trade jungler for jungler, and Berserker's barely alive, but now something grabs the kill on him. Deflection goes in. C9's trying to get the kills, but they won't be able to find him. Oh, will they? The Fudge Factor is somehow still alive. Oh, no way! Chopped up. Fudge going again. Holy hell! Fudge is playing out in the freaking mind!
Zoom all over the place here, but no way. What was his low HP while he was chasing Nami?
Like 3!
I thought for sure Vulcan was going to turn around and splash him or something for a little bit of damage to finish it off, but he can't. And Fudge snips Cloud9's way back into this game. Let's go. I'm feeling alive again. Here's another look at the check. Because EG, again, within full vision control, they burned down the Baron to set up this fight.
And you can see they're feeling incredibly confident. Vulcan does have to trail the play, and JoJo just jumps in full speed, but Fudge he's the one who gets the Lulu ultimate, so he is very healthy on the backside of this fight. And you have to shout out Diplex. Watch the amount of burst he puts down onto JoJo to allow this Fudge carry to happen at the end.
Oh my goodness. Getting that in there so low versus the Lucian, the stand and fight. Nice timing on the Hallowed Mist here as well from Fudge. Dodges around the bubble. Then even after the all-out, what's the HP?
140. He heals a lot.
Yeah.
130.
I mean, they both were in line for the snip there.
Yeah.
For the middle with the true damage, with the healing. So he got credit for it there. Nice little bump.
Wow, man.
Conqueror fully charged up. Ghost.
Even with the shenanigans at the end, Diplex's Jay still doing 5,000 damage, so is contributing on that pick. But with that happening, Someday still has the Baron buff, so EG is just going to continue as if that fight didn't happen, trying to get turrets.
You play around Someday, make sure you get the buff, push as many turrets as you might be able to, but Cloud9 doesn't want him to push this turret at all. Blabber and Fudge both going to be forced back as the rest of their team has to circle around to rejoin with them. JoJo's still the wrecking machine here against these turrets. The power of the level 18 Tristana range. FBI's calling going to force C9 further back. Wynn's immunity protects her from the tidal waves. Ben had to use wild growth on himself. And again, Jojo can just step up. He's got so much range to shoot these things. The explosive shot just helps him destroy them before the demolish proc is even ready to be used. And now the inhibitor's in his sight. Jojo providing the DPS still, but with the minion waves being thinned out and Fudge coming around from the flank after using the TP, EG's trying to get away. Jojo with the rocket jump disengages. Someday still here on the front line. Fudge looking for the ulti level 3, but he ain't gonna find a whole lot with the damage on the needlework. C9 grouped up as 5. They're trying to death ball straight into EG, but EG disengages.
Been a lot of that this game where C9 just can't consistently hit EG. If EG ever wants to back away, they're able to. Only Blabber with this Sejuani ultimates is the one who can do anything, and that's usually been thrown into Tristana, who just rocket jumps away. They also have the Mikhails completed for Vulcan's Nami, so there's just no realistic way for C9 to lock down EG.
Yeah, a lot of defensive play so far this game. Fudge is, of course, the big question mark here that EG have to still be worried about. As much as they want to play the game, like that last, previous fight where he got a bunch of kills, didn't happen. Fudge is gonna play the game like it did happen. He's definitely on his way towards his death cap. Once you get that, doesn't matter what happened earlier in the game.
Control ward down, gonna find Jojo, who just collected his red. And he's got 4 completed items. Excuse me. It's harder to tell the Last Whisper from the Lord Doms now because the color palette's the same, but 4 full completed items plus the boots for Jojo means if this Tristana gets to free fire, it will be a problem for Cloud9.
I just don't see a situation where he doesn't get to free fire. Based on the way that C9 needs to approach this, Fudge is gonna try and flank.
Nice shock blast. Takes a chunk out of FBI, but between Nami and the honey fruits, he can just heal it right back off.
Yeah, C9's just hoping they can get Dragon low enough, smite this away, and run away. That's like,
Oh, they threw out the Blabber ulti looking to fish for Jojo, but they don't find him. Instead, Fudge ends up getting knocked out of the fight, and without the Gwen there, I don't think Cloud9 has a whole lot of ways to deal with this. Blabber's gonna be killed before anything else happens, and C9 scattered to the winds. Jojo wants to chase after Berserker, but he gets away. And it looks like that'll be Ocean Soul, 4 Drakes in a row for Evil Geniuses. Diplex is running away, but he's in enemy territory while he does it.
That was a magnificent buster shot there, getting him out of there.
Yeah.
Nice job by Jojo. Dealing with the one big threat that was still looming, and now Evil Geniuses with the soul. So much healing. With that plus the Nami, feels very, very difficult for Cloud9, even in the longer fights where Gwen is running rampant now.
Yeah. Definitely feels like a formula for EG to winning these team fights. You group up, whoever gets hit by the Sejuani ultimate, if it's not the tank Cassandra, who doesn't care, Nami Mikhails it, and if you're gonna use Buster Shot, you use it on the Gwen. And once you take care of those things, there's no threat, because they're gonna be able to out-DPS anything C9 throws at them with the Lucian Trip.
So here it is.
Boom. Bye.
Get him out of there. Don't have to deal with the Gwen. Once you don't have to deal with the Gwen, nice little 5v4 action for Evil Geniuses here. Go straight through the front line. There's not enough threat, and Jojo can force the rest of the members away.
Triple stopwatch as well, if they need it.
I would think this would be the game-ending push for the side of EG.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about happiness meters earlier on. There can be other uses of the words like happy game. It's when you just start like trolling and messing around. I think that's the only way EG loses this is to get too happy.
Just conk
and
the line
just
down
decide
mid.
the game is over.
Well, luckily for us, Jojo is one of the happiest players.
He is very happy.
In the entire league.
Well, they're grouping up, boys. They've got Someday over in mid, and it looks like the rest of the squad's ready to join up with him here. Maybe they just hard force down on this tier 3 turret in mid lane. It's about 1/3 damaged already. Remember, the inhibitor is exposed in topside from where they knocked down that turret earlier. And yeah, they're just gonna use Tristana, brute force this one away. FBI forcing out Fudge and Blabber. They were the calling a ton of damage into those frontliners. As EG finds the inhibitor in mid, they'll just rotate all 5 men up to the top lane now to be able to take down this second one too. TP coming in though. Cloud9's ready to try to find a defense or attack. Jojo and Someday here in the front. Jojo's just putting the bullets right back into Blabber. He's not retreating into Fudge. He's ready to stand and fight. They kill off the enemy jungler, and now they get the 5v4. Fudge can't get an angle. He's already down. That's it. All it's gonna come down to now is how stylish it looks for EG to win it. Stopwatch keeps JoJo alive through some of the counterbursts of C9. Inspired walking away. Berserker doing a lot of damage here in the Zeri, but FBI jumps in and puts him down. JoJo grabs the kill, and now he's ready to look for more on Diplex. Someday wants one, and he gets the Q3. A double kill for JoJo, 2 Nexus turrets for EG, and 10-4. 38 minutes into the game, Evil Geniuses take down Cloud9.
And they tie them in the standings. This has some very exciting implications at the top of the standings. EG now going to tie Cloud9 4-2, both of them. JoJo bringing the Tristana, bringing the AD carries into mid lane again. Are they just going to take over the whole map now? Are we going to get Quinn top lane started out? Are we going to get some jungle Ezreal throwbacks?
5 marksman meme games with your friends at midnight and normal. They're coming to pro play now, buddy.
You two are out of control. It's just the Tristana mid. It's very rarely going to be more than 2. And I think EG should feel fairly relieved here. They had probably the hardest schedule 4-week 3 playing FlyQuest and Cloud9. They had a disappointing loss to FlyQuest yesterday, bouncing back in a big way and keeping themselves towards the top of the standings.
And that point about tying Cloud9 in those standings, super important, because now when you play against them the next time, if you can beat them again, you're guaranteeing really good positioning in terms of playoffs, in terms of postseason above them. Really, really nice stuff from EG in this game. It was an incredibly slow game for a very long time. We had 2 kills in 28 minutes. But EG, it was what you were saying, Jet. They found the moments they needed to find. They took the fights they needed to take. And they ended up just outmaneuvering C9 throughout the game.
Yeah, it was mostly JoJo versus turrets, honestly. And the end there was a little surprise of JoJo versus Fudge.
Yeah.
With the extra kills getting cleaned up, but Evil Geniuses, nice victory for them. Definitely one of our longer games, almost 39 minutes acquired.
I mean, it was incredibly patient by EG, and it's honestly a little bit of a different look with the new roster coming in. So JoJo, specifically, is the one who kind of ran the map, but he didn't make any silly JoJo plays that game.
Right.
He was consistently in the right place, taking a lot of turrets, and it does actually weirdly remind me of a lot of 100 Thieves wins from 2022. So I do wonder if FBI was also calling some lane assignments about how to play the game or how to play team fights, because there was low engage on the side of C9. EG identified that, and they just played a slow game. But that's not really something EG did much of at all last year.
That's not their brand.
Yeah.
It's not what they're known for. But it's something they pulled off pretty well here today. Now they get to sit on 4 wins. You were talking about how leaving week 3 at 3-3 for a team that did so well in 2022 would be pretty bad. But hey, 4-2 feels a whole lot better, especially with one of those wins over one of the 2 teams that everybody said were at the top.
Yeah, and we've got a super week coming up, so a lot can change there. An extra day will be added for more spiciness.
Yes, next week we're going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're going to finish the first round robin, and then weeks 5, 6, 7, 8 will be the same structure. So it's 2, 2, 2, 3 each time we play the round robin.
2, 2, 2, 3. 2, 2, 2, 3. All right, you heard it here first, in case you didn't already know it, because now you know it now. And from now until February 24th, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of 8, count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. Now, if that sounds good, go ahead, head on over, take care of that. And for now, I believe we are going to be tossing to...
We got
we're not tossing to that. Instead, we are heading to a break. But before we do that, check out this incredible moment between Doublelift and Prince after today's game.
I know he would. I wouldn't do EQ.
Oh wow, thank you, bro. Thank you. You're so good. You're actually the best AD.
I'm most nervous now.
Really?
In my
Really? Oh no, it's okay, bro. It's good. It's nice to meet you. It's really nice to meet you.
Thank you for it.
No problem, bro. It's really fun actually playing against you. Wow. No, it's okay. It's okay. That's awesome, bro. I'm really happy actually.
Oh, I can hold steering. Okay.
Oh shit. I'm an idiot. Sorry. guys. We'll make a meme out of that. Thank you, bro. Respect. Thank you. Really nice to meet you. Oh, swap. You're my Oh, thank you, dude. Really, seriously.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Welcome to the Verizon post-game interview. I'm standing by with Jojo Pune, who is normally one of the most entertaining players in the LCS. He did pick up player of the game for a great performance, but my God, man, that was a boring game. 2 kills through 30 minutes. What happened? Whose fault was it? Them, yours, the draft?
I mean, I felt like the draft was kind of slow, but we still could have played more aggressive. I don't know. I felt like we could have done much more in the early game, so we'll review that. But I don't know. It kind of sucks we played so slow, but C9 was playing so scared too, so it's kind of hard to do much, but yeah.
Yeah, you blame them. They tucked their tail between their legs.
Yeah. I was surprised they were playing so slow because they were talking a lot before the game too, and they just play like that, so it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I saw you go a little bit in all chat after I think it was your first kill of the game. You went after them. I want to talk a little bit about draft because it was a Jace blind. We've seen Jace mid a couple times now. Did you know that you were probably going to face that? Is that where the Tristana pick came from? And was it a counter pick to neutralize this Jace, or is it supposed to win lane?
I felt like I just needed to scale on Tristana. I never played the matchup before. That was my first time playing on stage, so I don't know how it went. But I guess I was just farming, but yeah, we knew it could be Jace mid, especially with Maokai. It's a good combo because you could just poke them. So, and he should get Prow in a lot of lanes, so I don't think it's a bad pick. So yeah, we were expecting it.
Yeah, it looked like a great pick, scaled throughout the game. You are now 4-2, EG, up at the top of the table with Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. What do you think of the other 4-2 teams? Do you think you're a step ahead of them and it'll show over time? Is it still kind of a toss-up? What do you think?
I mean, we just shit on C9, so that doesn't matter. But
all right, let's go.
And 100 Thieves and Scrims haven't been looking good, but on stage, I mean, they look pretty good. I guess they're just stage players, but we'll see. I think we're really confident versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think you guys play them next week. I don't think you've played them yet, so hopefully we get to see that. Jojo, thanks for talking with me. We have Dig and says EG, that's not right. Dig and Team Liquid coming up next.
Oh, it's Ezreal ult.
Ezreal, got it? Nice.
Oh, this one's easy. That's Ezreal ult.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea. Gangplank? Gangplank Q?
Oh, this is a tough one. It sounds like gold. Gangplank?
Yeah, I'm lost. I'm gonna say Ezreal for no reason. But...
ADC? Sorry, can you play it one more time?
That's not Misfortune, is it?
Oh, I hear bullets now. Jin?
I don't know what other, like, gold, like, champion there is. Samira? That's her. Four of us have.
Samira Q? Second try.
No, it's her Q? Huh.
November 2020, onto Scouting Grounds. Back then, Scouting Grounds would invite the top 20 unsigned players in North America, and LCS staff would draft them into 4 teams. One of these players, named Akinoki, now known as Yon, was scouted in that first successful class of 100 Thieves next, the same class that scouted current pros Tenacity and Kempi. Another player, named Spawn, who was playing for Polar Ace Esports alongside current pro Busio, locked in a spot after being one of the top 2 ranked AD carries on the ladder.
Look at Spawn! Look at Spawn! Look at Spawn!
After competing, both of these guys made their way onto academy teams for the 2021 spring split. Yon for Team Liquid and Spawn for Dignitas. Throughout their first year in 2021, both of these young AD carries displayed stark contrast in play. Yon would challenge every fight headfirst, topping damage and kill charts, but he would also top the death charts and was often punished for his somewhat reckless play. Spawn, who was used to not receiving as much resources, distanced himself from threats patiently before committing, but often as a result lacked presence in fights relative to his competition in Academy that year. Heading into Proving Grounds Summer 2021, despite recent roster changes on both teams, both Spawn and Yon placed high in that tournament. Spawn and Dignitas finished 5th, 6th, and Yon with Team Liquid finished 2nd after a nail-biting full 5-game series with 100 Thieves Academy.
100 Thieves Academy, after killing Harry, are your Summer 2021 Proving Grounds champions!
In their second year, Yon and Spawn solidified themselves as top 3 AD carry prospects. Yon, with a returning core roster, built upon his aggressive instincts with far improved threat assessment. Spawn, with 3 new players in their rookie year, stepped up by creating pressure in lane and proactively leveraged his advantage throughout points in the game. Spawn and Dignitas, who were considered by the community to be a bottom-of-the-table Academy team, ended up finishing 6th in the regular season. Yon with Team Liquid had higher goals on the horizon. During the Spring Proving Grounds tournament, they ended up rematching against 100 Thieves Academy in the final. Only this time, redemption was theirs.
Team Liquid! A road to redemption! Paved in retribution to reclaim what was taken last summer! Team Liquid are your Proving Ground champions!
Team Liquid, they lost the last 2 best-of-5 these teams played again, but they are not going to lose another. They take it down. You see how much it means to them.
Both of these AD carries carried their dominance into the summer, where their paths diverged. After Week 5, Spawn and Dignitas were on track to finish 4th by the end of the regular season. Meanwhile, their LCS team was sitting at 10th and offered the Academy players a chance to play the last few weeks for the LCS team. It's a difficult choice to give up a run for the Proving Grounds title and be thrust into the spotlight of last place in LCS. And yet, Spawn was one of the few who took on this challenge. As for Yon and Team Liquid, they continued dominating Academy, ending the regular season at first and beating a Dignitas squad without Spawn in the Proving Grounds Summer Final.
Team Liquid Academy! They did it once, they'll do it twice. They'll take those amulets and they'll take the Proving Grounds titles here in 2022 all the way through.
Both Yon and Spawn are starting for the first official year of the LCS. In a competitive pool of 80 carriers with varying years of experience and differing regional backgrounds, these two are the only rookies brought up through the native, amateur, and academy pipeline. Their competition may overshadow them now, but it's their drive that brought them here today, and it's their hunger to achieve greatness that will continue guiding them forward. Their LCS story, it starts now.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Caster Swapperoo for games 4 and 5. It's myself and my boy Azael here. We're bringing back Team Liquid Dignitas.
Damn, who did that VO for that piece we just watched?
I don't know.
That was incredible.
Some piss random. I don't know. But, you know, that piece was something I really enjoyed working on as we are getting ready for this matchup because, as, you know, I said it before in the video that this is Yon and Spawn's official year. Yes, they had some LCS games last year, either for the lock-in tournament for Yon, respectively, or Spawn coming in halfway after Dignitas' summer split. But this is the first time in their LCS career, or this is their first official year as an LCS player and a starter, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that is a big difference, right? The team giving you the confidence to know that, hey, I am playing this starting role. You know, this is going to be my position, trying to work with and develop the team from the word go. And obviously some different results on either side. I think TL maybe not having quite the results that they have wanted, and Dignitas definitely surprising in an unfortunate way,
right?
You know, with their start, because I think a lot of people had Dignitas more up towards the middle of the table, and you know, with some of the big names that are on this team, people were expecting a lot out of them. So still hoping to see some big things from Spawn. You know, and a lot of people have a lot of confidence in this guy coming up from the amateur system.
Yeah.
Yourself being one of them. And I just don't think he's quite been able to show it yet.
Yeah, and I think, you know, talking with him as well, it's just getting adjusted to not only the bigger pawn that is, you know, the LCS roster of 80 carries this year. I mean, you're playing against people like Prince, Berserker, even Double-Lift is looking great on stage. FBI, also another one that we cannot understate as well. It's hard to go from the amateur system and the academy system to then going somewhere like now, right? And they in academy last year, they were some of the most dominant 80 carries, you know, and 2021, the way they started, they were kind of fighting halfway in the middle of the pack, but also in 2022, it was pretty much Yon and Spawn that everyone talked about. Kaori was the other person that everyone was talking about at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yon, just speaking about him for a little bit, you know, he has been doing very, very well, I think, especially in lane with Core JJ. This has been a very powerful duo. They've been winning a lot of 2v2s. They've been getting a lot of kills in these matchups. So have been able to see him shine so far. We are getting into picks and bans here. 4th game today. Dignitas versus TL, and it's another Yoshik Kindred ban. The one time it actually wasn't banned out. He wasn't able to play it yesterday, and unfortunately it is right back to the ban table here. Zeri going to get taken off as well. People have been leaving Zeri up quite a bit, but often to their own, you know, their own mistake. Really, they've been getting punished very heavily by it. Zeri's been doing really, really well overall, I would say, in the league. Gonna be interesting to see where these two teams will go, though, in picks and bans. If there's gonna be any deviations. I've been seeing a tremendous amount of Lucian Nami. You know, that is still available here. Obviously, there have been mix-ups. Like, we got to see things like the Caitlyn Varus lane from 100 Thieves yesterday. That was a little bit of a departure from the norm. We have seen some Sona getting mixed in, which has been nice to see that champion, which I think is actually really strong, get mixed in here and there, but hasn't been having the most success.
It's not always seeing kind of the vision of what these teams are hopefully shooting for when they draft them in the first place. I know something that we've been kind of eyeing ever since a little bit of the light changes in this B patch. Elise has been shooting up the priority list, especially for junglers that really want to get things going.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to cast with Inspired yesterday, and he talked a lot about the fact that jungle kind of has to play for bot lane now. And I've been talking to some of the ADs in the league, and they have really been feeling like if one AD gets ahead, it almost requires a massive mistake from that team to then lose the game. So having a champion like Elise who can get down to that bot lane, who can really affect things early, can pull off some of these very, very dangerous level 3 ganks. You also have options, of course, to go towards top side or mid lane. That can be really, really, really powerful. I mean, we've even seen multiple times today, level 2, level 3 ganks towards the bot. People are just so highly prioritizing getting their AD ahead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we even saw last game in that Evil Geniuses against Cloud9, Inspired gank level 2, which something, as a jungler, I'm always excited about. As long as I feel like, hey, my resources, my time is being well spent, I will happily blow flash for flash and make sure that your lane is the one that is staying ahead on track. Speaking of Maokai, Team Liquid just going for that little bit of standard right now.
Yep. Plus, if you level 2 gank and then you lose, you can just blame your teammates because it's not your fault. You gave up your camps. They were supposed to carry.
That's a fair compromise. I'm down with that.
Absolve yourself of any responsibility in one simple trick. Scientists hate him. Never take responsibility for a loss and provoke you again.
I ganked your lane, I burned flash, and you still lost. That's not my problem, bro.
Exactly.
It's out of my hands. Hey guys, the other jungler's now up 3, 4, 5 camps on me. I hope you're carrying this one because it's definitely not going to be me.
All right.
Dignitas just cleaning out the last bit of their first round phase. I mean, Now, we have been seeing some Ezreal pop up a little bit more outside of the normal AD carry pool.
Yeah, Ezreal, once some of the kind of big dogs are all banned out, we get a tremendous amount of Varus either picked or banned, Lucian, Zeri, Kate. But once you're getting past those big ones, we have things like Sivir, like Xayah, like Jhin, like the Ezreal that can come in. And Ezreal, people always kind of look at, in the past, I think much more as okay, this means you're going to roam. But when you play Ezreal paired with a Karma, you can go Comet Karma, and you can play very heavily for that 2v2.
Yeah.
It is obviously really, really heavily reliant on landing those skill shots. Ezreal Karma, if you're hitting your Qs, they're getting crushed. If you're missing your Qs, you're useless. So it's going to be really reliant on that because they're going up against Caitlyn Lux, and this is a lane that you don't want to give up the push to. If you just fully cede the push against this, traps are getting placed down at your tower. It is so incredibly difficult to avoid that poke while still maintaining perfect farm.
Yeah.
Because you can just drop the Lucian Singularity on one side of the turret and then drop traps on the other side of the turret, and there's not really anywhere to go without taking some sort of poke damage.
Damn oppressive in that state. But with Ezreal, always a little bit more flexibility. And it's a far different look for Team Liquid versus what we saw in the first 2 weeks where it almost seemed like Lucian first pick every single time. Oh my goodness, that is
Big
awesome.
Benson, that's the throwback.
Benson. Hang on. Can I get a copy of that fan sign after? Like, can I take it to the copier backstage and just...
Okay.
I need that one as well.
There you go.
Wait,
this
hang on.
sign has verified that you can have the other sign.
You know what? Something that we should do is, get a fan sign Hall of Fame. Just take pictures of those and put it somewhere in the LCS.
True.
Very much enjoy that.
We'll get on it. We'll get our finest people on it.
Hell yeah. What? I heard something. I just wanted to make sure that I could hear what the fans or the crowd was saying. I don't know. Anyway, Team Liquid, what do we wrap up here? It's all about solo lanes at this point, trying to finalize the last bits of this composition.
That was a good sign as well.
So
I like that. It's meta. It's a little bit meta.
Hell yeah.
That's how you pander to the social media people. That's how you get your sign on social media. That's smart.
Yeah, he's on it right now. Back in the office,
It's like, that's a great sign. Let's get this. Let's tweet this out there. I like that.
Very much so.
All right, we got the Victor coming through here for Harry, so more scaling for him. He has been going largely towards these scaling picks for the most part. He has been mixing things in, but of course he did play the Azir yesterday. Has played some Ryze, has played some Sylas, so he has been kind of just working through. It's actually going to be his 6th unique pick in 6 games, so not doubling up on anything just yet. We're going to see Jensen answering with the Sylas, something that he's quite comfortable on himself. I do think Jensen has kind of been the standout player for Dignitas thus far, but it has been tough for him to really kind of slam home any sort of advantages. Is that just like a surprised face, or is that
the Pikachu what face? Dignitas. All right, blind picks Jax for Armand in the top lane. Now, for Team Liquid, it might not be a surprise that they have saved counterpick for Summit, considering that he really wants to just take leads and push them as far as he can.
Is it just going to be Renekton, though?
Please say no.
I think it's just going to be Renekton.
Please say Psych. Stay psyched right now, dog.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Okay, I was wrong. It's not going to be Renekton. It's going to be Cassante. It's another one of these matchups that is kind of a skill-based matchup.
Yeah.
We did just see him play in this matchup yesterday. He played the Renekton, I do believe, and I was thinking he was going to go back to it. It's definitely one of his favorites. Hasn't played Cassante yet this split, so it is a new pick for Summit, bringing something a little bit different out here. But I do think this is a pretty heavily skill-based matchup. Armut did have a pretty good at least start to the game on the Jace yesterday. Was able to get himself into a good position, so we'll see if he can get something done here. Because I do think Dignitas have drafted themselves a pretty darn strong comp. They have very good scaling. They can team fight relatively well with this. They have pushing lane and bot potentially. They do have the ability to 1-3-1. Like, they have a lot of options here, I think, on how they can play out this game. For TL, it feels like almost just straight up all about 5v5 though, right? Like, this is a composition that wants to group, wants to poke, and then wants to hard engage, with that Maokai, looking to just throw down the ultimate, zone people out or find that pick that you can actually engage on.
And with the shift over to Ezreal for Yawn, this is a pick that is less dependent on your team peeling threats away from you, because as Ezreal, especially towards that mid-late game stage, you have so much ability haste. You can cast Arcane Shift almost every 5 seconds, especially when you're ramping down the cooldown even further, getting those Mystic shots procs off. So Team Liquid, I know that when we've gotten good looks at these guys, it's when they're on sync, but when things are not falling in line, it seems like they're not always on the same page. Maybe with picks that are a little bit more self-sufficient, that just because the communication isn't always as clean, it's not going to be as punishing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is possible, right? Sometimes giving you that individual agency can help to kind of smooth things over a little bit. But we do want to see TL, being able to really work on that cohesion, right? If they want to try to grow into this great team that I think people are expecting them to become, this is a team that I think there was high expectations for spring, but I think a lot of people are thinking of this TL roster as more of a summer split roster.
Sure.
They've talked a tremendous amount about how hard they want to work and how they want to aspire to be the team that is outworking everyone else in the league, right? And the hours that they are putting in should pay dividends over time, assuming that they're practicing efficiently, assuming that they're practicing well. That is really what they're looking towards. And they're kind of using this new, I want to call it like the EG blueprint, where it's you basically bring in 2 rookies, you surround them with a core of veterans, and you hope that that is going to give these rookies the stability and the environment to thrive in, right? To be able to learn from these people that you're laning with, to learn from these people that you're playing with, and put yourself in a position to really succeed.
Yeah, it's what worked for EG during that incredible spring split playoffs run, right? And last year, Jojo Piona and Danny were the 2 youngest members on that team, but you had great leadership in Impact, in Vulcan, and even Inspired to an extent.
Yeah.
But just come off a very successful split in the LEC prior. Team Liquid, not necessarily hitting the moment, but that is what the vision is.
Absolutely, and we're seeing 100 Thieves, do a very similar thing there. Again, 2 rookies surrounded with veterans, really try to look for that sort of style. People are realizing that it's not just all about import the biggest names you can get, slap them all together, and you're going to have a great time, right? We've seen so many teams kind of go for that style, and it didn't really work out for them. And TL, did have this star-studded roster last split that didn't really work out for them. So they're trying to take a different approach. You know, they're trying to find that talent that they have already been raising up through academy and through amateur to kind of bring that in and put faith in this next generation of players.
That's right.
So we want to see that succeed.
Yeah, and on the flip side here for Dignitas, the approach, don't want to say it's kind of the old way of thinking, but it is something similar to what we've seen, where you take reliable players that have had great success both domestically and somewhat internationally, Santorin and Jensen, obviously, especially during their time on Team Liquid together in the past. You look at Armut, who also top laner from LEC that they have high hopes for. Obviously, they want Ignar in for support, but, Biofrost is not a bad person to have either while you're waiting on your starter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that Biofrost can play this kind of ranged support meta quite well. So I do think it's actually a pretty good meta for him. And you talked about, of course, Santorin and Jensen playing together, but also Santorin played with Ignar as well on FlyQuest when they had made finals. So there are some of those inbuilt synergies that
First time in that history the org ever made a finals.
Exactly. Too. So I think that's some of the inbuilt synergies that Dignitas were kind of counting on. Unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for FlyQuest, they don't have their intended starting supports just yet, but they are on very opposite ends of the table with how those results have been going. And Dignitas needs to start getting some momentum, I think, because they need to just, even just for confidence, it can be very, very difficult as a pro player when you're just losing every game week in, week out, to really have faith in the plans and the practice that you're going for.
And something I talked about with Kobe yesterday during that Dignitas game against Immortals, things over at the Dick camp are still in good spirits. Like, even with a start of 0-4 and now 0-5, you know, one might think like, okay, when do you start hitting the panic button? But, you know, credit to Santorin, who is, you know, reportedly always super happy, in a very good mood with the team, and just saying, you know what, like, things are not, the results are not showing what we have in mind, but obviously, like, they believe that things are going to get better. And if you look at what Dignitas did right yesterday in some of the games that they had early game leads, it's always been through Santorin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Santorin has been known throughout his entire LCS career as this guy who can do these really creative early ganks. And even on champions that are traditionally not early game beasts, like the Trundle, like the Sejuani, who would find these creative paths and these unexpected angles that could really punish people. And we can see, you know, up in the top lane, Armut has the push down here in bot. CoreJJ has been on point with these Qs. Spawn has already worked through all 3 of his health potions. You can see on the other side, they haven't forced Yan or Core to use a single one, and Bio and Spawn are completely out of those potions. So if much more poke hits Spawn, he's gonna have to go back to base and have a terrible buy.
Yeah, and I imagine that prioritizing that Caitlyn Lux bot lane for yourself against something like Ezreal and Karma, you would hope that you should have the push advantage. So much credit to Core, who has really just doing the damnedest to making sure that they are the ones that went out on the priority push war here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, at the very least, you know, even if you are going to be getting pushed in, you need to be trying to dodge these skill shots as much as possible. Core's done a really good job of any time that Spawn steps too close to range minions, he actually just cues the range minions to splash off those onto him. So you have to be really, really careful about your positioning, because in these poke versus poke matchups, whoever has push has such an advantage. It's very, very difficult to farm safely without actually getting poked, because people know when you're about to step up to try to last out this minion, and they can easily pre-fire at you. Harry gonna have to flash out, and now they're both committing.
The flash afterwards, it still connects from Jensen. Like we said before, Zale, you can always count on Santorin to be there for the early games.
Yeah, Harry flashed out there pretty early, but they have the flash follow from Santorin, and Jensen's able to connect with the chains. Are they going to look for a dive here, though? Pioshik down towards that bottom side. They want to punish. The heal's already forced.
They've done this before with Yan and Core. Now, this time, if Pioshik is there, you can always go for the easy dive and cleanup. Yan is taking up 1 turret shot. Just perfect amount for the turret aggro to be juggled beautifully by Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was actually really nicely done by Yan. Just picks it up for Pioshik, holds that aggro, because when you can stand on the absolute outside range of that turret, then you just take 1 step back and you drop the turret aggro. It makes it very, very easy. Had already landed a lot of poke on a Spawn, and this is kind of disaster already for Dignitas in their bot lane. You can see the buys are going to be very, very different here. Spawn is way down in farm. We can watch this one more time as, you know, Jensen able to kind of find this setup. Santorin's coming in from the side. Harry flashes early, but the problem is he flashed before the E2 was actually used. You've got to try to hit that with the reactive flash. Wasn't able to do so, and when he gets stunned up off after that, it gives Jensen that gap closer. It allows Santorin to come in with Q flash of his own. And then this, again, just really nicely done. Lots of poke landed here onto Spawn. And then in goes Yan, has the W already on him, shifts in, procs that, stays on the outside of that turret aggro, and then just steps right back out after they get the kill.
But now we have 2 pivot points for both of these teams. Team Liquid already firing first on the bottom side of the map, whereas Dignitas striking in the mid lane. Makes sense on where both of these early games for these 2 teams so far in the spring split have worked out, but now the question is, what do either teams do about trying to combat the advantage that both teams have built up?
Yeah. I mean, I think for TL, it's a little bit easier because, well, I guess for both, you know, the kills did go to the junglers. But the problem is Spawn just got put so far behind, right? Harry is actually playing TP, so he can just TP right back. He actually caught the wave. And now they're going to find Jensen here, potentially.
Now, that's one way. I mean, Jensen... Oh! All right, we need a redo on that one. The scrim's over, guys. You know, let's remake the game.
Anyone else feel that lag?
That's crazy.
Right outside, just me, the sunrise. What's going on? All right, well, it's a trade of flashes. Honestly, it's fine. It looked funny, but really, at the end of the day, it's Pioshik just flashing. Jensen always there with the reaction time. He is so quick.
Yeah.
On those responses. He's really, really good at actually dodging ganks. It's something that has been one of his calling cards, I think, throughout his entire time in the LCS. Very good at sidestepping skill shots. Very good at actually reacting to these pressure plays. But as I was touching on earlier, yes, they did kill off off Harry, but Jensen didn't get the kill. And yes, Pyosik got the kill on the other side on Spawn, but the problem was Spawn was missing so much farm on that, and he doesn't play TP, right? So he missed those crashing waves. It's plates that are already going down. 2 plates have already gone the way of TL. So when you're actually comparing the gold, in mid lane, it's like 150 gold lead for Jensen, but in bot lane, it's about 700 gold for Jan. Right? That is massive already.
The stark contrast and difference already sets up Team Liquid with clear win cons, setting up for that mid game that we were talking about. Especially that is when this Ezreal is really going to start coming online. Whereas when we think about how a Caitlyn Lux lane is supposed to kind of traditionally work, or what you would hope for, is you get that early push, you're operating on it, just giving you priority to be able to move in and start just chipping slowly away at Team Liquid's side of the map. Without that pressure point, you have to now rely solely on the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. It becomes very, very difficult, right? If you're kind of locked under that tower, you know, in any of these matchups, you know, where it is poke-heavy matchups, whoever has the push just has such a big advantage. It's so easy as that pushing lane to stand behind your own minions. They can't really poke back nearly as easily. That's going to become, you know, very, very difficult to deal with. And as you say, you know, in the ideal game, Caitlyn has that push, is chipping away at turret plates, is constantly, you know, moving around the map to actually, you know, potentially take down a Herald, take down another tower, and just kind of continue snowballing that gold. But TL, I think, really going to be happy about their position so far in this one. If they can keep this game nice and stable and just start showing up for 5v5s, then that's kind of what their comp is built to do.
Right now, Team Liquid and Dignitas might be fussing over this Rift Herald. Santorin is the only one that seems really committed to it, but Pyosik has the pinch. Summit was in position to move on it as well, but Arma now collapsing as well. Jensen might move first, but remember, there's no flash on him, but he takes the ultimate from Pyosik, is going to fire Nature's Wrath right on back. Biofrost is also the first support to roam and collapse, and that gives Dignitas an advantage right now, but Summit and Harry blow up Santorin and Jensen, and Armit is now getting taken all out for an all-out excursion. Summit wins! Beautiful shield from Core JJ. Team Liquid are gonna clean this one up on Dignitas on left. Oh, bug stick from Armit. Finds one on Core JJ, but Harry's got the last laser.
And no shot, TL wins that anyway. They get the kill on Pyosik right off the bat, but the AoE coming through from the side of TL, Harry was just roasting him there. And now 3 quick kills for Harry on this Victor is going to slingshot him ahead of Jensen. You can see him at the top of the gold tables now. Harry, Jan, Summit, the top 3 earners so far this game. Pyosik was in a bit of an awkward position because you could see the first move was actually coming from Dignitas. It's Lux who's actually arriving first. Biofrost gets there. Pyosik goes down pretty quick, but they're spending so much time focusing him that look at the health bars there on Jensen, on Santorin. They get hit by the ulti Q there from Core JJ. Summit arrives, he claps them both together. They're getting stunned up, they're getting knocked up, and Harry is just lasering over the top, you know, getting so much damage down. So despite the fact that they had that first kill, so many resources spent on killing off the Maokai, well, Victor is free firing, and Arma does the best job he can to try to trade one back, but at the end of the day, it's just another kill into Victor's pockets there. Plus the double buffs is gonna have him feeling really, really good.
You know, after all of that fighting, Pyosik, while he goes down, just thinks to himself, all that for a drop of blood, you know? He knew what his job was. If he goes down, ensuring that the rest of the team can make do on that positive upswing. And now with that, the gold lead slightly increased, now 2,000 from the 1,000 we saw in the early game. It's not much, nothing to run away with the game with, but already this is the slow increments that Team Liquid want to be building upon as they scale further and further into the game.
I mean, it's definitely not lights out by any means just yet, but 2.5K as it was, you know, a second ago, it's 2.3 now. 10 minutes in, it's still a really big lead, right?
Yep.
This is very significant. It's going to start showing itself in item completions. We can see that Harry already has his mythic done, and he's TPing back to mid, and Jensen, you are in trouble.
Flash is burned by Jensen, but right onto the gravity zone from Harry. He's got a stopwatch. Can he buy some time here? Heals up with the Kingslayer, goes right on back to the flash. Oh, but it's not enough damage. Harry, oh, he wanted to look for one last laser on the Santorin, just gets the flash out, but damn, Harry, 4-1-0. Nice way to bounce back after the first game.
Absolutely, getting really aggressive there around mid lane. Pyosik has been pretty relentless, just targeting Jensen here. You know, comes in, has the flash to spend, gets right in on Jensen. Yes, Jensen has the reactive flash, but once the Maokai W is in transit, it's coming with you, right? You are gonna get trapped up, whether you're going back to the base or whether you're just going a little bit away. So they lock him up, they're able to burst him down, and Santorin was in position to try to turn it around, but when you show up that late, Jensen is just so far down on the health. You know, the fact that he had the stopwatch was really the only reason it started to look close, but even then, he comes out of the stopwatch at such low health, and you can see like, he just doesn't have much going for him as far as damage, right? He's got a broken stopwatch, he's got perk treads, he's got a catalyst, he's got 0 stacks on a dark seal. Like there's not a lot of oomph behind his spells.
That's right. Just trying to get to that Rod of Ages spike. I hear in the Twitter sphere people calling it the vegan build or something along those lines. Where
oh, are you talking about like where they go Roa, Banshees, Mercs, and just like all the super defensive stuff straight into Zonias?
All right. Summit should be just fine. He's not overextended. It's okay, guys. The Rift Herald will be dropping, though, giving some plate gold over to Arma. Santorin, while he is visibly on this top side of the map, that gives Pyosik a window to start up that second dragon, which gives them further points towards the dragon stacking to the soul. Unless they actually want to dive this on the top side, Summit, is he in trouble? All out, distancing Santorin away from Arma, and now both of them are taking the turret aggro. Oh no! It's disaster for Dignitas! Team Liquid keep running away with it thanks to Summit in the 1v2.
Not like this, dude. He had to do it to him, and Arma takes a tower shot. He said
Counter-strike? Bomb stick? Okay, well, you know what? Arma gets revenge for his fallen brother.
That is Summit as a player, though. That is just Summit completely encapsulated in one play. The stick outplay, and then he's at 10% HP. He's like, you know what? I think I could take him.
I got this.
I like my odds.
He probably in comms like, hey, Pyosik, yeah, watch top right now. Oh, never mind, my bad, bro.
It was like when he was on C9, there was this play that just lives rent-free in my head. I remember he had this sick dodge on a Lee Sin gank. You know, he gets away, he's at 10% HP, he starts recalling, he just cancels the recall, walks up to the lead, just gets queued immediately.
Oh no.
And it's just like, that has been Summit, right? He pulls off some of the absolute best plays you'll ever see in the LCS. But he plays with very little respect to the opposing players. You know, he just is so confident in his own play.
Yep.
He's like, I don't care if the jungler's here. I don't care if you got more HP than me. I'm going to win anyway.
You know what? You live by Summit, you die by Summit as well. There's no in between. We got a fight over in the top side jungle here. Looks like Biofrost is not long for this one. Pyosik had him wrapped up in that entire forest stranglehold. And the rest of Team Liquid just continuing this grasp on the game further and further into Dignitas' side of the map.
And I just love, you know, they invade into the jungle here. You know, you can see that topside jungle. All of the wards are just all on the TL side, right? There's not a single ward from Dignitas on that side of the map. So they push up there at the same time. Yon is actually sieging that top turret, you know, being able to actually take that one down. Now Summit TPing up the top here. They want to try to look for a play on Armut.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Armut is fine. Just leap strikes back to safety. Has spawned a Santorin in the wings. Biofrost is also making his way up, but unfortunately they cannot save that tower. Team Liquid just continuing this gold lead. 4 minutes ago, it was 2.3 thousand. Now it is almost 6.
Yeah, you were saying it's not all doom and gloom then. Now the sky is falling. Now it is doom and gloom.
The walls are closing in.
Yeah, this is looking rough. 14.5 minutes in, 6K in the favor of TL. Plus they have both the dragons. Plus they have better team fighting. They have really good scaling. It's very, very difficult to kind of dig your way out of this one. And Caitlyn is on a massive power trough. You know, Caitlyn wants to get towards that second item really before she starts to get online and work towards that IE. But we can see Yon is going to have his second item maybe around the same time as Spawn has his first, or maybe even potentially before. So this Ezreal is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Harry has gotten a massive amount of gold. You know, mythics across the board have come through really for TL, and you look at the other side, and it's a lot of pieces.
And it all comes from Pyosik, right? Pyosik was the one that made the first move on the bottom side of the map, helping and coordinating with Core JJ to make that dive possible, which already was a lane that should have been in Spawn in Biofrost's favor, swing heavily towards Yon so that he could safely get to this mid-game spike. And Pyosik has been covering Harry in the mid lane after Santorin influenced a little bit. So the fact that they've been able to reverse the damage in the mid lane and then just set them up for success. Now Team Liquid, it just seems like at this point, it should be smooth sailing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's the question is can they actually close this game out cleanly? Yon just kind of poking away, almost has that turret down. That's the last tier 1 remaining here. Looking to just stop the base, not quite going to actually find Spawn. So I assume Spawn does have his mythic now, which will be something going for him. Harry should just be able to back this one up. Not really in much danger, but Armut maybe.
Oh God! Harry! Oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage, and I think Armut was not expecting it either. Forced a flash leap strike to his compadre, just making sure that he got out alive. This is...
Yeah, that's where you hit tab and you ping the bounty. Who fed Victor? Who fed this guy? What happened?
He checks the items like, Oh, he has Leandries in a large run already.
I mean, that's scary, man. When Victor hits late game at 16 minutes, you're like, oh, whew. We're scaling. We have late.
It always kind of, oh, what's the word? Gives you whiplash when Victor just one-shots you later on in the game when he just hits you with Q auto into laser. It's like, wait a minute. I thought you were as a control mage. You're supposed to like do damage over the time. Where's the burst?
Hey, he controls whether you're living or dying.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
Very true. Well, third dragon is coming up in the next 45 seconds here, Isaac. And Team Liquid, they have pretty much full guarantee into the mid lane and into the bottom side jungle. So I just don't know how Dignitas can force their way in.
Yeah, I don't think Dignitas should try. Honestly, when you're looking at the itemization, I don't think they have any business really going for this. Maybe you look for some sort of a steal. You could be willing to give up Santorin's life to try to get some sort of a flip if you can maintain vision. And that's why they're trying to have at least this kind of defensive vision here on that bot side. You know, see they have this one ward, but they've got really nothing forward into the river whatsoever. It's all TL. TL's dropping Shelly here in mid lane as well. They're going to push up through mid. Pyosik is threatening down on the side while Harry is pushing up top, and he is TP. So their setup, I think, is really, really good. No one is actually answering Armut, but they can just charge forward, take the tier 2. And if there's not going to be more of a response from Dig, they're just going to keep pushing this in. There's no reason not to.
Yep. Already damage down onto the inhibitor tower. So they don't take it quite yet. Where's this TP going? Is this a flank? Okay, well, Harry might die for this one. Team Liquid will just have to book it over to the dragon on the bottom side of the map. That's a huge shutdown that goes over to Armut's pocket.
Yeah, all 5 actually got invested there in that. You can see the ultimate came through from Biofrost and Spawn from downtown. There was the TP from Armut. There's the ult from him, the ult from Jensen, the ult from Santorin. So there's a, yeah, you're not getting away this time. So they do at least get the bounty. That is a second item now finished up for Armut. So potential small kind of glimmer of hope there is that Armut is actually quite rich now. He does have 2 items. He has 4 kills on this Jax. So maybe if he can make something happen, it can buy time for the rest of your team to try to scrape their way back into this game. But TL, they just need to keep rolling because really their win condition is Soul. They're already very far ahead. And they just need to show up for Dragon, make sure they have a good setup in 4.5, and see if Dig's ready to fight.
I mean, if you're able to get Mountain Soul before Caitlyn even finishes her second item,
yeah.
Who is taking down the front line? Who's going to be fighting Summit? Who's going to be fighting Pyosik? If you're not finding flanks on a Harry and Yon, it's already difficult to try and isolate at least an Ezreal. This is dire straits for Dignitas.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, they're going to have to. Anytime you are playing these multiple melee solo lane type comps, you have to come from really creative angles. But it's so difficult when you're put behind, right? Because when you're looking at the map, it's like what's the furthest forward wards they have, right? They got a couple here, but you're not really going to be able to establish much vision in this river area that you really need. You need to be able to get wards back behind where the dragon is going to be to try to set something up. They are onto Summit here. We'll see if he can just walk out. He is in basically a 1v5.
I mean, he's too tanky, guys. So, like, what are you going to do? It goes out, and he's walking out fine. I thought Summit was ready to just all out someone and isolate them. And
he just turns around.
That would have been even worse. Like, oh, you think I'm locked in here with you? You're locked in here with me kind of deal. And Team Liquid just take advantage of the fact that everyone was trying to pick off Summit in the bot jungle. No one was protecting the mid wave. So they get a free access pass to the inhibitor. Armut is still splitting on the bottom side of the map. But that's only the tier 1 turret for an inhibitor.
Stop. They're getting clapped. It's looking rough for Dig here. Going up here against TL, trying to find their first win of the season still, but this one is very, very quickly slipping away from them. At least, they do get the tier 1. It is a turret bounty, so it's a lot more gold going the way of Armut. We'll see what he wants to work towards. With the BF picked up, I think he's just going to go third item GA and then just pray, hey, maybe I can buy a stopwatch before the dragon.
That's all he can do, right?
And maybe I can make something happen. I mean, you know they have to have a miracle engage to make it happen, right? Yon is playing Cleanse. He's way ahead. He has a Karma in his back pocket, and they have a really strong front line. So it's going to have to be multiple members getting in on top to really make anything happen. They are looking for a pick on Pyosik, but
all right, but Pyosik is going to bait everyone else in. Final Spark does nothing. A look at the flank from Summit. He's making his approach. He's towering over them menacingly, and he finds Spawn. He goes all out. Yon wants a piece of the action here, but someone says, this one is all mine, baby. And if there's no ADC, there's no way that the rest of your team is cleaning up that one. Yon gets the pick off. Free pickings here on the other side of the map. Armut goes back in for a counter-strike, but the bonk stick ain't bonking today. It is Team Liquid that comes out on top.
Summit goes all out, and Dignitas go all the way home, man. Everyone's back to the spawn platform there. It is an ace for 1 for TL here, 20 minutes into the game. Baron on top, why not? They're gonna grab it. Even gonna TP Harry back in here just to secure it. Make sure they can actually burst this down before there's any concerns whatsoever. But there's no way that Dignitas can really get here to do anything about it whatsoever. So TL looking incredible in this one. A very, very dominant performance that they're putting in. They're gonna have third item here on Yon, and it's gonna be one item and a pickaxe for spawn.
And take a look at that replay once again. It is Pioshik sniffing around, but you know what? He's Maokai. He's tanky. He can handle this. And then the rest of the reinforcements come in from the side.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see on the map, there's the TP from Summit. He's just coming up behind. Yon is free firing again. You're putting all this effort into Pioshik. And you can't really blame Dignitas because really all they can do at this point is look for odd number plays. They've got to group up. They got to hope they find one person in a 3v1, in a 4v1, kill that person off, try to scrape your way back in. But when TL is there and TL is ready with that response, sure, you knock down Pioshik, sure, you get that one kill, but Yon is free firing, he's monstrously fed. Somebody's on that TP flank, he's pressuring your AD out of the fight, so there's not going to be that follow-up to really ever get anything more. And you can see the frustration there on Armut's face. You know, he knows the way this game is heading, and it's heading that way very, very quickly.
And for Team Liquid, this is a team that, not having necessarily the record of the split that they would have hoped for, they've definitely dropped some games where they felt like they were in position to take home. But this is one that they can definitely be happy about.
One more try.
All right, last opportunity from Dignitas. Go all the way, go big or go home. Armut on the flank, but Pioshik is marking him and not giving him any access to his backline.
Yeah, that's rough. Because you look at the minimap, right? Super's on the base right here. That Nexus turret is going to be going down soon. Someone can just walk it in, and at the same time, that Soul Dragon is about to spawn, so they can continue pushing through mid, continue pushing through bot. We can see on the map, though, Arma is still in that kind of flanking position, but he's behind the tank. He's not behind the carry, so they can look for Summit, but I don't know if they have anything to take him down.
I mean, Team Liquid, if they wanted, they could just focus on the bottom side minion wave and just push it on in, but they want kills, Isaac. They are bloodthirsty. They want to pad the KDAs. They want everything from Dignitas. They are leaving no prisoners behind. As Team Liquid continue to push in this last minion wave, it's Spawn and Biofrost, last defenders on the footsteps of their base, but they can't do a damn thing. There's no way they can save this game. This is Team Liquid to take home and end possibly on week 3.
24 minutes in, the Nexus falls. TL crushed Dignitas here today. This one was not close whatsoever. Really dominant early stages of the game here from TL, and they were able to snowball it very, very effectively, continue taking those dragons, continued, invading, taking away vision, just kind of cutting off any sort of windows of opportunity that Dignitas might have to come back in. I mean, Yon was pretty much untouched, it felt like, this entire game, and he was monster fed, and it's like, even if you get a kill or two in a fight, if you can't get to Harry, if you can't get to Yon, or these massive, massive threats, you just had no chance of actually winning the team fight.
Yeah. Fun fact, Zale, that was the fastest game ever for the spring split.
Wow.
And that comes from Team Liquid.
For this spring split or any spring split?
No, so I want to double check production. I believe it's for just this spring split.
Okay. I was like, wow.
I was about to say, it's like, because I think there's like some 19-minute games in the past before.
Yeah, we've had some crazy games.
Yeah. But this is the fastest game of the 2023 spring split. It does come from Team Liquid, a team that, while not at the top of the standings, going 3-3 to end off their third week, this is when everything is aligned, when everyone is on the same page. This is the vision that they're pushing for with this team. And you can see how much more comforting and assuring is, especially to Team Liquid fans, but also to the players, like, hey guys, we did everything right. Even manager Ben popping off, he's like, good shit, Harry, good shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be really, really happy about this win. It's a great one for Team Liquid, and they're keeping themselves within striking distance of those teams that are at the top of the table, which is so important. Because you never want to be talking about playoffs 3 weeks in, but at the end of the day, you generally have to get 8, 9, 10 wins around there to make playoffs. And Dignitas is 0-6, right? So they're already looking at having to have an incredible end of the split to really be able to even have a hope of making playoffs, right? If you're looking at a 9-9 record to make playoffs, you've got to go 9-3 from here on out for Dignitas, a team that has started 0-6, right? They do still have Ignar coming. That is rough. I feel bad for them and their visa issues that they are having. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a long road to try to climb back up those standings for Dig, and TL are keeping themselves, only a couple games back of the top of the pack. I mean, sure, FlyQuest is out ahead of everyone, but besides FlyQuest, everyone else has a loss or two, right? EG's at 4-2. You're one game behind them right now. That's nothing.
Yeah, apart from FlyQuest, as you said, everyone else is strikeable from Team Liquid's side, and it just comes down to how well everything comes aligned. We talked about it before, how the communications were and everything was following the game plan. But before we move on, we want everyone to know, join us at the arena next Friday on the 17th for our Lunar Revel celebration. Come in when the doors open at 1 p.m. for a chance to help decorate the stage with custom lanterns. We'll also be doing a series of giveaways throughout the day. And when the games are done, we have a special after party featuring live music, a lion dance, and more. So tickets are available right now at the link on the graphic. Make sure you check that out. We're all going to be partying after February 17th.
Yeah, it says it has snacks, so that's all they need to tell me.
You know what? Food, lion dance too, live music. I'm all about that. Well, make sure you stick around, guys. We're going to be going to Immortals and Golden Guardians for our last game of the day after this break.
I'm from Incheon, South Korea. I live there 20 years before coming here. I've been in NA for 1 month. I like it.
아, 뭔가 존나 어색해.
은퇴할 준비됐지.
Oh shit.
Hi, I'm Mark.
제가 많이 왔다 갔다 해서 적응을 좀 빨리 하려고 하고 있습니다. 다시 돌아온 것도 좋고 그렇습니다.
셋 다 잘 적응하고 있고 다 잘 즐기고 있고 이제 경기력으로만 좀 좋아지면 완벽할 것 같아요. 퍼펙트.
1, 2, 3, liquid, okay?
1, 2, 3, liquid!
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jat. We found Mark. We spotted that little gremlin in the back of the studio. All right, get the camera on us now. Get over here. We are presented by Verizon once again. Thank you very much, Kobe and Jat. This or That. You know the drill. We are on YouTube as well as live on the LCS. So let's get right into it. That Zeri Penta was a Berserker difference or just a Zeri?
Oh.
Let's take a look at the replay here.
Well, it does actually depend on the Penta because Zeri
that's that one
does get the most Pentas. I'm watching it.
I'm gonna say it's a Berserker.
It's kind of a Maple diff. He didn't need to try and outplay this, but I guess he wanted to win it. I'm gonna say it's a Berserker diff. I like the player.
Well, I'm gonna say, I was gonna give that answer, and now I'm gonna say it's a Zeri. Just Zeri because every Zeri pentakill has no meaning to me.
Dude, they fixed the slide.
No, there's
this or that. For slide number 2.
Okay.
Most likely to take a game off fly in the second round robin. Is it this or that? C9 or EG? I am obligated.
And they're giving us the previous game. Okay.
I am obligated to say Cloud9.
Why are you obligated?
They did lose to EG today.
Yeah.
But I am not a flip-flopper. And I said that C9 was going to end higher than FlyQuest. So they better beat them again. This game was a disaster, by the way, because they
How are they going to do it, though?
Mid.
Riddle me that.
You're just going to play better, Kobe. How do you win any League of Legends game? Self-confidence.
Where's our game plan? I think a good game plan for Evil Geniuses is what we just saw on stage with them beating Cloud9. How are you gonna say Cloud9 are gonna beat FlyQuest when they can't even beat EG? EG have gotta have a better chance because they just beat Cloud9, Tristana mid, go around, destroy all the turrets. Now you got no base.
Okay, draft team fighting. That's
also,
you want a reason for
we got the signal that one was too slow, so they just changed.
Okay, but this one is also the wrong slide, so I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what is this or that. More dominant from Impact, his Scion or his Telestrator segment. He was a beast in the Telestrator segment.
His Telestrator was both illuminating as well as comical.
Yeah.
So, perfect presenter right there. He's delivering on all fronts for...
Yeah. As a member of the broadcast, I appreciate his VOD reviewing more than his Scion gameplay. Although, without the Scion gameplay, he wouldn't be able to win and do the VOD review.
Let me ask you this.
Or the A.
Was his Scion gameplay taken down a notch by the fact that Solo just also had a massive Scion game? So now Impact Scion game, you're like, every Scion I've seen is super tanky.
You only pick it when everyone has all AD. It was correct. It was moving us.
I went with this one too.
Oscars are playing us out a little bit. Best skydive face, Dash, Poom, or Dokla.
There's a right answer. It's Dokla,
dude,
for sure.
100% Dokla.
Those are, I feel like these are canned.
Dash looks into the cat. The only person who...
This is real. Yeah. This is a real face right here. This is real skydiving reaction. They didn't Photoshop this. Look at that. The lip curvature up over the teeth, everything. These ones, they put that in the magazine. That's an advertisement. No. This is real.
I completely agree. I feel like there's a talent to not look into the camera in moments like
this.
There's
fear. There's real fear in those eyes.
There's real fear. Another fixed slide. This or that. Golden Guardians or Team Liquid Honda, more deceptive
and
team
this is a YouTube submitted slide. You can submit slide ideas in the YouTube comments.
What if I like reading the YouTube comments? Anyway, Cyan Dude 858. So they are 1-4. TL is 3-3. I feel like TL is exactly where they deserve to be based on the way they've played. But Golden Guardians is better than like second to last.
I actually agree with everything you just said. As much as coming into this, I had much different expectations for Team Liquid. After seeing only 3 weeks of games, I'm like, yeah, that's not deceptive. That's where they deserve to be.
Sounds about right. Summit, win some, you lose some. Bet your life savings on Prince getting MVP or the field. Your life savings, Kobe?
You can fit so many MVPs right there.
All right, if you're saying like player of the week, he's got a double. I hope he has a different pose that's ready. I think he's gonna do this one.
Yeah.
Is the next one?
Your frame is too wide. You gotta shrink that down. No, yeah, there you go.
Okay. But it's the field, man. Always take the field.
You want to do the bet? Let's do the bet. You wanted to make a bet. I bet Prince. I bet Prince.
I take the field.
You
Always
can have
take the field.
Yeah. And the loser has to Do an ice bath while eating a smoothie made by the other person with any ingredients. Boom. Bet made. Better meta read.
It has
Just
to be
lock in
approved
Scion.
by
or
like a
just play-
toxologist. I don't want to die. But yes.
Or just play more 80 carries. Lol. Hey, pretty quick turnaround on this slide. They just played this game.
Yeah.
Tristana locked in. Scion, big tanky.
To me, this is 100% that. I think Scion needs to be picked at the end of drafts. Maybe you can just pick more 80 carries LOL. I have yet to be seen what counters Tristana too well in lane, other than control mages, which is true. But this is worse than that, so I'm picking that.
I like this one because this has better meme ability and is more concurrent. Honestly, with all the 80 carries in support right now, there's too many.
We have another slide.
I have too many 80 carries.
You didn't hear the number of slides, so I'm surprised.
All I hear right now is the background music, but I'm glad that I have the music.
Better Game 5 matchup, Licorice vs. Revenge or Gory versus Ablaze Olive?
Oh, man. Honestly, I want to see more gory action no matter who it's against. And Ablaze Olive was a Golden Guardian, so you've got extra storyline built in here. Boom.
I'm just gonna agree with that.
Yeah, I got more storylines than you, Jat.
Yeah. So this or that does a really good job of picking slides that are sometimes difficult. But this one, that's the end of this or that, by the way. Thank you very much. But the reason that I struggled with that one is I think Ablaze Olive versus Nero will be the one. So that's the end of this or that. For those watching on YouTube, send your comments in for next week. And for those of you here staying with us on broadcast, IMT versus GG is next. But before heading out of the arena, Ablaze Olive tells us what it's
You can tell we do this live.
It's always been live.
Good one, Jat.
I can't do it, man. I can't go back out there.
Where exactly?
Out there. The stage. He's out there. I know he's out there. I can see his bald head in my dreams.
You mean teammates?
Not my teammates. Nick Smith. Anero?
He's not your coach anymore.
It doesn't matter. Do you know what an Anero draft does to a man? For 2 years? One time in scrims, he forced me to play Renata mid. He said it was good. It was terrible!
It's a team fight comp. It's pretty straightforward.
And then, after we played Renata mid and it was terrible, he comes to me and says, Nick, try it with Olaf. It's really good. It was still terrible! That guy.
He's able to team fight and provide CC for the team. It's pretty straightforward. We're just team fighting, you know?
You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. You know, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good.
There's this bald guy out there to see you.
That was the best acting from a pro player.
Yeah,
of all time.
It's not like the standard, just like, oh, haha, great acting. You know,
No, he fully committed to it. Ablaze Olive.
Good job, Ablaze Olive. I have no idea if he
That was
knows that he
hilarious.
just aired that bit, but man, I think there's genuine fear instilled from his time on an arrow. Oh my goodness, and now he's even more upset. Come on, get him. Get him,
That is
Ablaze
actually
Olive.
too funny. I don't know if you know the team fight comp reference.
No.
That is I'm gonna have to show you that. That is probably my favorite segment I've ever done on AD with Mark and Dash.
Oh wait,
That's the clip that spawned the team fight comp segment.
that was like back when.
This is a long time ago.
Yeah, like I think
Back in the Stone Age.
Yeah.
When I was a young man.
Oh my goodness, the Anero tweet as well. Jeez, this is great.
Yep.
And even I love how Blaze Olive and Anero are just leaning into this rivalry now. It's like, I wasn't treated well on Golden Guardians. Obviously, that's not the case. You know, it's just friendly banter.
It's
guys.
more I wasn't drafted well for. You know. Sometimes maybe he's kind of saying haha, but then he got a little bit of seriousness to it, you know. We'll see. We'll see if he wants to blame his coach for this draft or not after it's done.
Right. Well, you know, both of these teams just came off of pretty huge wins, considering Immortals had a comeback win yesterday against Dignitas after, you know, an incredibly early pressured game from Dignitas and Santorin. But, you know, Kenvi on that Graves, it's his first Graves game of the spring split. But as we talked about yesterday, you know, that is also another Kenvi special. And the way that Kenvi was kind of dancing on the front lines, soaking up so much damage only to then use Gore Drinker, well timed as well, to just sustain himself and just really be not only a bruiser but also a damage dealer, and just making sure that he bought space for Tactical to just clean up the whole fight. I mean, that comeback from Immortals gives them the identity that, like, yes, we're a team that's not doing well, but we're tenacious. We're going to continue fighting until the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the reality is they've won 2 games in a row, right? Which is nothing to scoff at. This is definitely a winnable game as well. So they could be putting themselves on a little bit of a streak, moving to 50-50 if they can win this one. Golden Guardians, of course, is looking for their second win. They're sitting at 1-4 right now. But they did have Young in the first week, so you can kind of put a little bit of an asterisk on that record. And Gory last week also, from what I had been told, basically came straight from the airport, went into some scrims, and then had to play on stage, right? It was like right thrown into the fire. So he didn't have a lot of time to kind of really gel with the team. I think even in those losses last week, I think he actually looked good.
Yeah.
I was quite impressed.
And yesterday on their win against CLG, it was dominant from Golden Guardians. It seemed like there was absolutely no chance. And I mean, Gory had a field day in that 1v2 we saw yesterday as well against Dokla and Palafox, which was kind of a last-ditch effort, but also just great stuff from Gory, just showing off why this guy has been kind of a sleeper draft pick from Golden Guardians going into this offseason. But also want to give credit to Stixay and Huhei, who had a fantastic bot lane game yesterday. They had the isolated 2v2 kill, which pretty much snowballed that entire game for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's massive, right? We've talked so much about how it is a very, very bot lane focused meta, so they need to be playing for that. Huhei gave an interesting interview. He talked about how when he was playing with FBI, they were playing so much for like all out lane dominance, looking for kills, and then it has been an adjustment playing with Stixay. And I don't know if that means that he's having to take a step back, or if Stixay wants to play it a little bit different than they had played it previously. He didn't get really into exactly what that adjustment was that they're trying to make. But it has been nice to see them playing a little bit more aggressive and trying to actually play for that dominance, because I don't think in this meta that you can just sit back, especially when there are so many poke heavy bot lanes with these 80 carry supports and all these different things that are coming in there, and are playing so heavily for 2v2 dominance. Like, if you just seed the wave, I think you just hard lose bot basically every single time. Because once you lose full control of the wave, they can bounce it, they can freeze on you, they can step past the wave, right? It can become very, very difficult. So you've got to be willing to scrap. You've got to be confident in your ability. And we are just having a small delay here. I was told it was about peripherals, so they're trying to get those peripherals fixed up on stage. I'm assuming it's something to do with River, who has a number of people over around him. So hopefully that's going to be fixed pretty quickly.
Yeah, I got to make sure that everyone's devices is, working accordingly. Can't rather get the pause in now than have it happen in mid-game, especially if you have a big team fight going on and then, hey guys, I can't hear any audio. I need a pause. Like, oh, you're kind of dead, dude. Like, this is an unopportune time to pause. So we'll be trying to get into game as swiftly as possible. But honestly, I mean, I'm down to continue talking more about Immortals. I'll give you more things to talk about Golden Guardians.
So it is the newest update I have is obviously it's going to be a mouse issue. You can see a lot of people there on screen fiddling with the mouse, and it should be about 2 minutes. That's the estimated time for them to actually get this fixed up. But yeah, feel free. Take us on an adventure here.
You know what? Let's talk about Kemvi and my caution when I was casting with Kobe yesterday, because Kemvi, the way that he has come up through the amateur system and the academy, and then finally got his first LCS big shot last summer, being drafted over to Immortals. Obviously, that summer split probably wasn't the most remarkable impression that new fans or new viewers of Kemvi probably had of him. But when you get to see moments in that game yesterday, that is what we expect of Kemvi. Really, just being the madman and just kind of being willing to risk it all and just go for these plays. Yeah, there was a couple times he also died in yesterday's game, but it was also willing to take the brunt of a lot of the damage and just making sure that he was pushing his team to the limit.
Absolutely. And I think it can be really, really tough when you are a carry player and you lose a little bit of confidence. And when you come into the league and you're coming off of a team that was, pretty successful in academy, right? And you're joining a team that, let's be honest, is losing a lot in the LCS. It can be difficult, right?
Yeah.
Because you're having to reevaluate so many things. You're having to change your playstyle already when you make that jump from academy to LCS, but then you're having to evaluate, okay, well, was the way that I thought to play the game before completely wrong? Do I need to fully adjust and play way more passive? Is that what's going wrong? But I think, as a carry player, it is so important to keep that killer instinct, to be willing to go aggressive, to be willing to ride that line. So I'd way rather see these young players that are coming up into the league, strive for these great mechanical moments and fail than just sit back and play passively and look to lose the game, because we know that Kenvi made his name as a carry player, right? He was the Kindred guy. He's the Graves guy. These are these types of picks that really have to be playing on that knife's edge, or you just don't get much out of them.
Right. And if you continue, I mean, I know we're in a meta where it's Sejuani dominated, Vi dominated, Maokai almost every single game, which isn't necessarily the greatest thing for Kenvi, but obviously every jungler needs to adapt and evolve. But when you as a team, which, talking to the GM has stated before, we know that Kenvi is a carry player. We want to facilitate in him. Obviously, not every single draft is going to line up Kenvi's way, but anytime that Kenvi is given those resources, it's a statement of trust from the team, and it's a statement from everyone else saying, Kenvi, this is your game. Show us what you got.
Absolutely. And you can kind of buck the trends in the meta a little bit, right? You can be able to kind of go outside that. There are players throughout so many different teams, throughout so many different regions who have been able to successfully have their pocket picks that they go towards. I mean, Pioshek, even in this region, has had 5 out of 6 games, Kindred has been banned against him, right? So clearly he is doing well in scrims with it. Clearly people are terrified of him on this pick, despite the fact that no one's really caring about it besides him, and Kenvi has played it one time. So we know that these picks can work. And sometimes you actually have a little bit of an advantage on them, even though they are a bit outside the meta, because you have practice against all the common meta matchups, but they may not have practice against you, right? And they may not have practice against that sort of style. So you can get advantages. I always think it's really fun when players do establish themselves on a pick, where it's like when Viper was in the league and you saw Riven come out, you're like, all right, some shit's about to go down. We're about to see something.
We're about to see some spicy stuff.
Who he would bust out the A-Soul, right? Or Bjergsen every once in a while, he gets the Zillion game, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, we have to ban that.
We love pocket picks here. Yeah,
it's fun, right? And I do think there's such a long track record of success with them. So, I hope that Immortals is having that confidence in Kenvi and going to be able to enable him. On the other side, going up against River. River is, I think, a really exciting player. I think that people have cooled off on him a little bit. His time with Dignitas, he was like 1v9ing so many of those early games at the start of last split when he first came into the LCS, and people were really, really hot. When he went over to Golden Guardians, people were, I think, expecting a lot from this team. They were expecting that it was going to be immediate, like an immediate impact and have a lot more success. It didn't really pan out that way. It didn't feel like they could ever get on that same page, but they have made some more roster adjustments here. This is a team that I think they have a lot of confidence. I got to talk to some of their coaches. I got to talk to Spooks before the season started. And, he feels like they have a really good group of guys. They're confident in their abilities, and they think that they can show a lot, right? And I kind of tend to agree after watching these last couple games since Gory actually got here. I think the team has looked significantly better. I think that this is a team that definitely can be, going up and to the right and starting to pick up a lot more wins, because I don't believe that they're a team that should be, down at the bottom of the standings. They've looked way more promising than some of the other teams that are around them.
Yeah, it's not like they're getting blown out every single game. They've even had games against, I think the one against Evil Geniuses, where they had a solid early game. Just it didn't get a chance to close it out, right? And for Golden Guardians, this is also a team, now that they have had Gorian for at least a week since arriving here in California, just making sure that there's no more of just getting that adjustment period down for this team to really settle into its groove. And off of a statement win like yesterday as well against CLG, you have that momentum. That's why I'm so excited. Even though this is the last game of the day, between Golden Guardians and Immortals, we're back at that. Both of these guys coming off of statement wins saying, our momentum is hot right now. Can you stop us from getting too far ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to speak more about Golden Guardians, even the first game that Gory played on stage was against FlyQuest, and that was actually a relatively close game. That was a really good Azir game from him. And I just even went back to kind of like sanity check myself how close it was. And at 15 minutes, they were actually up in gold, right? So they were at a slight lead over FlyQuest, who has been kind of running over the league, let's be honest. At a certain point, FlyQuest did start to really take over, as they have done against everyone. But, it's not really a knock against them.
All right. Well, seems like the delay is going to be taking a little bit more time. So while we are checking in, let's go ahead and see what Revenge's latest vlog is like from the Immortals camp.
Okay. All right, guys, we are back for the weekly vlog. We got all the boys here. We got a really nice dog here too. Yeah, we are actually walking home from scrim after scrims today. It was a pretty nice day. What'd you say?
Kenvi was smurfing today.
Kenvi was performing as per usual. Yeah. I'm actually pretty excited. All of us are actually pretty excited. The energy is high. Look at this guy. Whoa, who's hiding? Look at this little rat.
What do you mean I'm not hiding?
We have to get up close. Honestly, I'm dedicating this vlog. No, I'm gonna dedicate this vlog to getting close and personal with Edward Ra, aka Tactical.
Hi.
Eddie.
Aw, I love the camaraderie between Immortals, and it's a good way to stick together as a team, even through some of the more difficult losses. But we're finally in the Champions Select, so thank you to everyone for your patience as we finally get to see the last game of the day between Golden Guardians and Immortals.
Absolutely, and we talked about Kindred a lot in that pregame. It immediately gets banned out. First ban there for Golden Guardians, so no, Kenby, you will not be playing that today. Graves, of course, is still open for now. A lot of marksman bans, /support bans, whatever you want to call them. Caitlyn, Ashe, Zeri, all taken off the table. Elise going to get banned out as well. You know, River really known for his impact on these early game junglers, so that will be taken away. And it's just going to be kind of stock standard, Sejuani first pick. And now the interesting thing here is, where does Immortals want to go with their bot lane? Because almost always we're seeing in these first couple picks, that is going to be dictated. You know, will they want to go towards something like a Lucian Nami? Do they want to have an answer pick and look for something a little bit more aggressive? Yeah. We know the Tactical can look for things like the Draven, but of course it is going to be Lucian. Actually, Nami on 2, interesting. You know, generally I feel like people just will wait for Nami on 3 to try to take something away from their opponents, but just going to lock it in. They want to see a little bit more from Golden Guardians and potentially try to get some sort of a counter.
I would be pretty hyped to see a Samira or a Neela, but I imagine that Stixxay...
Don't get your hopes up.
Oh, well, you know what? I'll take a Callista. I'll take a Callista.
Okay.
That's pretty hype.
Yeah. That's got to be one of the first ones we've seen in the LCS this split.
Other than Sven's support Callista.
Yeah, we did see that, but I'm trying to think about bot lane ones, and I guess theoretically this could still be support.
Yeah.
But interesting, so they're not even locking their support here. They're actually going to go Renekton, so now...
They're keeping it ambiguous here.
Yeah, they're maybe going to look for a little bit of a later pick, try to see what the rest of the composition is. We could have an answering pick here from Revenge. To me, that's what makes the most sense. I think it's fine to drop your jungle towards the second phase. It's not really a big deal. They seem to disagree, though. They're going to go Wukong instead, so... It will mean Revenge gets less advantage out of being on red side because they can throw some protection bans for that Renekton.
Right.
And that's going to kind of limit his options a little bit. But generally, when you are playing against Renekton, most of the matchups just kind of end up being a lot of these. Either you play a tank that outscales it, or you play these kind of skill matchups anyway.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him go right at him with something a little bit more aggressive, like that Jax that we know he does enjoy playing. Cassante obviously can work really well, but that's already banned out. So interesting to see where Revenge wants to take us. And if Golden Guardians are going to be throwing bans to try to protect and to try to limit those options. Because the only champions that Revenge has played so far is 3 Cassantes just taken off the table, and then he has the 1 Fiora and that 1 Ornn game.
I was curious if Immortals had an idea of where this Kalista was going to go. They seem to think that it's Stixxay's pick, but if it does turn out to be a support pick and they start banning all these supports out, then...
That's the power of flex picks, right? Is that, if you throw it out there like, hey, it's an AD, and then they ban out multiple supports, you're like, well, just kidding. It's actually support, right? And
damn,
Hui did have a good game on Caitlyn, I believe it was. He was actually having a really good game, just unfortunately in the loss, but was kind of stomping in that one. So we know that he is willing to play those different styles of picks. There's a lot of players in support in this league now who are role swapped supports. And I always feel like those guys are fun because they're more willing, I think, oftentimes to go outside that. Hui was a mid laner, Busio was a mid laner, CoreJJ was an ADC, Sven was the ADC. I might even be forgetting people. That's 4 instantly off the top of my head who actually were starting out in other roles. So it is definitely interesting to see.
All right, stop the cap here, Eddie. We already know that you have a Lucian
Raven
Nami.
blind. No, you don't think so?
Well,
you don't think so?
I don't know. I've seen a Draven.
It's a Gnar.
Yeah, all right. It's the Gnar.
I thought for sure this time.
We're not seeing Fabi top anytime soon, Azale. No Draven top. Now, Golden Guardians still have to reveal to the rest of the class, where is this Kalista going? Is this actually for Stixxay, or is this going to be our second Kalista support of the split?
They can just pick another AD, and then you still don't know.
Damn it.
Checkmate, Rafa.
They really got me.
Nice try.
All right, well, Silas for the mid lane. I mean, we already saw Gory do some nasty stuff on the Talia yesterday. I can't imagine that he can do something similar in the frying pot with the Silas on his side. Come on, Golden Guardians, just tell us.
They're thinking it through. Oh, this would be a real Hui classic. He was, I think, our best support player on set in the LCS. This was something that he kept playing long after everyone else abandoned it, but it's not. It's actually Renata. And Renata is something I think is like really undervalued. I actually think this is still a really strong pick.
Yeah.
It's been one of my favorite supports since the champion came out. So often when I'm filled support, I'm playing Renata. I really do enjoy it. I do think it has a pretty strong laning phase as well. It scales incredibly well. And the Bela allows champions like Kalista to play hyper aggressive. And I think in particular with Kalista, it synergizes really, really well because oftentimes champions, when you bail them out, will struggle to actually get that killing blow. But with Kalista, you can actually just continue to stack up those spears. It gives you an extra couple seconds to actually get that super powerful Ren to get a kill, get a reset. So oftentimes it's not that hard on a champion like a Kalista or a Draven or one of these really kind of all-in style champs to actually get that reset and turn things around, especially when you can target someone like a Nami who can be very, very susceptible to getting burst down.
Yeah, no real mobility. And the other big thing about having something like Renata, we always love to see well-timed hostile takeovers. When you look at Immortals, their effective range outside of the calling, it's pretty short.
Yeah.
So they have to step forward. Their engage is very limited. It's very dependent on Kenvi going in. If you try to go Cyclone and then hostile takeover comes out, the rest of your team can't follow you up, and then you're just a sitting duck.
Absolutely. And you can also do some pretty nice self kind of setup plays with this, where you throw out the Renata ult, you get Kalista ulted, then you knock them up, then you Q them, and it's like you have this CC where you're kind of setting yourself up. You're throwing that because of the slow travel time, you throw that first, and then you can land your other CC to kind of really layer that into it. So there's some nice all-ins that you can definitely pull off. I'm going to be curious to see how aggressive they can get with it. They are going to be playing Ignite on Hui here, so looking to get fairly aggressive. Tactical, of course, is going to be playing Cleanse. I feel like it's almost a prerequisite against Renata, but also when there's both the Renekton as well as the Sejuani, you're going to get value out of Cleanse, pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, there's just way too many stuns to have to avoid. But we're on the Rift here for our last game of the day between Immortals and Golden Guardians. And already Immortals grouping up this 5, holding hands, making sure that no one gets caught out.
He's going to kill him. Don't do it.
Please. Well, Tactical dancing around. He's the bait. In case anyone from Golden Guardians shows face, but no one on Golden Guardians' side is going to even think about stepping up close. I think there's only one ward placed down, if I see that correctly.
Yeah, there's one in the Pixel Brush over by the river. So they're going to have that one defensive ward, as the observers are highlighting, right about there. I missed it. They went by.
Yeah.
But we are seeing them look for that kind of 5-stack on bot side. And I never mind this, right? If you're expecting that Golden Guardians might be going forward, trying to get some sort of a little cheesy play. Sometimes these Kalista lanes will just brush camp and try to get someone as they're coming back to Lord's lane. So they just 5-stack their brush bot. There's not really much of an opportunity cost. The only thing it costs them is that they have to bring their mid laner in here to clear out these brushes. Because since they were all bot side, they don't know if there's a 5-stack or a 3-stack or whatever up covering that red brush. And now Hui and them, they were expecting that there would be a ward over here. So he's starting sweeper. He just walks in, tries to get that. That was his trinket ward that was placed in Pixel. So a nice little small thing that they did, but they actually timed that usage of the black spear on Hui as he recalls. So he basically dies back in base and then swaps over to that sweeper from the trinket. So it's like a small little optimization. Did it actually matter this game? Probably not, but it's cool.
Yeah. Other defensive maneuvers from Immortals as they were entering for Kenvi's red buff. Blaze Olive took the time to just scout ahead with threaded volley, just making sure that while they were all stacked up on the bottom side of the map, because they don't know. They didn't know if anyone from Golden Guardian side tried to poke into Kenvi's own red buff, but it is kind of standard, no real actions going on.
I mean, it's a great life lesson. It's a great way to check a brush, just throw a rock in there.
Oh, I should have learned that when I was playing Pokemon Red for the first time. Is there something in here?
Just chuck something in there. See what happens. Work for a Blaze Olive.
Yeah.
If it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me.
At some point, Azale, I actually want a tutorial. You guys can't see this at home, but anytime Azale gets to do fancy stuff and brings attention to the screen, he has a middle monitor and he gets to just draw cool stuff.
Yeah, I could do like a smiley face right now,
Yeah! Nice. See, that's the stuff that I would do. I wouldn't really, but I'll have to figure out.
I'll teach you.
Thank you.
We can accomplish this. We could actually potentially, if this game is slow, we could accomplish this right now.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to learn live on broadcast?
Yes, I do. Now, not right now, just making sure that we don't miss anything. But if there's a point where a team is clearly dominating, and there's no way come back.
I think you go for it. Let's see it.
Oh, just right now?
Just get in there, yeah.
Oh,
So here we go.
All right.
This one is if you want to draw a straight line.
Okay.
You go over here. This is for the arrows.
Nice.
This is a big circle. This is a small circle. You press R or click the reset button. This zooms in on the map. And those are your basics. That's what we're going to start you with here.
Okay.
Right? So you can draw on the map. Try it out. Let's see what you got.
What does this do?
So that highlights a section of the jungle.
Ah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Perfect. You can...
Okay, wait, hang on. Oh, River is gonna come through looking topside for a gank. How do I?
There you go.
Clear the screen. Clear the screen. How do you do it? Okay, there we go. Just wanted to make sure.
Congratulations, you did it.
Woo!
You threw an arrow.
All right, well now River wants to make the dive, and I don't think Revenge is getting out of this one unless he can go make a. Oh, River! Unfortunately, cannot save Licorice, but it is a 1-for-1 in the end.
It is a 1-for-1. Golden Guardians get first blood, which is nice, but unfortunately for Licorice, he does not get the kill, and Revenge does. So, yes, there will be a little bit of an XP advantage potentially because a couple minions did die. But I think Revenge is actually going to be pretty happy about how that went. So they'll see if they can get back and look for some sort of a repeat.
Would you? Oh, whoa! A Blaze Olive forcing a flash out of Corey. Not sure how that happened, but a Blaze Olive nicely winned there. Meanwhile, let's take a look back at the top side.
Yeah, they just have the push. You can see that the rage bar is actually really, really high here. It is a bit of a dicey dive because he's so close to that Mega, but they had the confidence to go for it. So Flash, Empowered Stun, and then they have the W chain there, the E, the Q flash from River. So making sure that they can actually burst him down before he goes Mega, because if he Mega's out there and lives, it's a disaster.
Yeah,
so they had to get that kill. But now trying to potentially threaten on this bottom side. River's getting really aggressive, looking for a second dive.
Lens is already burned by Tactical. How much longer can he live? Flashing away from danger. River and Stixxay hop, skip, jumping forward, looking for the damage. The spears are stacking. One that's nicely done from Stixxay. Gets the rend in, but now Kemby has joined the fray. Fleshy can't really do much more from the sidelines. Kemby trades one back onto River. Whoa, the damage is cool, but Stixxay still's got spears, and he cleans them all up.
Yeah, he's gonna get another kill there, Stixxay. Out to a great start here already, 2-0, and look at all the farm the Tactical lost. It's a disaster falling this far behind against the Kalista this early on. Maybe could have had a third kill if he got one more spear in Kemby before he rended, if he got the rend reset on that kill. Because it looked like a Triumph Heal even came through onto Wukong, which then took him a couple more autos, and he didn't have that reset to try to kill off Fleshy, but still, big stuff for Golden Guardians. River getting super aggressive. This is reminiscent to when he first came in on Dig and people were so excited for him, where it's like gank top, gank bot, re-gank, just constantly putting on that pressure. Kemby, trying to answer it, but not really able to get that much done. And they're behind Revenge. Revenge is nowhere close to Mega. So if he can actually get this all the way in prior to the Rage Bars getting stacked up, he could look for this, but this has been shown, right? Like, he actually spotted that ward in the river, so he knows that he was spotted, and Fleshy is coming out to cover.
Good awareness from Fleshy, just knowing whether it's in comms or just Revenge making a call like, hey guys, I think River's going to path towards me next.
Yeah, we can see this one more time. So it's about the wraparound here. River, uses the Q, getting over the wall, so he doesn't have that for this. But Huhi's just going to be the one to actually start it up. Hits the Q, it's immediately cleansed out there from Tactical. Huhi walks it out, does stay alive, and then the W speed up there is what keeps Stixxay in range of Tactical. Tactical just has to fully retreat. W comes back off cooldown there. That slow allows Stixxay to get those final spears in. And then this was very close to a triple kill. Kemby's flashing in to try to get aggressive, but that means you're guaranteed to die. The Rend here coming in, look at that. Just barely doesn't kill him, then the Triumph Field comes through. So I think there's a possibility that he might have been able to get Fleshy. At the very least, though, he gets 2 kills. He's up a good 15, 16 CS, and he is feeling really good about his position in this game.
And for Stixxay and Huhi, this was a bot lane that during the first week of LCS, there is a lot left to be desired on their performance. But, I think Stixxay and Huhi, considering the career that they had, they know how to bounce back and is coming off of the incredible win yesterday against CLG, which was pretty much stemmed off of that 2v2 from Stixxay and Huhi had. This is another statement, kind of early lead that Stixxay and Huhi have garnered for themselves with the help of River.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's about playing around bot. I talked about it earlier, talked about it yesterday with Inspired. feeling that it is so much right now in this current meta about getting your bot lane ahead. And River here lying in wait for Blaze Olive, who's getting really low. Gory's going to be coming.
Kenvi is here to help. Cyclone right on top of Gory, but Gory has a Cyclone of his own, finds a Blaze Olive despite the flash being burned. Kenvi trades one back onto River, but Gory has help from Huhi and Stixay, who have the first roam. Kenvi, Nimbus striking onto the minions, gets away potentially. Oh, but the Fate's Call is available, and they lock him down to Zale. Stixay, another one on the board.
Yeah, that is a big one. That was even, I think, a bounty there. It looked like he got 400 gold for that kill, I think. So might have been a little bit of a bounty onto Kenvi. Another kill onto Stixay. He is just so far ahead now already. 1,400 gold ahead of Tactical at 8 minutes. Is a monster individual advantage. Golden Guardians going to be feeling really, really good about their start here in this one. We can watch it one more time. As they were looking to try to get pressure through this river, did they actually spot the little water
pet?
dog? I don't know if they actually did or not. There was, question mark ping was obviously for a Blaze Olive because he was looking for a roam down towards bot. So Talia's cheating out forward from mid down towards bot. So they say, all right, no, instead, just bring the bot lane up. You actually look at the bottom right of your screen, we're gonna see the AD and the support making their roam up. So they're looking for this collapse. We have Liver just lying in wait there in that side brush. Gets that initial chunk down onto a Blaze Olive, and then Gory, he does take a lot of damage as he's going aggressive there, but I just think it's such a smart play from Golden Guardians to preempt that, because if their bot lane just stays bot, all of a sudden you have Kenvi showing up behind you, you have a Blaze Olive showing up behind you. There's no way that Fleshy and Tactical can walk into the river contest them because they lose the 2v2 hard. So it's a free move from bot, and that guarantees they're eventually going to win that fight.
And you have to imagine what was a Blaze Olive doing there, and I imagine that it was because they didn't know if River was there. Speaking of River, makes his presence once again in the mid lane, rectifying the odds, as now Gory gets a kill for himself.
That's a jungle masterclass. He is just smurfing it so far in this one. 6 kills in 9 minutes. He's been a part of every single one on the Sejuani. He dives top, he dives bot, he counters the roam from mid lane. Now he kills mid lane as well. He's just looking incredible, and Kenvi has snuck into the brush here. Won't be spotted just yet by that little Callista Ghosty, but
I think it's called a Sentinel.
We're gonna call it the Callista Ghosty.
You know what? I like that name better. That's a cooler name.
I mean, it's gonna be almost impossible to dive them unless they like completely troll and go way too far forward. I don't think there's any way that Wukong could just straight up dive into the Renata. Like if you try to go through that ulti, you're gonna be toast. So they're playing with respect to it. They knew that their jungler was actually doing dragons. So there's no reason for them to rush. They don't have eyes on Wukong. So they just play it smart, they play it safe, and they're wasting so much of Kenvi's time.
Yeah, and I think even Tactical is trying to bait Stixay and Huhi to play confidently up forward so that Kenvi can fish for something, because the lead that Golden Guardians have set for themselves already, it's huge. Stixay is so far ahead of Tactical at this point that something needs to be done to rectify it, or, I mean, this Stixay, or this Callista is going to just walk away with the game.
And that's when it can become so obvious, right? Where it's like, you're getting slammed in a 2v2, and the people who are getting blasted all of a sudden are walking forward and posturing aggressively. Why would you be doing that? You know you lose 2v2. There's no shot you win 2v2. So someone is there, right? So they're just going to kind of play it safe. And as soon as they start going back towards their normal play, we can see Stixay and Huhi continuing on their aggression. I do like that they grabbed the first dragon. It wasn't super early or anything because it was mostly that River was actually focusing on the ganks themselves, which have been great. But from here, you want to see them continuing to stack those dragons, work towards a soul. You have full bot lane prio. You have jungle prio. You even have some pressure in mid now with Gory, and you have Callista to help secure all those objectives. So every single dragon, it should be rinse and repeat, right on spawn, show up, take that, and pressure Immortals into having a response.
All right, well, Revenge just getting some damage on Licorice as I don't think he can actually all in him here, especially if the boulder does not hit him, but just pushing in this wave.
Yeah. Not going to be able to look for the all-in, because Licorice also still has his ulti, so there's no way you can really just like hard force that. Licorice still has his ulti.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they're going to be able to bait him in for anything. I don't think there's any reason that Revenge should go for it. Like trying to dive a Renekton with ultimate up would be way too much, because he's in mid, he doesn't even have his mega. Like if he was that low and you hadn't used mega yet, then maybe.
Yeah.
But I think they were perhaps wondering if Kenvi was in brush behind him, and then they could have maybe looked for that type of play.
Right.
So good coverage from River.
Already, as you called it out before, the jungle masterclass from River. River has been able to influence every single lane at this point. This is kind of what happened in some of the matches that Immortals have, been kind of stomped by in the past because they take advantage of Kemvi's inexperience on the LCS stage, right? You know, just making sure that even though Kemvi, great carry player, but if you're going up against someone who is just influencing all of your lanes and forcing you to respond while you just want to get resources for yourself, then it puts strain on you. It puts pressure on you to do something, and you know Kemvi's not going to always know where is the best place to strike.
Yeah, and I think River can put that pressure on really anyone. When he's having his best games, he can do this to just about anyone in the LCS, right?
Yeah.
You know, he really is aggressive, and he's one of those guys that I think bucks the trends because he's non-stop, consistently going for those ganks. This time, Revenge does actually force out the response ult there. Lakers was getting a bit low, started to get a bit nervous on that one, but you love to see NAR players actually using their NAR bar as basically like a way to heal up, right? Because every time you go Mega, you keep that bonus HP that you get when you go back to Mini, so it is effectively a little bit of sustain every time you're NARing out. So you can go aggressive, take a tower shot, get a nice trade, then you NAR out, and you're just continually sustaining up in that way and trying to pressure your opponent here.
Ops coming at Duck doesn't hit. All right, Blazov is able to walk on that one. I thought Gory was going to get a little spicy there, but we are at almost 14 minutes in the game where turret plates are gone as Zale. 2 dragons, or the second dragon is just coming up in about a minute and some change. And already 6A Gory River, they're so far ahead, and they want to continue that lead further. Oh! Beautiful stuff from Hui. Did you see that, Azale?
That was sick. And River as well. That looked like an ulti prediction there onto Fleshy. Fleshy flashed, and he went right into it. Right into the Sejuani ulti there. That was actually really nice from Golden Guardians. Flashy stuff coming down from them as they get another kill on bottom side, and the plates have fallen, so that turret is easy pickings for them. Tactical should not be able to stay around here. River can take the blue and then just wrap around, so Tactical's got to leave 100%. That turret's gone.
And with that play as well, Azale, that gives Fuhi the status of 5th most all-time leader on assists, passing Smoothie as well. So, I mean, just Fuhi has been killing it this week. Just really great stuff. And I think one of the things that always makes me smile is not only just Fuhi's playing game when things are going well, but also just his personality, how he carries himself outside of the game as well.
It's just all the things about him. It's going to be one of those things where it's like his smile, his hair.
We're just going to start gushing about Fuhi as well, man.
His Aurelian soul.
But he's great to have on a team environment as well. Everyone that I've talked to is like, I love working with him.
I mean, he's such a positive attitude, and he's such a consummate professional. He's a hard worker. He's great at actually kind of creating that positive environment where you can discuss things, you can give feedback, and really is kind of one of those players that I think a lot of coaches want to have on their team because they're kind of that in-game coach, right? They can calm people down. They can really help kind of foster growth and have direction for your team. So definitely really, really valuable. And all his former teammates will tell you that about him. So is a guy that I think oftentimes is overlooked, and now being separated from FBI, during last year FBI did have a little bit of a turn down. I think a lot of people were looking and saying, well, maybe it's Hui's fault, right? So Hui, I think, is out to prove himself, with a new bot lane partner, prove his own individual strength, and I think has had some really good games so far this split.
And you know what? And for that's why we give him this crown right here, because he's a king.
Perfect.
King.
There you
right
go.
Here. Bam. How do I erase
Hit R.
R?
Yes. Nailed
Boom.
it.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm learning.
The lesson was worth it.
I'm learning how to draw on this damn screen. All right.
It's fun.
There's some really creative things that I could do, and there's some things that I probably shouldn't do, but I'm really tempted to do.
Don't get too creative.
All right.
There's a line.
There is a line. I will.
The producers are, backstage. They're laughing. They're laughing. They're like, oh, we're gonna need a new caster. You just don't want to get that point.
Oh yeah. Well, 3.5 thousand gold ahead for Golden Guardians at 17 minutes into the game. It does seem to be smooth sailing, as Revenge is probably the only positive point on the map for Immortals, which means Golden Guardians say, we need to turn that light down. We need to shut him out. Thankfully for Revenge, Canvey and Fleshy are also in the wings, ready to fire right on back for defense.
Yeah, and while he has been doing a good job on these trades and getting pressure out, it's not really amounting to much, right? He's 3 CS up, kind of who cares? It's not going to be enough of an advantage to really make something from it just yet. So he's got to try to continue pushing that pace, and that's where it can get difficult. When you know you're losing the game, as they do, they've lost both dragons. This is going to be 2 heralds that they've lost. their bot lane is massively behind, you start feeling pressure as a solo laner to try to make something happen. And that's where things can really go bad, because you can overextend, you can expose yourself to a gank, you can try to go for a risky 1v1 that maybe you wouldn't normally, but because you're behind, you have to take more risks.
Well, Tactical dodging out on the Glacial Prison. It was a nice attempt from Golden Guardians, but no dice there. I am curious, Azael, if Immortals, as you already called out, I mean, Revenge is not necessarily destroying Licorice in lane. It's just a little bit of pressure on his side. If Immortals can find something on Gory, but he just dashes away. I mean, Immortals are, I don't want to say they're in danger of getting outscaled, but as we talked about before, it's so hard to operate into Golden Guardians' comps.
It definitely can be, but we're going to have to see how this plays out. Revenge is going to be able to walk it out. Procs the Hyper there. But I will say, I think Taliyah is insane into what Golden Guardians have drafted, right? There's basically 4 short-range champions with dashes. And turns out rocks are pretty good against that, right?
Yeah.
So if the Blaze Olive can actually stay safe, and they are kind of diving onto them, I think in situations where Immortals are the ones engaging, I think it's really, really hard. But if you are getting engaged upon as the Taliyah, and you can actually just kite back, continue throwing out those stones, throwing down the rocks, you can potentially carry a fight. So there is some hope, but of course, they're very far down in gold, and they're going to kind of have to find their windows. One of the things that is disappointing is that despite the fact that Revenge does have pressure, Ablaze has never found a window to actually use Taliyah all together this game, I don't think. So, the only time he actually looked for it was that roam down towards bot where he got answered by River. That went bad, and then it kind of feels like they just decided, all right, we're losing, let's play safe and scale, right?
Exactly,
and I think when you are going on a Taliyah, you want to still see that proactive movement on the map. You want to see him getting out there, try to play towards your strength.
Yeah.
If Gnar is chunking down Licorice under the turret, hey, get mid lane shoved up, try to move up there with Tenby, see if you can pull off a 3-man dive or something. Because when you sit back, you're just allowing Golden Guardians to get closer and closer and closer to the win condition, which this game is going to be all about soul.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of, if you knew this was how the game was going to be played out, you kind of wish, damn, I wish I picked a Zir. I picked a Victor or something, where you knew that, hey, no matter what, I just need to farm up, and then we're going to try our best to get the late game. They were planning on some early proactivity, but it's been well shut down by Golden Guardians. The pivot from Stixay and Huhi combined with River to get that dive going. And it really comes down to how Immortals can find windows where Golden Guardians are not on the map and brute force their way and get to the objective first, because then that's when you can force them to walk onto the Taliyah terrain that she sets up.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can make them fight you on those rocks, or if they overextend trying to find an engage, into one of these jungle corridors, you can kite back. It can be really, really strong. And I think people underestimate Taliyah's scaling as well. She can put out a huge amount of DPS in these team fights, if she is properly set up. But they have decided they're going to try to fight for this. Revenge has Mega going, but it pops early, and now Golden Guardians just need to back it up, wait till that expires.
Yeah.
Honestly, even if you don't get the charge, it doesn't really matter that much at this point in the game. Play for Dragon, and with Revenge having that Mega Gnar expiring, I can't see how Immortals are supposed to win this fight.
I don't know.
Look at where Gory is.
That's what I'm concerned about for Immortals' side. I don't know if Immortals, you should really fight this. I mean, they just feel like they are inclined to walk in, but the Dragon's already gone, so what are you getting out of this fight? And Gory is coming in for the flank. He wants to look for it. Upsconic Ducks does not connect, but he still has Flash. So if Immortals step too far forward, they have vision on one side of the wall, but they don't see him in the bush. So Immortals know best that it's not wise to take this fight.
Yep, not going to be able to take that fight. It is another Dragon going the way of Golden Guardians. It's really, really good for them. But you can see that Golden Guardians still can have difficulties actually finding that engage. If you can't lock down the correct target with that Sejuani and get raided on top of them, it's so hard to push through Taliyah. So even from this disadvantageous position, Immortals at least kind of fight them out to a stalemate. And Gory here with that stolen ulti, if they overextend, he's going to go. He's going to go.
Look at this! 2-man knockup from Gory. Goes in with the Upsconic Duck. Just watch Stixay though. He's got the bounty on his side. He's got the damage, but he can't step up too far forward. Immortals are able to fight on back. Tactical, emptying some damage. A flat from Blaze Olive doesn't connect, but damn! Immortals are actually fighting back.
Yeah, they're fighting back really, really well. Not able to actually fully get those engages. The flash in from Gory didn't get anyone into the wall, so there wasn't actually the stun. It was just the damage. Maybe just scooping them back towards the tower, I think, would have been more effective. I think he thought he had the range to get them stunned into the wall, which would have maybe given this Kalista time to actually connect and get damage out. But in that case, I think it would have been better just scoop them back towards the tower into the team. Because if you can't get in on them on that initial engage, you're just going to be taking so much damage from Tactical, from a Blaze Olive, who are just, you know, at that range. Culling coming out, the constant cues coming out here from Talia make it really, really difficult for this short-range comp.
And we're getting to the point of the game where that 3,500 gold lead, just as I say it, a Blaze Olive is gone, baby. Golden Guardians finding Mr. Olive a little too far overextended, trying to protect that tower. I don't think it's going to give them Baron pressure. Oh, you know what? I take that back. They're just going to fire it away right now.
I mean, I don't know if they'll fully commit to it, but they at least want to force Immortals to come to them because they showed Gnar bot lane. So they're trying to make him come up because they have TP advantage. So they're setting up a 5v3 right now, but Hui is taking a lot of damage himself.
Force the flash, but he still has the hostile takeover and wait for Immortals to fully commit before he throws it out. All right, it hits onto 2. Kenvi going in with the Cyclone, but everyone from Golden Guardian is just keeping Kenvi out of the club. No one is getting into the Baron pit, and Golden Guardians just get to walk away freely with the objective on their side. Oh, they're flashing back in. Flash from Licorice. Kenvi is stunned up. Clone, can he get out alive? He's running for the hills. But Golden Guardians are still on their side. Man, oh man, it was getting dicey there, but they still have the Baron buff, so that's all that they need to walk away with.
Yeah, 6A just really having trouble actually getting in range, it feels like, in a lot of these fights to finish off any of the kills as they're getting low. He can't seem to quite get in. And Blaze on that top side was just punished so heavily for his offensive flash. You know, earlier in that fight, when they were getting them chunked down around mid lane, he actually looked for a flat seismic shove. He couldn't connect it on anyone. So they say, all right, you're going to show top? Well, we can punish you. He has Spellbook, so he swapped it over to a heal, but that's not going to keep you safe from that CC. As soon as one lands, the other is going to be there to follow it up, and that kill allowed them to start the pressure because it wasn't just that Blaze Olive is dead. It's that Revenge was showing bot, and they knew he had no TP, and they had TP advantage on their Renekton. So it's not a 5v4, it's a 5v3 when they're starting that Baron. And that's really what gave them the confidence to do it, and you love to see Golden Guardians recognizing that very quickly and being really aggressive about it.
And Azael, Gory has picked up the BM book. The Medjay Soul Stealer has been purchased. He is feeling damn confident about this next fight. It is going to be Soul that is on the line for Golden Guardian. And at this point, we already know that Immortals, they didn't feel that confident about forcing the other fight, but this one, they have to contest.
They absolutely have to. And this is that time in the game where if you can afford it, buy a stopwatch, buy an elixir. This is the fight that either keeps you in the game or the game is over really on the Immortal side. So you've got to go all out to try to get that. Golden Guardians just want to extend their gold lead. They need to make sure that they leave themselves enough time if they want to reset and fully establish vision around that dragon because this is their win condition here. They are looking really, really close to kind of sealing what are probably the last sorts of chances that Immortals have in this game.
Golden Guardians just taking their time at this point. 35 seconds away from the dragon spawning. They have complete control of this bot jungle. Nothing belongs to the side of Immortals.
Yeah, it's looking difficult. Fleshy getting pushed back. You know, has to be careful there. It's only 20 seconds until dragon spawns. Immortals are taking some late resets, trying to get as much as they can here. As Kenvi's going to get pulled in. Has to be careful.
I've seen some combos from really skilled Renata Maze where they Q and they pull them right into the hostile takeover on the second cast. I guess that wasn't the time to strike for it, but Hui will know when to do it best. Immortals just holding on.
Yeah, and Hui really just wants to hold that for the dragon fight itself here. River gets walled, but he's got a dash, and so does Licorice. So
I don't think they know that 6A has been stacking up the dragon this entire time, and Immortals, unless Kenvi, you can find a miracle out of nothing, goes clones in, but it's too late. It is secured, and Kenvi flashes into the wall. He's got nowhere to run. He's just buying time for the rest of Immortals to get the hell out of there. You all better run, because Golden Guardians are coming. Hui throws himself in there, catches hostile takeover onto one. A Blaze Olive will fall. Revenge throws River into the wall, but if you can't take out the backline, then there's no hope at all.
Yeah, Immortals not going to have enough left in the tank there. They were arriving to the dragon just too late, simply put, not able to get there in time. Kenvi tries to go for some heroics, tries to look for that smite steal. Wasn't able to make it happen though. The soul is secured. They get a couple kills on the way out, and now Tactical and Fleshy have got to run. Tactical's in trouble.
Nicely done. River Q flash forces Tactical to flash as well. He still has a cleanse to play with, so if he gets stunned by that Permafrost, that might be the next thing burned. But Golden Guardians, all they want is to continue pushing into the base before their Baron buff's expired, and they get 2 inhibitor turrets off.
And they have so much gold in pocket right now. 2,500 gold on Callista, over 2,000 on Renekton, about 2,000 in the mid lane, and there was well over 1,000 5,000 gold in the pockets of the jungler there. So they were closing in on 10,000 gold before they all reset there between their 5 members. So they really want to spend that up. You don't want to stay on the map too long. But we can watch this one more time. Gory kind of threatening from the side. They're trying to go for this a little bit of a desperate ult because both these players have dashes and they just realize we've got no vision. They're probably already on Dragon. They're trying to force something. Kenvi does at least bully his way in with the help of Blaze Olive to try to get into the pit. With Kalista Spears there, as long as Golden Guardians are actually coordinating well on that, it was never really going to happen. And you can see the stolen Gnarl there, stunning him into the wall. Gory was just buying time on the other side. He had the Zonias to make space and did a good job of it.
And the rest is history here for Immortals as we have another fight. Revenge, a little too far overextended. I don't know how we got to that point in the game, but Golden Guardians being able to pick off a lonely top laner as Baron will be spawning in the next minute, and Immortals just have real no way to be able to set up the necessary vision to get into the Baron side.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult at this point in the game. You know, they're just so far behind. It's nearly well, it is 10,000 gold lead exactly now. Plus Soul, you're going to give them about another 4,000 or 5,000 gold in stats from that. It's an astronomical lead here. And everyone went back and basically picked up a full item afterwards. I like that Licorice, he knows the game's not about him. He's actually just going Radiant Glory, or Radiant Virtue, excuse me.
Yeah.
So just playing, you know, heavily for those utility style items. River can tank up as much as he wants because he has his Warmog, so he knows I can just body block and then just back it up and heal right back to full.
And Golden Guardians just being right at the footsteps outside of the base of Immortals because they are giving pressure and time for Licorice while Revenge was dead on that death timer. And just making sure that they set up everything necessary to close out this game. Golden Guardians, they are just moments away from closing out a nice 2-0 week for them, bouncing back. Kenvi is going to throw one last-ditch effort, finds River, but you got to make sure you can find a way to take out Stixxay in the end, and they don't even take out River. He still lives through it all, and now Stixxay, he's in a one-on-one against Revenge. He's got members behind him, but they still can't take him down. Stixxay lives through it all, picks up a double. Licorice dashing over the wall, wants to get fleshy as well. A flash is, holy damn! What was that, Gory? Just catching a Blaze Olive before he even gets away. God, Golden Guardians. Now I know why Anera was not worried at all in that interview with Travis. He was like, it's just fine, guys. We're gonna be just fine. A nice statement, back-to-back win, and hell of a week for Golden Guardians to end it off.
Yeah, looking really strong in this one, Gory. That final kill looking flashy, just grabbing a hold of a Blaze Olive, pulling him off the wall. They're going to play around with the fountain, but they will eventually finish this one out. A 2-0 week for Golden Guardians. The first week that they really, you know, had to actually practice here with Gory. He did come in last week, but it just arrived. So they had a full week of scrims. They had that preparation coming into this one and looked much better for it. Stixxay and Huhi really benefited from that pressure from River.
Yeah.
But to me, you know, more than anyone else, this was a game about River. River really was everywhere. He ended the game with nearly perfect KP. He only missed out on 1 kill throughout the entire game. But all of the early game was driven by him.
That's
the
right.
dive top lane, gets right down to bot, dives bot lane. He actually counter ganks on the roam that was coming through from Blaze Olive, meets him in the river, wins that scuffle there.
He was everywhere.
He basically put all 3 lanes ahead, you know, with this really aggressive play, with this really active play that you're not expecting from a Sejuani. You're not expecting Sejuani to just instantly be looking for a level 3 dive top in these types of plays, but you know, he's finding those windows and he's finding these angles that his team was really making the most of. And then you get Gory, you get Stixxay that far ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to mean really, really good things for the team fight. I think Immortals did a good job of kind of hanging on and actually, you know, fighting some of these 5v5s to at least a bit of a stalemate. But they were never able to actually get to the objectives and really kind of wrestle any sort of advantage away from the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, being proficient is the name of the game if you want to be one of the best junglers right now here in the LCS, especially when so much of the metagame is reliant upon, hey, what can you do to influence this lane? How fast can you get bot lane steamrolling, right? And River already knows his role. And for a team like Immortals, they're still trying to figure out that identity. Yesterday, they were tenacious. They were able to last long enough against Dignitas. Today is not the case. Golden Guardians just putting out a clinic of how you close out a game cleanly. And this is the type of vision that they want to have for themselves as they progress further and further into the split.
I mean, it's honestly really interesting. We're 3 weeks into the split, but because some of the teams had these late arrivals, some of the teams I think are having a bit of a resurgence. It doesn't feel like everything is set in stone or even close to it, right? Because Golden Guardians just had a 2-0 weekend. We know even last week they looked a lot better. We're seeing TL come and start to really kind of improve. We're seeing a lot of these teams that are looking like they could potentially be a threat up towards the middle of the pack and up towards maybe even the upper middle end of the pack, which I think is really, really exciting at this point in the league.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about it before with Team Liquid and in the prior series as well. It's like, hey, other than FlyQuest, all the other teams, even like Cloud9, EG, 100 Thieves, you could take them down.
1 or 2 games behind.
Yeah. Everything is doable here. But that's going to conclude it for me and Azael here on the casting desk. We're going to be joining Raz and 6A for a Verizon post-game interview.
Hey, congratulations, 6A. Straight from the top. First 2-0 week. Game's looking great. I can already just predict you got player of the game with that performance. So how does that feel?
It's pretty nice, especially considering we were 0-4.
Yes.
It's nice to have a 2-0 week, which is kind of rare for the Guardians. And yeah, we got a lot better. This is our first week of actual practice with Gory.
Yeah.
So it feels really good that it kind of paid off.
That's kind of my next question is more so like, how is the team morale? Because, going through week after week, obviously you guys had a lot to kind of work on before the split even begins. And so having 2 0-2s in a row must have not felt good. So mostly just team morale coming into this week.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because we went 0-4, but also our scrims weren't going that well. So it's like, what is happening kind of thing. And I think in the last week, a lot of it we chalked up to, we had a sub in the mid lane, and then last week it was like Gory had been here for like a day. And then, this is our first full week. So yeah, we just kind of chalked it up like, it's a fresh start, guys. Gory just got here. Let's kind of start anew. And our scrims got a lot better. And we do it. So
you guys have any conversations about strength of schedule? Because you guys, even though one thing was like the strength of schedule was really hard for you guys, but you guys had really close games versus Evil Geniuses. There was one versus Team Liquid. So like none of that really, just like no conversations around that, or?
Kind of, but not really. It's not really like an excuse to lose, because the games were really winnable, like you said. But I guess for me personally, it was frustrating because I felt like if I could have been the difference maker in those games. So I just knew if I had played a little bit better, we would have won, even versus the top teams.
So how's like that development been going? You guys have a new head coach with Spooks, but he's been around with you guys for some time. Have you guys felt like that development has been going?
Yeah, I mean, he's been obviously in the Golden Guardians atmosphere for a long time, so everyone knows him, and even Jay who worked with him years ago, known him. So yeah, I mean, it's been going pretty smooth. He's really easygoing, and he's a funny guy. So.
And a question that I haven't gotten a chance to ask you is just being able to work with Huhi again. Longtime teammates when you guys were on CLG, now being able to rejoin in the bot lane. How's it been just kind of getting things back in motion again?
Yeah, it's been interesting, I guess different than I would have expected. I always remember Huhi as the nice guy when I was on CLG, and nowadays he's so toxic.
Oh!
I don't know, and I don't know how to explain it. He's just a lot different than he used to be, but it's really helpful for me because it pushes me a lot.
Yeah.
And I think he's improved me as a player massively. So
just kind of in personal reviews, he's just noticing things.
It's even when the game we just completely stomp, he's just thinking about that one time that I messed up, and I'm just like, man, can you never just let me have it? But it's fine.
Hey, you know what? It amounted to a 2-0 week, and it sounds like there's a lot more to come off that one. Congratulations one more time, brother. And I'm going to send this straight back to the Analyst Lounge for another end of day.
Golden Guardians, 2-0 on the week, 2-4 on the year. Thank you, Raz and Stixay. He's going to join us in a second because there is physical space between the stage and here. So let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week.
Look at Stixay.
Yeah, there he is.
King of the fastest kill in the bot lane. I think that was actually from his first game, or did that beat? He was 4 before. Hold on, I'm going to look at the stats.
That is the slowest, fastest kill I think we've had this year.
Slowest, fastest kill? He was 4:34 before that. He won this game at 4:33.
Oh, wow. So he's in a rhythm with when he gets the fastest kill.
Unless I misunderstood what the person in my ear just said.
The other person I want to call out is Summit at 10:15 for 100 CS. I already said this earlier, top of day. This man stays forward in lane.
He does.
And farms and pushes, and it's reflected here.
Hey.
Good.
At least Santorum got a W. Fastest level 6 timing.
I was like, what do you mean, Jack?
Congratulations to those of you who've earned bonus points on the LCS Sleeper app for having this week's top performers in your lineup. And I think at this point, we just podcast about the week.
That's all right.
Yeah. So, FlyQuest.
Uh-huh.
They are 6-0.
Yes.
They've beaten all of the top teams. Are they? It is too soon to say if they're going to go 18-0.
But you're gonna ask the
are they
question
going to go 18-0?
You're gonna ask the question.
Yeah, like, because that's just what you do when a team is undefeated.
Yes.
Yes, they're going to go 18-0?
No, okay, no. No.
It's you.
Let's go.
No, don't do that.
Go,
Don't do
Rez.
that. It's a no.
Take it.
The answer is a no. That's not going to
Okay.
happen. I think if there was a chance, if it's a best of 3 situation, that you can say, oh, consistently they can win out games even if they make mistakes in draft.
Sure, that's like the T1 undefeated.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The T1 undefeated is possible, but that's not the case here. It's a best of 1, and we could see teams like Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses, the way they play the game. In fact, the EG FlyQuest game, I was looking great for Evil Geniuses, even in the bad draft. So it's like, I have to have faith that a team can knock them down at least once.
It's close because I think they look like they should be favorites in every game they play by a pretty substantial margin. When you look at the other 17-1 teams, it was almost always like a weird game that just clipped them at the end towards the back half of the second round robin. I think that was the case with Immortals when they lost to CLG in that crazy one.
This was back in 2016, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was a similar thing for the TSM roster as well, who had a 17-1 record. It's like it's very hard in the second round robin to not let one game get away from you.
Yeah, and I remember we're talking about that IMT team in Spring Split. I was with Dignitas. We sucked, but there was one game where all of our players were firing off. We were stomping IMT. We threw at the end, so whatever. But the main point of being is like some days, like you can just come in one day, have the draft that you've been looking for, and play extremely well in a best of 1 and take it. So that's why I'm like, I don't think that's going to happen. But the team is looking better and better, even with a sub.
Yeah, I think single games are actually the key here in terms of like why I don't think they can do it, and it has like actually nothing to do with how good of a team I think they are, and everything to do with the fact that when you're in a single game format, games are so flippable depending on draft and condition of day.
Yeah,
I think.
Are you also a no?
I mean, I think it's possible.
I'll just say if everyone's gonna say no, I'll say yes.
Yeah, exactly.
The contrarian. Mark,
So Fnatic,
always contrarian Zimmerman.
Fnatic in 2015 did the 18-0. And then they actually lost a bunch of best of 1s in the playoffs, even though they ended up being the champions. And they've beaten the best teams now. So, like, I think they're going to go at least 9.
Yeah.
Right? We also, but of course it can flip because I think it's like COD, TSM, and Immortals or something that they play next week. If you're going to say yes, I also want to know, if no, how many games? Like the recalibration of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
17, 16, 15, like what's your over and under?
I've been 18-0 all year. That's why they're number 1 on top of my power rankings.
You have not been 18-0 all year.
Prove it.
You've never done it. Okay, schedules for next week are in the back. So we got a Super Week coming up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's find the logo. Immortals first.
Well, it's not happening this week.
Yeah,
TSM second.
Oh, they play against 100 Thieves again on Friday.
100 Thieves third. So that's one.
Okay.
People were really looking forward to that game today.
They just played today. That can't be right.
That's not right.
That's this Friday's match schedule. You tricksters.
Whoa!
It's
that's
not wrong.
Wow.
But it is wrong.
It is
wrong.
It's supposed to be COD on Friday.
To answer your question, though, I will say that they'll lose 4 games.
14.
Oh, wow.
I think they'll lose 4 games overall, and it will probably be to EG is going to be 1 loss. C9, I think, can take a game off of them. And I think that they'll lose maybe to Team Liquid because I don't know what to gauge from Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid is just a wild card right now.
4 and 5 in the back.
Hold on. I think this is a huge hedging opportunity for me. So I said C9. I said C9 would finish ahead of FlyQuest in the standings. Can I hedge that they're going to win more than 14 games?
No.
Oh, God.
And then we can just trade
No.
punishments?
Oh, my God.
I hate this idea already.
Okay. So all right. Numbers?
I go 4 losses.
14?
I said 2. Because
16,
I agree with Raz, but I don't think they'll lose that many games. Like, I think there are clear teams that are just underneath them, even though FlyQuest is, like, obviously the best team right now, that I think they can drop a single game to.
Yeah. I'm at 16. But 17 and 18 are actually in play. They're super good.
18.
Okay.
Like I said, they won 18.
FlyQuest is the best. Next question we have is, who is the second best team in the LCS right now?
Ooh.
But who's 4-2?
Yeah, it's
C9's 4-2.
C9, EG, Hundo.
EG's 4-2.
Yeah.
Hundo's 4-2.
Yeah. My gut.
At the start of the year.
Oh, she has the answer.
Jack, I swear to God, once a day in meetings, like off air, he
need to
speaks
turn
right
Siri
next to
off.
his mouse.
I really need to turn
He's like
Siri off.
stretching. He's like, well, I wonder who this is going to be. And Siri just chimes in during meetings and stuff. Bro, I'm going to throw that thing off your wrist.
I apologize.
I'm going to flush it down
I
the toilet.
have a clear answer for this. I think it's EG.
Okay.
Based on their actual map play. Like, I think you could see that today. And I think you could even see it in a few of their other games, even when they look shaky. I think the intent behind what they do is really, really clear.
Yeah.
So for me right now, they are the second best team in the LCS.
I go EG as well. I think even with like the JoJo trolling moments, it's like usually it's some. There's a couple times where it is unforgivable, but a lot of times it's also like I'm trying to pressure and like ride the line between too safe and too aggressive. I think their win over C9 kind of cemented it. I think they would have been the other team I was interested in, and the fact that they took them down pretty handily was a big dub for me.
I mean, I was going to say EG. I think Cloud9 is the clear second. For me, the team that I always tend to doubt for whatever reason is 100 Thieves, and they keep surprising me. Like, 100 Thieves is a team that I said was going to be a fourth best team. And it seems like, sure, they lost to C9 at the beginning of the
They have
split.
looked really good. Tenacity's been super good.
Tenacity having a really fire game today was something that I couldn't, especially versus Impact.
Yeah.
Really changes how I view this team. And on top of that, their drafts have been really straightforward, and I've really appreciated. I think their drafts have been smart every game. And then on top of that, the way they contest and fight for objectives is just smart.
Yeah.
So everything I see from just their games wants me to say that they're a top 2 team. But I can't count out EG and Cloud9 because of who they are.
Yeah.
So for now, I'm going to keep doubting them, but I'm just letting people know the footage is out there of me saying not to count this team out.
I originally said 100 Thieves was going to have a bad start to the year, but then still have a chance of winning the split.
Yeah.
But they've had a good start to the year. And I think for questions like this, sometimes I like figuring out who is running it down the most in a fixable way.
Yeah.
Right? So to therefore be underrated. And it's a little bit of EG, I think.
Yeah.
Because they had that really kind of throwy game against CLG, where part of it was bad draft because they got so easily outscaled with a few mistakes. And then they also had that random Jace pick when Impact talked about how they were cornered in 4 or 5 of the draft, and that's their 2 losses.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And everything else they won. I had them power rank #1 going into the year.
Same.
So I'm going to still stick with EG.
You know what's really interesting is it's hearing you say that is kind of a throwback to last year, where we would kind of really go in on a lot of EG's drafts.
Yeah.
And that was like, we were like, when
Back at
they figure this out, they're going to be so good. And then they ended up winning the split. So.
Yeah, because if you're like a bad patch team, it doesn't matter that much in the regular season as long as you make the playoffs, because you sit on the playoffs patch for so long, and as long as you're like top 4, you get double elimination, so you get a chance to learn the patch, and you're going to be able to do that more long term. Anyways, the MasterCard Player of the Week is Prince. 2 out of 3 this week in particular. 21 kills, 2 deaths, 16 assists against top opponents. We just said EG and 100 Thieves are the second, third best teams in the league.
Last week was a debate. This one's not even a conversation. that really Prince performed out of his mind in both of these games. And so it really does cement what is dominance for him this split. It reminds me last year you started to see Inspired stack Player of the Week after Player of the Week, and you started to have the conversation about MVP. I know that you in This or That basically had that as a slide. This guy has started the first 3 weeks really on fire.
I agree. He's been so dominant. He's been set up well. I think it's actually, there's going to be a really interesting things that happens to FlyQuest during the split because he's been so good with Winsome.
Yeah.
But Ayla's going to show up at some point, and I wonder how that's going to be for the team.
This was the game that kind of made it really contentious because they got pinched hard. They banned 3 things on red side. There were a takeaway in the first round, Rob. Oh, the chef.
Okay, Prince is going to cook the team dinner. I think this is fraudulent.
This is not a good idea.
I don't think Prince is going to cook.
That's
I
the
think
meat on the
they're
table.
faking him cooking, but that is some good-looking meat.
It's hard to mess up
He did say he was really picky about food.
Yeah.
And he likes spicy food, so I wonder.
Season though, I don't know if he has to do much other than fill him up.
And yeah, it's really hard
Just
to
to
mess
throw
up
it on
beef.
there.
Period. Like, what are you gonna do? like, you can just say, guys, I meant for it to be extra rare. I just meant that was
make it a brick. I meant to turn it into sawdust.
You're saying?
Just that they got pinched really hard in the draft. They had to go down to Nautilus Kai'Sa, which is like not a bot lane you play in the current meta. No one really wants to play that. And then they still got 2v2 kills in lane and then still popped off in team fights. So that was just a huge, like, oh, it's not just the meta stuff with Winsome. He actually might deserve the spot over Ayla if they can do that.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that. We've talked a lot about Prince. We're going to continue to talk a lot about Prince because he's the best and they're the best team. So let's take a moment and ask who is the runner-up for Player of the Week. We've like never done this. But it's not an official award. We're just saying like if Prince didn't exist because he's too good, who would your like second place Player of the Week be?
So I know I just had an interview with him, but I think Stixa had a really good week. I know that the competition for him was a lot more lighter than the previous weeks, but he had 2 standout performances. His Kalista game was incredibly strong. He had great focus on objectives, which made it really difficult to smite away, and also he roamed mid. Like, I feel like he has just been playing on form.
I'm actually going to go with his bot lane partner.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I think Huhi, like, we already talked about this at top of day.
Yeah.
Raz, you've been highlighting how Huhi has kind of been a standout for this team in a lot of their losses when they were really shaky, but they looked, especially early with Huhi roaming, that they were going to be really good. I said that Huhi was going to roam to their first win. He didn't. He actually stayed in that Ezreal Karma lane, and they just dominated. And then today, I thought he had a really good performance, too. He was on the map as early as first back. And obviously, again, Kalista Renata, not something we've seen a ton of in the current meta. I thought it was pretty creative. I think, again, the way he gets on the map and has such intent behind where he's going, if he's going mid, having River control, I think has been so important for what the team and River, the jungler, wants to do. And they've been working really well together. So yeah, I'd give it to Huhi.
I think it's pretty hard to pick anyone other than the Golden Guardians or FlyQuest because they're the only 2 O's on the week and everyone else traded games and like it's hard to pick someone who lost the game. So for FlyQuest, I would actually just throw Speak out as well. I thought he had two really good games, especially the second one, just getting so far ahead of closer, still making things happen, being just a huge frontline threat.
Yeah, I was going to say Stixxay. Raz said Stixxay. I was going to say Spica. Mark said Spica.
So don't say anything.
So I'm going to say Double Lift because he had a really good first game against TL. He got 14 kills. And yeah, he lost to the King. Whatever. Prince took him down. But that doesn't mean it's a bad week. We've never given Player of the Week to someone who's 1-1. Why are we always...
I think we have actually
I think we might have. We might have once.
We definitely have once.
Because we've had like some messy...
Standings. These are the standings for the end of the day.
FlyQuest
at 6-0, as we've been discussing. We got 3 teams at 4-2, TL and TSM at 3-3, COG Golden Guardians Immortals at 2-4, and Dignitas still looking for that first win. Maybe next week. Anything could happen. Schedule for next week. Remember, we start on Wednesday.
Wednesday?
The answer to our question of second best team, FlyQuest Immortals, TLCLG, Dignitas, Cloud9, and TSM Golden Guardians. Full schedule is on lolesports.com. I also can find it on Leaguepedia because they pull from that as well. So there's a lot of ways to find out when the LCS is, but most importantly, it's on Wednesday.
Be here.
Yes.
Okay, LEC starts tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. NACL starts tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And that's it for week 3 of the LCS. We'll see you on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
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 How did I miss that?
Wednesday. Wednesday.
Winsome going in again. They're doing a great job down here in bottom, finding Busio time after time. Ignite burns them away.
Nicholas teleporting. They're actually going to come.
They're ready. Oh, they steal it. Spica goes in and he gets the Herald, but he won't be able to pick up the eye. Tenacity gets a killing spree, and Busio looks for the charm onto the 2 bottom laners of FlyQuest. Winsome's going to die now, second.
Here comes Prince, the Kai'Sa flank.
Can he find the plasma? He hits plasma onto Double Lift. Now they're coming in. Busio's going to be the first target here for Prince's auto attack. Double Lift lets the feathers fly. Prince is putting the bullets in Double Lift. He takes him down. Prince. It's 3 kills for FlyQuest.
You always want to play through the minion wave to dodge the cocoon. He dodges another cocoon.
He goes back and he hits another one. Dokla's too damn good at this game. Solo cuts off contracts from the other two players, and they finish him off first. Boom can't get away after from the CC, and it's a double kill over to Neo. The TSM Steamroller, chugga, 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 just flattens CLG.
Is this gonna be one of those
Are you
games?
kidding me?
Is this gonna be one of those games?
Vulcan's getting away, and Vulcan jumps over the wall. JoJo's ready to go. It's pork for dinner, and they take down the piggy. Blabber is out of there. The wall Inspired is taken pretty low, but he ain't dead yet. Down to about 300 HP, and Blabber's on the chain. Inspired goes right back in. They're gonna trade Juggler for Juggler, and Berserker's barely alive, but now something grabs the kill on him. Deflection's in. C9's trying to get the kills, but they won't be able to find him. Oh, the Fudge Factor is somehow still alive. Oh, no way. Chopped up. Fudge is going to kick. Holy hell. Fudge is playing out of his freaking mind.
But he takes the ultimate from Pioshik, who's going to fire Nature's Wrath right on back. Biofrost is also the first support to roam and collapse, and that gives Dignitas an advantage right now. Summit and Harry blow up Santorin and Jensen, and Armit is now getting taken all out for an all-out excursion. Summit wins! He goes all out. Yon wants a piece of the action here, but someone says, this one is all mine, baby! And if there's no ADC, there's no way that the rest of your team is cleaning up that one. Yon gets to pick off free pickings here on the other side of the map. Arma goes back in for a counter-strike, but the bonk stick ain't bonking today. It is Team Liquid that comes out on top. River and Stixxay hop, skip, jumping forward, looking for the damage. The spears are stacking. One match nicely done from Stixxay. Gets the rend in, but now Kemby has joined the fray. Fleshy can't really do much more from the sidelines. Kemby trades one back onto River. Whoa, 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 the damage is cool. But Stixxay still's got spears. It is secured, and Kemby flashes into the wall. He's got nowhere to run. He's just buying time for the rest of Immortals to get the hell out of there. You all better run, because Golden Guardians are coming. Who he throws himself in there, catches Hostile Takeover onto one. A Blaze Olive will fall. Revenge throws River into the wall, but if you can't take out the back line, then there's no hope at all.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. He's going in! Oh, Prince, Player of the Week ×2.